Chapter 1 Get 20 consecutive draws at the beginning. Konohas card draw ninja. In the vast room, a thorny and handsome boy gently rested his hand on his forehead, as if he was adapting to something. His clothes were the standard clothes of the Uchiha clan. Well. Is my name here Uchiha Yin Liang? An ordinary Uchiha. He carefully observed the surroundings, received information from another soul, and gradually understood his situation. He is an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Although he has a little talent for cultivation, it is not strong. His parents did not die in the war, and when the bodies were found, their eyes had been taken away. The person who did this kind of thing. Yin Liang could guess who it was. If you are not sure enough, even if you have a grudge, I will not help you to avenge. I am Uchiha Yin Liang, but Uchiha Yin Liang is not me. As he was adapting, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Tip, the card drawing system has been activated. Well, the card drawing system? This thing seems to be interesting. There are 5 major card pools in the lottery system. The first card pool is a permanent ordinary card pool. The second is a special limited card pool with limited up shipments for a short time. The third card pool is an exclusive card pool where you can choose the type of up, but it costs a lot to choose the type of up. The fourth is a weapon pool that only ups weapons, but the weapon pool that can be drawn in ordinary draws may be anything. The last one is an exclusive item pool that only ups props. There are 4 main types of card pool shipments: weapons, abilities, bloodlines, and props. It looks good, but I don't know how to get the number of card draws. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled at the card drawing system in front of him, and silently clicked on the lottery to get details. The permanent pool can get the number of draws by completing daily tasks, using gold coins and charging money. The limited card pool can only be obtained by charging money and accumulating gold coins, and there is no other way to obtain it. The self-selected card pool and weapon pool prop pool need to complete tasks to unlock, and they are still grey and black and unopened for the time being. In addition, there is a special card draw mall, which uses the number of drawn cards to purchase items. Congratulations on getting the novice gift package. Open it and take a look. Congratulations on getting 20 draws. Uchiha Yin Liang's mind turned. The permanent pool can get the number of draws by completing daily tasks, but the limited pool can only get it by gold coins and charging money. It must be more appropriate to draw the up pool. 10 consecutive draws from the limited pool. The picture turned, and 10 meteors drew a beautiful curve from the sky, and a touch of golden light gradually shone. Is this the legendary golden legend? Let's open it and see what it is. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Winter. Word Spirit Sequence Number 1. Effect: reduces biological functions, can reduce breathing and blood flow to the limit, only maintains survival needs, and even partially paralyzed limbs. Uchiha Yin Liang looked at this ability and his brows began to frown. He looked at the direction of the pool again. This limited pool up is about the dragon's word spirit ability, and this is just the worst blue, so the problem is not big. Something is better than nothing. Anyway, it's not gold. Next. Congratulations on getting the ability, word spirit hypnosis. Hypnosis. Sequence number 14. Effect: deeply hypnotize others, control others' consciousness, make others sleep, and even modify memories. If the opponent's willpower or mental strength is strong, the effect will be weakened or even ineffective. Oh, a purple ability, although the sequence is very high, but it seems to be good for people with Sharingan. Next. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Ability level +1. Looking at the familiar word spirit, Uchiha Yin Liang's expression was a little stiff, thinking, can this thing be obtained repeatedly? However, is this ability level increase really useful? Damn, next one. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Is it over yet? Next one. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Fuck. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Damn, are you kidding me? Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. So annoying. A 1/4 number. Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Don't let me see this ability again, okay? Congratulations on getting the ability, Word Spirit Winter. Hehe. The last one is a guarantee, this is my last psychological defense. Congratulations on obtaining S level 49% concentration Dragon Bloodline, quiescent state. Dragon Bloodline, the blood of the Dragon Clan can greatly improve your physical strength and mental strength, and give you the ability to use the word spirit. In addition, the bloodline obtained by the card drawing system does not conflict with your existing bloodline, allowing your blood to have multiple independent characteristics. This characteristic disappears when out of the body, and only one visible characteristic can be used. Dominant characteristic, Indra bloodline. Hidden characteristic, Dragon bloodline, Indra bloodline. To put it bluntly, the enhancement and passive brought by bloodline exist permanently, but there is only one explicit existence, such as Uchiha's Sharingan and the golden eyes of the Dragon Clan. Hidden passive bonus exists permanently, such as the bonus of Dragon Bloodline to the body, the right to use the word spirit ability, the Uchiha clan's ancestral fire escape, Yin attribute chakra is the same. Bloodline concentration. A Indra bloodline 45%. A Dragon Clan S level bloodline 49%. Tips: if the blood concentration is lower than 50%, the 3 Magadama Sharingan cannot be opened. If the blood concentration is lower than 75%, the NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan cannot be opened. If the blood concentration is lower than 100%, the eternal NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan cannot be obtained. Chapter 1 Get 20 consecutive draws at the beginning. So, the eyes of a loved one are needed to open the eternal light. Is it actually just to make up for the defective blood? If the blood concentration is high enough like Indra himself, then once it is opened, it is the eternal NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan, and the eyes of the brothers are not needed at all. The dragon blood surged, and Uchiha Yin-Liang's body began to grow stronger rapidly, and his mental strength became stronger and stronger, and the amount of chakra also soared. The dragon blood in the dormant state was also very strong. Needle does not poke. Another 10-shot draw. 10 meteors passed through the sky again, but this time there was no golden light burst, only a purple light gradually shone. Congratulations on your ability, Word Spirit Winter. Seeing this familiar ability, Uchiha Yin-Liang's blood pressure rose in an instant. At this moment, he even wanted to throw away this system directly. This crazy lottery was simply devastating. Click on the next one again. Congratulations on your ability, Word Spirit Winter. Hey. Hey. Next one, Gritting Teeth. Congratulations on your ability, Word Spirit Winter. Congratulations on your ability level reaching the upper limit. After breaking through, you can get a special bonus, and this ability will never appear in the lottery list again. Well done! You are finally gone. Strengthening will be discussed later, playing the lottery is more important. Congratulations on getting the Dragon Clan History Study Materials Exclusive Edition A 10 tons. Uchiha Yin-Liang looked at this thing, his eyelids turned up and the whole person almost passed by. He had never opened his eyes before, but at this moment he actually stared out a single Magatama, which shows how uncomfortable he felt. Next. Congratulations on getting cash at 1 million. Tip: in the Naruto world, cash in the Dragon Clan world cannot be used. Then I want you for nothing. Uchiha Yin-Liang stared at the single Magatama Sharingan and roared in a low voice, and the whole person was going crazy. Tip: cash can be used for recharge. Looking at this sentence, Uchiha Yin-Liang was stunned for a moment, and then as if this life was full of hope and light, his mood finally eased, and he continued to click on the next one. Congratulations on getting the ability, Firearms Mastery. Good guy, this is still gun mastery, you have the guts to give me a gun for me to use. In the Naruto world, is there a way to get guns and ammunition besides lottery? No. Damn, next one. Congratulations on getting the ability, Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery. LV, 1. Effect, increase sword damage by 10% and sword swing speed by 5%. This is good. It would be best if you can upgrade it a few more levels, which should have a very good effect, not a loss. Congratulations on getting agricultural production materials. What, do you still want me to farm? By the way, this is a Dragon Clan limited up pool. Isn't it a bit wrong for the Dragon Clan up pool to produce agricultural production materials? If my blood concentration is not enough, I would have been angered by you to produce the eternal kaleidoscope. Chapter 2 Gambler's Defeat. Konohas card draw ninja fingertips doubts Congratulations on obtaining the postpartum care of the Sao, Ultimate Supreme Edition A1. Uchiha Liang's teeth gradually began to fight, and the second Megatama in his pair of Sharingan began to slowly condense, but because the blood difficulty was not enough, it could not finally take shape. This is because the blood concentration is too low, which makes the difficulty of opening the eyes increase exponentially. Analogous to Indra, just the death of the pet can open the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and killing the subordinates can open the eternal NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan. The higher the blood concentration, the lower the difficulty of opening the eyes. Suzuki. Forget it. Next. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Word Spirit, Setsuna. Setsuna. Serial number, 72. Effect, amplify time, increase the releaser's own speed to twice, and can be repeatedly stacked. Each time it is stacked, it will be increased by 1 level, and the speed will become twice the previous level. The current acceleration limit is level 1. A very good purple ability, which should be quite useful in actual combat, but is it too little to only increase the speed by 2 times? I can only say that there is a lot to look forward to in the future. If it can be upgraded to level 9, the 512 times acceleration is no joke. The pure speed is estimated to be almost catching up with Flying Thunder God. However, Setsuna is purple after all, not gold, and it must have its flaws, that is, the action must be set in advance during the use of Setsuna, because the user's own spirit cannot keep up with the speed of Setsuna. However, the 2 times speed should not be too fast. The lottery is over, I am Buddhist. Let's see what the special bonus of that mass-produced thing is like. Word Spirit Winter Max. Serial number, 1. Effect, reduces biological functions, can reduce breathing and blood flow to the limit, conceals its own breath camouflage to a great extent, and can blend into the environment, making it extremely difficult to be discovered. Looks like it has gotten a little better. Enhancement options. A turtle breathing method, reduces the overall physical consumption rate by 10%. A dark killing, in the dark night, it can still remain hidden within 1 second after breaking the state. A scent eternal time, can hibernate for at least 1 year, and sleep for up to 500 years. The first 2 are passive, is the third one here to make me laugh? Alas, but at least there are 2 useful ones, so it's not too uncomfortable. Ability A can reduce physical consumption by 10% all the time, which is pretty good, and Ability A transforms this ability into an assassination type ability. So, I choose A. Who would assassinate a serious ninja? The strong ones are all flying large-scale ninjutsu. If a Tenkai Genshin comes down, no matter how well you hide, it's useless. Not to mention anything else, a Pain Super Shinra Tensei comes down, and all hidden abilities are garbage in the absolute range. And under the blessing of the instance speed, even without the A effect bonus, who can react to the 512 times acceleration in the later stage. By the way, can this thing be upgraded in the normal way? Hint, the result can be used multiple times to upgrade the ability level. It takes 10,000 times to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 100,000 times to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 1,000,000 times to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and so on. Uchiha Yinliang laughed, and almost laughed out his reincarnation eye when he saw this prompt. 10,000 times is normal, and 100,000 is not impossible to achieve, but how can I stack the times for the next 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 100,000,000 times? I'd die of old age. I was naive. I sat up in shock on the deathbed, and the clown turned out to be me. Alas! After 20 draws, you can also visit the draw shop to see if there are any things you can buy to upgrade your skill level. Maybe you can still save your life. Skill upgrade card level 1/once. Skill upgrade card level 2/10 times. Skill upgrade card level 3/100 times. Oh my goodness, how many times do I have to draw to reach the maximum level? Hehe, a jerk. 1,000,000 cash recharge. Congratulations on getting the number of draws A10. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the increased number of draws and smiled disdainfully. Now he has understood that the up pool is full of garbage, so it is more reliable to draw directly from the permanent pool. 10 consecutive draws. 10 meteors fell again, and the purple light illuminated the screen. He didn't get gold again. Congratulations on getting Indra blood concentration A5%. Oh, this is not bad, there are so many good things in the permanent pool. Congratulations on getting the intimate paradise A1. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the extra pornographic book in his hand, and felt a little confused for a moment. He blinked slightly confusedly, and clicked on the next prize again with a glimmer of hope. Congratulations on getting the expired instant noodles A1. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the instant noodles, and the expression on his face became more and more doubtful of life. He seemed to suddenly know what the permanent pool was like, and then clicked on the next one with great pain. Congratulations on getting the green tights A1. Green tights. Effect: after wearing it and shouting the word youth, the physical training effect is increased by 10%. 2 black and green melon skins gradually emerged in Uchiha Yinliang's mind. When he thought about joining them, he shouted youth. Oh my god! I, Uchiha Yinliang, will never do it even if I am beaten to death. I am just saying this today. Even if I starve to death, get crushed to death by the heavenly star, or get suffocated to death by Tsunade's breasts, I will never do it. Congratulations on winning the Hokage Cloak A1. Hehe. Hokage Cloak, if you give me this thing, do I dare to take it out? With my identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, if I dare to wear this thing out, I will probably die on the street the next day. Chapter 2 Gambler's Defeat. _fingertips doubts _ Congratulations on getting 1 potato chip from Koji. Potato chips are potato chips, why add chokji in front? Could it be that I got it from Koji? The expired instant noodles before that, could it be Naruto's? Congratulations on getting 1 expired milk. Oh my god, Naruto's dinner is gone. Although I also want to help Naruto, the identity of the Uchiha clan is a big problem. If I dare to contact the Nine Tails Jinchuriki casually, the 3rd generation will probably not ask me to have tea, but will ask Danzo to take me to the 4th generation to play. If Naruto is there, then the 4th generation should be dead now, but the Uchiha clan has not been exterminated, but the situation should be getting more and more dangerous. I don't know when the 1-on-7 guy will come to exterminate the clan. The Uchiha clan is all thorny, and he is the only one who uses rejoice. Isn't this a natural rebellion? The reason for rebelling against the clan is justified and sufficient. In fact, Uchiha Itachi just knows too little knowledge and has been baptized by the will of fire brain. I have to say that the 3rd generation is worthy of being the legendary pyramid scheme leader. His brainwashing level is absolutely top-notch. He used his Kota Amatsuki to forcibly restrain Shisui's Kota Amatsuki. In one word. Strong. By the way, the next one. Congratulations on winning the crystal ball of the third generation A1. He took it out without hesitation. The things won in the lottery will not enter the reality directly, but will enter his system backpack. He can take it out and use it when he needs it. However, the system backpack can only store things produced by the system, and other items cannot be stored through the system backpack. Well, there are pictures. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the picture in front of him, and the whole person was moved instantly. The expression seemed to see the heaven in the distance, and the speed of his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This old man is very bad. But I like it very much. Chapter 3 Daily Tasks of Akusa_Konohas Card Draw Ninja. Uchiha Yinliang is also an old coder. He quickly solved the problem and clicked on the next lottery. Congratulations on getting Kunao A1. Damn, it's useless. I seem to have a lot of this stuff in my bag. Congratulations on getting Byakugan A2. Byakugan. This thing seems to be able to be used directly, but I have a Sharingan. What do I need it for? If it is a reincarnation I will consider it. The ordinary Byakugan is really not very useful. The comprehensive performance of the Sharingan is obviously higher. Tip: this Byakugan can be directly fused, and then directly obtain 100% Byakugan bloodline. This is more or less. The number of draws is gone. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the lottery mall again. Now his number of draws has reached 30 times. Although he is still a poor family, he can buy something. S-level bloodline dragon blood 1%. Price, 1000 times drawn. Dragon blood concentration exceeds 50% to gain dragon transformation ability, hidden and not triggered. Indra blood 1%. Price, 10 times drawn. 2 Megatama stimulation potion. Price, 10 times drawn. 3 Megatama stimulation potion. Price, 100 times drawn. Kaleidoscope stimulation potion. Price, 1000 times drawn. Eternal kaleidoscope promotion potion. Price, 5000 times drawn. White Eye blood breakthrough card. Effect: make White Eye evolve into Samsara Eye. Price, 20,000 times drawn. Talent: Extreme Evil God, limited to 16 hours. Refresh time: refresh at midnight tomorrow. Effect: absorb all negative emotions related to the user, permanently enhance the user's strength, and give the concept of God characteristics. Human evil is not eliminated, the extreme evil God is immortal. Price: 100,000 draws. Exchange for 3% Indra bloodline. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the talent of the God of Evil at the bottom, and his mouth was watering, but he had no money and no time. This thing is hard to come by, and who knows how long it will take to save up 100,000 draws. It is more important to improve your bloodline first. Indra bloodline, 53%. Next, it is to see if there are any tasks that can be completed, but even if you can save up the permanent draws, it is difficult for people to have hope. Daily tasks. A roar, youth. Put on the green tights and go to the streets to show your passionate youth. At least run around Konoha for 100 laps, and reaching the same or higher intensity exercise is also considered completed. Task reward, 2 draws. If the sound is loud enough, the reward will be doubled. We farmers have power. Farming, and farming, work hard for more than an hour. Mission reward, 1 draw. Additional reward, for each plant harvested, you will get an extra draw. Double the planting time, double the reward. Harvest high quality crops, double the reward. A scent gentleman breaks into the bathhouse. Successfully find Jiraiya, who is taking materials in the women's bathhouse, and defend the glory of the women's bathhouse. Mission reward, 2 draws. The harder Jiraiya is beaten, the higher the reward. £1 survive. There are still days of genocide, which may change at any time according to the fluctuations of the plot. At this stage, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village has gradually begun to intensify. Mission reward, you are not dead. The more times you complete, the longer you live. After completing all daily tasks, you will get additional rewards, optional. A. Ashura bloodline 1%. B. Indra bloodline 1%. C. A pair of white eyes. Good guy, the white eyes that the Hyuga clan has kept tightly are mass-produced here? But why do I need so many Byakugan? Do I need to learn from Tonari and build a giant Rinnegan? Come on, I don't have the skills. But are the daily tasks serious? Why do they feel more outrageous than the last? I don't know when the night of genocide will come. You want me to sweat like Might Guy, catch Jiraiya in the bathhouse, or even farm in the fields? Isn't this what a mental patient would do? Alas! Uchiha Yinliang's parents died inexplicably after the Third World War. He was only 12 years old and could only live on relief. His mother was just an ordinary Uchiha, but his father was a Jonin who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Just because he died inexplicably when he went out, which made it difficult for Uchiha Yinliang not to doubt whether this matter was related to Danzo Orochimaru. However, his parents left a lot of fixed property, such as the house and land. The house is where Uchiha Yinliang lives now, and the land is the reward for a mission, but it has been idle all the time. As we all know, ninjas don't farm. If they have the time and energy to farm, they might as well practice to become stronger and then do a mission. The original Uchiha Yinliang himself had no talent for practice. He was just an ordinary ninja. His income and expenses could barely balance, so he didn't have much extra money, so there was no hope for Krypton gold for the time being. Krypton gold price, 35 draws per Asuma. What? Does anyone not understand? It means that 1 Asuma is worth 35 draws, and 1 draw requires 1 million taels. This doesn't look good. We can analyze it in a different way. We can get 5 draws from daily tasks every day, and 7 days is equivalent to 35 draws. That is to say, completing daily tasks for a week is equivalent to getting an Asuma for free. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the green tights in his system backpack, and the expression on his face gradually became complicated, hesitant, and struggling. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 3 Daily Tasks of Growing Grass. Let's go and see the land first. Anyway, there are also farming tasks in the daily tasks. The idle land still needs to be taken care of. The youth task will be discussed later, and the task of the gentleman breaking into the bathhouse also makes people feel grass in their hearts. Moreover, Uchiha Yinliang's information is too scarce now. Going out to collect information before making plans should be the best choice. After tidying up his clothes, Uchiha Yinliang pushed open the door and walked out. However, at the moment he opened the door, something seemed to fall from the door. He was still thinking about going out to gather intelligence, so he didn't notice it at the first time. When he felt something was wrong, the chill had spread all over his body. Wow! He was drenched with water. Uchiha Yinliang was a little stunned. He really didn't expect someone to mess with him at his door. He was just an ordinary Uchiha orphan, just a little genin. Ha ha ha! I told you, this guy will definitely be drenched in water. I'm laughing to death. Uchiha Yinliang slowly raised his head and looked at the 3 children in front of his house. They were about the same age as Uchiha Yinliang, and they were wearing clothes with the exclusive family emblem of the Uchiha clan like him. Haha, worthy of being a friend of the monster, he is as stupid as that guy. Another Uchiha also laughed wantonly. The 3 of them were arrogant, mocking Uchiha Yinliang in front of him, as if they were sure that this guy would not dare to resist. The memories deep in Uchiha Yinliang's mind gradually began to emerge. He was indeed a weak but kind person. But since he treated Naruto to a bowl of ramen, he was isolated by these children and even often bullied. He seemed to commit suicide? Because he couldn't stand this kind of life? However, now someone else has changed. Chapter 4: The First Mission. Listening to their ridicule, Uchiha Yinliang wiped off the water stains on his head, and a dangerous smile gradually appeared on his face. He slowly raised his head and looked at them with cold and terrifying eyes. "What's that look in your eyes? Weaklings should just keep it to themselves. No one is supporting you." One of the slightly older Uchiha came over and grabbed Uchiha Yinliang's collar and roared at his face. "Oh!" Uchiha Yinliang, who was grabbed by the collar, just replied softly. His eyes instantly became icy cold, and his eyes gradually began to change color. The bottom of his eyes became scarlet and ferocious, and a black megatama was generated inside, slowly rotating, and there was a hazy murderous intent in his cold eyes. Sharingan. The Uchiha who was holding his collar panicked for a moment, and immediately let go and stepped back, looking at the familiar yet strange guy in front of him with caution and fear. The Sharingan is a symbol of the Uchiha clan's strength. After opening the Sharingan, the strength will usher in an explosive growth in a short period of time. Having a 3 Magatama Sharingan is equivalent to having the strength of a Jonin. "I hate you," Uchiha Yinliang said instinctively. This was a sentence accompanied by the resentment of the original owner's body. The complex emotions contained in the blood burst out instantly, and stimulated a special power in his mind. Tick! When the water droplets fell from the tip of the hair, the second Megatama had already taken shape. Word Spirit Hypnosis. With the blessing of the 2 Megatama Sharingan, Uchiha Yinliang's mental power increased significantly, and the power of hypnosis instantly broke the spirit of the Uchiha boy, and even the 2 people around him, no one was spared, and the 3 Uchiha boys fell to the ground. Uchiha Yinliang silently looked at the 3 people who fell to the ground in front of him, but there was no ripple in his heart, and he even felt a little relaxed. The last resentment contained in his body gradually dissipated, and his control over his body became smoother. "That's all? What a gentle person! Yinliang." Tick! The water droplets on the tip of the hair fell again. "You, forget me," Uchiha Yinliang said softly, and the ability of hypnosis actually directly tampered with their memories, making them forget everything about Yinliang. "From today on, I am a brand new Uchiha Yinliang." After going out again, there was no accident, and Uchiha Yinliang's vigilance gradually increased. He now clearly realized that he had come to the world of ninjas, and it was possible to be attacked at any time, so he must always maintain a certain degree of vigilance. Just thinking about going to see the land, but his steps instinctively walked towards the bathhouse, perhaps because the task here is easier to complete. As long as it is well hidden, it will not be discovered, and no special conditions are required. Probably. When Uchiha Yinliang gradually walked to the side of a bathhouse, his eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly woke up. There are so many bathhouses in Konoha village, who knows which bathhouse Jiraiya is in? And it is completely uncertain whether he is there or not, whether he has left or not. Isn't this gambling with his life? We have to think of a way. Remote observation, used to determine whether there is Jiraiya inside, and can be viewed in real time. Oh, the crystal ball. Uchiha Yinliang quietly slipped into a shadow, took out the crystal ball from the system backpack, and observed various Jiraiyas to see if there are any female bathhouses. Something seems wrong. This Jiraiya is so white. This Jiraiya is so big. This Jiraiya is so tender. This Jiraiya, his expression is so damn eye-catching. It's you, I found it. The blonde beauty next door who was peeped by Jiraiya, that powerful strength, could it be Tsunade? Tsunade went out to gamble for several years and lost all her money again. As the princess of the Senju clan, she planned to return to the village to exchange her family property for some money to continue gambling. Later, she became a debtor and did not pay back the money because she had gambled away all the family property of the Senju clan. This can well explain why the Uchiha clan has clan land and the Senju clan does not, because Tsunade gambled away all of it. Tsunade will not stay in Konoha. She will go out to continue gambling after she has money. It seems that there should be a lot of rewards. Uchiha Yinliang walked straight to the bathhouse. He could clearly feel the changes in the people around him when they looked at his clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on them, because the current situation did not seem very good. He actually did it on purpose, so that he could see the attitudes of other people in the village without communicating, and then infer the current situation of the Uchiha clan. If he took the initiative to ask, it would be really stupid. Word spirit, hypnosis. You can't see me. Uchiha Yinliang released the word spirit while quietly walking in. The reason is actually very simple. He has no money to take a bath in such a big bathhouse. Using the word spirit can greatly reduce the cost of the task. 1 minute later. Someone is peeping. Uchiha Yinliang roared and immediately hid in the word spirit winter, which had released the full level, and successfully made others ignore his existence. At this moment, he deeply realized how strong this seemingly rubbish ability is. It's amazing. A tall white-haired man looked at the corner beside him in a daze. In a short time, he could not detect the hidden Uchiha Yinliang at all, and now there was no time for him to slowly look for it, but Tsunade in the bathhouse had already exploded. Jiraiya. Tsunade put on a bathrobe casually. Watching the confused Jiraiya stomped on the ground, pounced like a wild lion, and directly hit him with a strange punch. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 4, The First Mission. Tsunade, wait! Boom! 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 Uchiha Yinliang looked at the one-sided beating in fear, and did not dare to cancel his ability at all. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death as soon as he appeared, and even afraid of being killed by the shock wave. If I could run away, it would be great. 10 minutes later. Congratulations on winning the number of permanent draws A5. Uchiha Yinliang quietly showed his head and walked out of the bathhouse carefully, fearing that he would be discovered. This is a matter of life and death. He really could be beaten to death. In addition, Jiraiya is a good man. Thank you. After slipping to a safe corner, Uchiha Yinliang decisively started to draw. Congratulations on getting Intimate Hell X1. Congratulations on getting the ability Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishing. Congratulations on getting the Bloodline Limit, Wood Style. For every 1% of Ashura bloodline concentration, the strength of wood style ninjutsu increases by 5%. The more chakra, the stronger the wood style. Senjutsu chakra increases the strength of wood style ninjutsu by 3 times. Ashura himself or his reincarnation increases the strength of wood style ninjutsu by 3 times. To put it bluntly, although Uchiha Yinliang can now use wood style ninjutsu, but the strength of wood release is probably not much different from Yamato. To have the level of wood release of the first generation, a lot of chakra, senjutsu, and bloodline support are needed. Whether wood release is strong or not depends on the person. Moreover, now he has only obtained the blood limit of wood release, but has not obtained the corresponding ninjutsu. Either he develops wood release ninjutsu himself, or draws a lottery or steals forbidden techniques to try. Otherwise his wood release blood is just a decoration. Congratulations on getting a pair of Byakugan. Wholesale goods, next. Congratulations on getting a pair of Sharingan, 3 Megatama Sharingan / no growth potential. Unlockability, 1-click eye change. 1-click eye change, when using Sharingan, you can directly convert any Sharingan, but you cannot convert it to Byakugan for use. And the same is true for Byakugan. After Byakugan, will Sharingan also become wholesale goods? It's a pity that I don't know forbidden techniques like izanami or izanaki, otherwise it would be fun to use. This batch of goods is not bad. Thank you Jiraiya, and I hope you have Tsunade to accompany you in the hospital. Chapter 5 Youth blooming on the earth. Not far away in the suburbs. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the large piece of land overgrown with weeds in front of him, sat silently on the stone, took out agricultural production materials and observed silently, with no expression on his face. Alas! After a light sigh, Uchiha Yinliang laughed like crazy, took out a bag of seeds from his pocket, and then took out the green tights in the system backpack and quickly put them on. While collecting agricultural production materials, he muttered to himself, "It's okay, there's no one here, no one knows." To be on the safe side, Uchiha Yinliang still wore a ghost mask on his face to avoid being seen by others and causing social death on the spot. So, a guy wearing a youth green suit, a ghost mask on his face, holding a bag of seeds in his left hand and a farm tool in his right hand, rushed into the field while shouting RNM's youth and working hard. 2 tasks, completed at once. More than an hour later, a child with a puppy heard the unusual sound from a distance. He frowned tightly, and approached with fear but curiosity, and looked at the ghost-faced green monster holding a hoe to hoe the ground. And because of Uchiha Yinliang's bloodline, Ya instinctively felt danger, and it was a clear and terrifying sense of danger, as if the guy in front was a sleeping dragon. RNM youth! The roar instantly made the little head tremble, biting his lips and whispering to himself, "Masaka, is this the legendary monster who died because of working and farming and turned into a farmland ghost? I remember that the owner of that place had died a long time ago. Who is this guy? Woo!" The puppy on the boy's head whispered, as if responding to his words. "You think it's..." The boy retreated and said, as if he wanted to escape from here faster. He felt very panicked now. Although he was hiding in the forest next to the farmland, his current position was very close to the farmland and it was very easy to be exposed. Crack! He accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. The obvious sound made his face green. If a child like him was seen by the legendary ghost, wouldn't he die? No. He stopped. My life! The little boy gritted his teeth, hid behind a big tree, hugged the puppy tightly and held his breath, not daring to move. Uchiha Yinliang, who was working in the field, suddenly stopped what he was doing, looked at the direction where the sound came from, opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan directly, and looked over coldly. Soon, he came to a conclusion. There were slight changes in the position of the grass and trees, and something must have passed there, but he didn't know whether the other party was a human or how strong he was. If he was a strong man, attacking easily would cause unnecessary losses. However, if he had enough strength, he shouldn't need to hide deliberately, right? So, the other party was not strong, and the sound was not particularly crisp, so the guy should not be particularly heavy, it should be a small animal or a child. Because he was doing social death, Uchiha Yinliang was actually more sensitive than usual, and was particularly concerned about the slightest movement around him, for fear of being discovered. Although I don't know any ninjutsu, I can still control the grown plants with the help of wood-release bloodstains. Uchiha Yinliang muttered to himself, slowly reaching out his hand to the tree that was moving. The little boy who was hiding tightly held his breath, but felt some abnormal changes in the trees behind his body. He couldn't help but slowly turned his head and looked at the trees that were deforming freely. Oh my god! The plow ghost can also control plants, my hiding is useless. The little boy ran away crying and shouting while holding the puppy, and even snot flowed from his nose. The little expression was panicked to the extreme. Would release entangle. Uchiha Yinliang clenched his hand from a distance, and the trees around the little boy instantly tied him up tightly. The little boy couldn't move instantly. If it wasn't for the branches covering his mouth, he would definitely howl a lot. It's over. It's over. Caught. The little boy's tears on his face, the water rushed in, and the puppy in his arms felt that he was about to be suffocated by him. He couldn't even scream. Uchiha Yinliang walked over step by step. He now has the bonus of dragon bloodline, and his physical fitness and mental strength are very good, so he has a lot of chakra, and the power of controlling the power of wood escape is also quite good. After all, chakra is the combination of mental energy and physical energy. In fact, the power of bloodline makes him stronger every moment, and the effect will be better if he exercises. His physical fitness and chakra are already several times stronger than at the beginning. The strengthening of the body by bloodline is not a one-time thing, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the miserable appearance of the young Ya in the past, and then looked at Akamaru, who was held by him and might die at any time, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Word spirit hypnosis. Ya's mental defense line was instantly broken, fear reduced his will, and his own strength was not strong, so he had no resistance at all. Forget me, and go back. Ya's expression changed instantly, the fear on his face disappeared without a trace, and turned into a dull and confused color. After Uchiha Yinliang loosened his restraints, his body instinctively walked away. Woo! Akamaru, who escaped the disaster, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and hummed softly, sighing that the life of a dog is not easy. Oh, and you? Uchiha Yinliang looked at Akamaru in Ya's arms, and directly used the word spirit hypnosis. At this time, it is better to treat everyone equally. God knows whether Akamaru will tell what happened here in the future. There are still people who understand dog language. Watching the man and the dog walk away, Uchiha Yinliang breathed a sigh of relief, and after using the word spirit many times, his mentality seemed to have changed a little. The more he used the power of the word spirit, the more he could feel his extraordinariness. The power to easily control other people's actions and even memories was simply fascinating. Sharingan and word spirit hypnosis can basically kill anyone whose mental power is not as good as Uchiha Yinliang and whose willpower is not strong. It is a kind of instant kill without even the ability to resist, and even the memory and actions cannot be controlled. It is just like a CD-free Kota Amatsukami. However, this is because the bonus of Sharingan and S-level dragon bloodline is too strong. In a one-on-one situation, Sharingan illusion is like a cheat. People without cheats use their heads to hit Sharingan. An illusion controls and kills instantly, there is no way. Cho, an old senior in the ninja world, once said, if you encounter the Uchiha clan with Sharingan, one-on-one, you must escape. Word spirit hypnosis is very compatible with Sharingan. With the bonus of Sharingan, the power is greatly improved. What's more terrifying is that word spirit hypnosis has the ability that Sharingan hypnosis illusion does not have, that is, controlling consciousness and even rewriting memory. However, the hypnosis of words is not without its nemesis. As long as the willpower and mental strength are strong enough, it can resist the control of hypnosis. Uchiha Yinliang controls either ordinary people or frightened young teeth. It cannot play such a good role when fighting against strong people. Chapter 6: The Attack of Kusagakure Village. After a long time. RNM, why is my youth just hoeing the earth? Uchiha Yinliang roared and the hoe fell again. Task target exceeded, €. €. Congratulations on getting the number of permanent draws A6 €. Looking at the prompt that finally appeared, Uchiha Yinliang walked to the side, threw the hoe away, sat on the stone and opened the draw page directly. €. Congratulations on getting a pair of Byakugan A3. €. Congratulations on getting a pair of Sharingan A2. €. Congratulations on getting Shinobi Pokangshung A1 €. I know both Byakugan and Sharingan, but what the hell is Shinobi Pokangshung? Could it be that I have to reprint this thing and submit it for publication, and can I still make money? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. I'll try it tomorrow. Maybe I'll make money. Krypton Gold draws a card for 1 million taels, and today's daily task gets a try for a draw. If converted, it's equivalent to making 11 million, a huge profit. And in the process of hoeing the earth, Yin Liang can clearly feel the will of the plants, which is very helpful for him to control wood release, just like Naruto feels the wind when he practices the change of wind attribute nature. Although Uchiha Yin Liang still can't make a seal for wood release ninjutsu, his ability to control wood release has improved. If he can improve this control to the extreme, he will probably be able to get whatever he wants with a clap of his hands like the first generation. Seals are a way to control chakra to form ninjutsu, but as long as there is enough chakra and you are not afraid of wasting it, and the control ability is a little stronger, it doesn't matter if you don't make a seal. Who would make a seal? Uchiha Yin Liang packed up a little, and just when he was about to go directly to the clan land, suddenly a task appears. Yes/no? Accept it first. Crisis of the field. Task content: ninjas from the land of grass are wandering around Konoha village. There is a high possibility that they will pass by your field and destroy it casually, or pick your fruits. Fight off the invaders and protect the field. Task reward: 5 gold coins. 10 gold coins equals 1 draw number, arbitrary. Failure penalty: your field is gone. Location of Uchiha Yin Liang's field: it is remote. Although the area is not small, the actual value is not high. The employer deliberately overstated the value of the land and gave it to Uchiha Yin Liang's father as a reward for the task. That is, his father did not know much and thought that a large area of land was good. In fact, a series of factors such as geographical location, land fertility, safety, etc. are very important. The comprehensive value of this land is actually relatively low. It is very common to be harassed by ninjas from neighboring villages, a piece of useless land. Ku. Uchiha Yin Liang touched his stomach and looked at the task while feeling the irritating feeling of hunger. At this time, he felt a little hesitant because he didn't know the strength level of the ninjas in Kusagakure village. He would always feel uncomfortable without absolute certainty. So troublesome. However, Kusagakure village is just a small village. The average strength of ninjas should be far inferior to that of Konoha, so the probability that they come is not strong. But I have the power of the 2 Megatama Sharingan and the word spirit. And I can control the wood escape to a certain extent. With a lot of chakra, I should be able to try it. Hint: the distance between the Kusagakure ninja and you is less than 200 meters. Are they here? Uchiha Yin Liang put on a ghost mask and slowly formed seals on his hands. The slow speed of forming seals is not because of stability, nor for pretending to be cool, but simply because he is really a rookie. Bang! A clone that looks exactly like him appeared. Uchiha Yin Liang quickly hid and looked at the direction of the clone under the shade of the tree. It is better to be a man with some strategies. The hiding ability of word spirit winter should be enough. There is someone under that tree. A childish and crisp voice suddenly sounded not far away. Uchiha Yin Liang, who was squatting under the tree, had a wonderful expression in an instant. Looking at the clone who stayed in place, he felt that his operation was like that of a fool. It was just that I didn't use word spirit winter a little later, and I was directly pulled out by this guy from more than 100 meters away. Ah, the perception ninja is so annoying. Uchiha Yin Liang turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. It was a team of 4 people, 1 adult ninja and 3 children. The adult ninja in the front looked very strong, and it was estimated that he had the strength of Chunin to Jonin. The 3 behind him should be Genin. The little red-haired child. Uchiha Yin Liang's eyes suddenly changed, and he directly opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan and carefully observed the little red-haired girl. Red hair, strong perception, looks like she is only 6 or 7 years old, and she came to the border of 2 countries at such a young age? Wait. There seemed to be some teeth marks on her body. Could it be Uzumaki Karin? She came out to perform a mission at such a young age? The legendary mobile blood bag? On the other side. Karin gritted her teeth tightly, feeling Uchiha Yinliang's sight and the special smell of chakra. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the sense of danger was erupting like a tide. This guy is very dangerous. He is still looking at me. There are obviously 4 of us here, why is he still looking at me, the weakest one? I am so weak, shouldn't I be ignored directly? Is it because I told him his location? Oh no, something bad is going to happen. What a bunch of unlovable guys. Uchiha Yinliang walked out from under the tree, staring at the 4 people in front of him with a pair of 2 Magatama Sharingan. He could clearly see that Karin's calves were shaking constantly, and her expression was distorted with fear. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 6, Kyuzagakure Village Attack. Is she afraid? Afraid of me? Obviously, her mother and the so-called companions who used her as a reply tool are more terrifying. I don't know if her mother has been sucked to death now, but it seems that she is gone. So pitiful. It's a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Come closer. Be careful to use chakra to break his illusion. The sturdy ninja in the lead took a step back when he saw Uchiha Yinliang's 2 Magatama Sharingan, and said to the 2 genin nearby. Only Karin was the farthest away from him, and he didn't think about Karin. This is normal for them. Uchiha Yinliang couldn't help but smile when he saw them gathered together. He didn't use a simple illusion, but the words blessed by the Sharingan, so. Words hypnosis. Yes. A2. The 2 genin immediately approached and answered. The 3 of them closed the distance instantly, and only Karin was far away. Wait, his chakra is so scary, let's just run. Karin trembled even more on the spot. The look in her eyes when she looked at Uchiha Yinliang was like looking at a terrifying evil ghost. Her heart beat so fast that it seemed like it might jump out of her body at any time. It's a heart-pounding feeling. This is because the dragon bloodline in Uchiha Yinliang's body contains a very terrifying aura, and the chakra produced will naturally be contaminated with this aura. However, only people like Karin who have strong natural perception and can feel it when they perceive it carefully can't find it. However, it is also possible that like you can instinctively feel the dangerous aura on him, relying only on intuition. Please collect it. The update speed of the Shohage novel website of Konohas Card Drawing Ninja is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 7 Ungentle People. Don't be afraid, just kill him. The sturdy ninja shouted sternly. This kind of thing that crosses the border cannot be seen in the light. Uchiha Yinliang looks like a teenager and doesn't seem to be very strong, so killing him directly is the best choice. Puff. Before the voice fell, the sturdy ninja spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, feeling the feeling of his heart being pierced, and lowered his head with difficulty to look at the blade emerging from his chest. His eyes widened, and he said to himself unwillingly, this guy. When it was the 2 genin behind him, their eyes were wandering and mad. One of them stabbed his chest with a knife, one on the left and one on the right, perfectly avoiding the situation of his heart growing sideways. Crack! Bang! The 2 genin drew their swords at the same time, and the burly ninja's chest bled profusely in an instant, and his body fell to the ground powerlessly. He looked at Yinliang in front of him and stretched out his hand towards him, but in the end he could only fall powerlessly. How stupid! Uchiha Yinliang really couldn't directly control people who were too strong, but he could control those people who they thought were his own people, and stab them hard from the back when they were unprepared. Word spirit hypnosis does not require hand seals, and the activation speed is extremely fast, and there is nothing unusual. Using the method used to deal with ordinary Uchiha to deal with him is to seek death, and the closer a group of people get, the faster they die. Although word spirit hypnosis is not particularly strong, it is strange that it is weak with S-level bloodline plus 49% concentration of dragon bloodline, and the addition of 2 Magatama Sharingan to release the upper word spirit hypnosis. As we all know, Yamato and the first generation are completely two orders of magnitude, both of which are wood release, and the user's configuration can determine the strength of the ability to a certain extent. I don't like killing people, but, since you said it's fine to kill me, you must have been prepared to be killed. Uchiha Yinliang said to himself, but it was obviously for himself. The world of ninjas is cruel. The next moment, the two little boys with lifeless eyes turned around at the same time and stabbed each other, piercing each other's hearts simply and directly, and then fell in a pool of blood together, and only broke free from the control of the words at the moment of death. Task completed, get 5 gold coins. On the side, the young Karin was stunned, sat on the ground, trembling, biting her lips and unable to speak. The man in front of her was obviously not stained with a drop of blood, but in her heart he became a terrifying devil. Gu Uchiha Yinliang suddenly shouted, because he had only hoed the fields for the whole morning and had not eaten. It was normal to be hungry, and the geographical location here was relatively remote, so it was difficult to buy food, and it was difficult to keep up with the supplies. Starving to death. Uchiha Yinliang was in a low mood. Although he didn't kill people with his own hands, it was not much different to control them with words. Since he was in the world of ninjas, he had to accept the rules of ninjas. If you don't have enough strength, extra kindness will kill you. If you can resist and endure the discomfort after killing people. Isn't that what a ninja is? If you want to be a strong person, you can't be bound by your own ideas. Just make the right choice and stick to it. People who laugh at their own ignorance when they are young, but would make the same choice if they go back to the past, probably live a life without regrets. Woo, don't eat me. Karin heard the rumbling sound of Uchiha Yinliang's stomach, and she was so scared that she sat on the ground and backed away little by little, fearing that Uchiha Yinliang would eat her. Eat? I'll handcuff you, it's a punishment. Do you want to live? After thinking for a while, Uchiha Yinliang finally looked at Karin coldly and said, the bright red color in his blood-red eyes became more charming, making his eyes look even colder and piercing. Yes. Karin nodded quickly. Then hurry up and follow me. Uchiha Yinliang turned around and said, at the same time, his eyes became colder, turned back and opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan and threatened, if you dare to sneak away, I will kill you. I don't want to be a good person, and if Karin is caught by knowledgeable human traffickers, I guess she won't have a good end, right? Bah, why should I care about her? Contradiction. Yes. Karin replied with a sad face. Seeing her 3 companions die tragically on the spot, she was able to stand up and silently follow the murderer. This psychological endurance was obviously beyond Yinliang's expectations. But it's normal to think about it. Karin has probably never been treated as a human being. She has been living in the environment of Kyuzagakure all day long. Her mind is probably distorted. She has probably seen a lot of horrible things in the Kyuzagakure hospital. And those companions are just so-called companions. They have probably never been firmly affirmed by her. If such guys die, she will probably be more afraid than sad. Wait, touching corpses equals money? The 2 of them walked a few steps, and Uchiha Yinliang turned around instantly and looked at the 3 corpses not far away. After a little hesitation, he said to Karin softly, I will give you a simple task, take the money from them. I am a bad guy. I am a bad guy. I am a bad guy. If you meet me, I will be you are unlucky. Oh. Karin looked at the corpse of her companion and answered with her teeth clenched. Although she looked reluctant, she quickly found a seal scroll and a pile of scattered banknotes on the sturdy ninja. It was obvious that the large amount of property was in the seal scroll, and the only thing she had on her was change. She handed the money and scroll to Yin Liang with her bloody little hand, and the latter simply tapped these properties with his hand, and the things disappeared instantly. Recharge. The total value is 1.97 million taels. Congratulations on getting 19 gold coins. What a rubbish lottery system, it can't even round up. 7 can't be discarded, it should be directly rounded up to 20 gold coins. It's really bad to lose 70,000 taels out of thin air. Limited card pool, a single draw will produce a miracle. Congratulations on getting 10 decks of playing cards. Congratulations on getting 1 Barbie doll family bucket. Uchiha Yinliang was slightly stunned. Then, inwardly, RNM, return the money. This is 1.9 million taels, just this? Karin, who was standing by, looked at Uchiha Yinliang, whose face was gradually changing, and felt panic in her heart. She was afraid that this guy might kill her at any time. The unstable emotions plus the terrifying chakra aura made him a human-shaped devil. Uchiha Yinliang turned his head and looked at her. I am very useful. Just bite me to recover your injuries and chakra. Don't you think it is very practical? So. Karin stuttered, with a stiff smile on her face and a fast heartbeat. Oh, what's your name? Uchiha Yinliang asked calmly. Kori. Karin. Uchiha Yinliang. Yinliang said softly, looking at the Barbie doll family bucket in his system backpack, and gradually fell into deep thought. Chapter 8 Soliciting Opinions. How strong do you think the S-level bloodline in the Dragon Clan is? Who is stronger, the Black King or Kaguya? How strong is the word spirit? Comments are welcome. Please bookmark, Konoha's card drawing ninja has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 9 Grilled Fish by the Stream. Afternoon. By the shallow stream. Go down and catch fish. If you can't catch any, you'll be hungry. Uchiha Yinliang pointed to the shallow stream and said. But I can't catch fish. Karin said with a bitter face and no confidence, but she didn't seem to be as scared as before. The reason was simple. She hadn't been bitten for a long time. Before, she was either bitten or waiting to be bitten, and she felt that her life was dark and gloomy. Although she was very scared now, but overall she felt pretty good. It was an illusion. Absolutely. It's your problem that you can't catch fish, and it's also you who can't eat. What does this have to do with me? Uchiha Yinliang said as a matter of course. You are a devil. I'm just a child. Although she complained in her heart, Karin still honestly picked up a branch from the side and ran to the shallow stream to poke fish. 1 poke and 1 empty. Miserable and miserable. On the other side. Uchiha Yinliang on the shore directly opened the sharingan, took out a few kunao from his pocket, and pierced several fish in the water with a few whooshes, which formed a sharp contrast with Karin's difficulty. Karin turned her head and looked at Uchiha Yinliang, but she didn't dare to expect too much. Although life is difficult now, it is at least better than in Kusagakur. And this guy looks scary. If something happens, it will be terrible. Alas! Life is not easy, Karin sighed. Uchiha Yinliang raised one hand, and a few vines slowly emerged from the ground, grabbing the fish in the pond. The speed was not fast, because he was also practicing the control ability of wood release. The activation of the unprinted ninjutsu requires stronger control ability and more chakra. More chakra accounts for the majority. Is this wood release? Karin looked at the vines stretching towards the pond, and her inner feelings were quite complicated. She had only heard of wood release in historical legends. In reality, let alone seeing it, she had never heard of a user of wood release. Her mother was an orthodox Uzumaki clan, so of course she knew about the first generation. After all, how could there be no legend about the marriage between the first generation and the Uzumaki princess, so it was normal for her as a daughter to have heard of it. And the first generation was the god of ninja. Karin stared blankly at the vine taking the fish out of the water, then looked at the branch in her hand and fell into deep thought. Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? How can he use wood release that is difficult for the Senju clan to use? Uchiha Yunliang didn't care so much, but thought silently in his heart, wood release is a bit difficult to control, how about I clap my hands to see if it can reduce the difficulty. Seeing that the first generation had to clap every time he used ninjutsu, maybe it would work. So. Snap! Uchiha Yunliang clapped his hands, and the chakra in his body was like a gate opened, transformed into wood release chakra and gushed out quickly, for the ability to control chakra and jutsu has not improved at all, but the chakra is used faster. Large trees emerged from the ground, but these trees grew too chaotically, in various directions, with no direction at all, and the actual combat effect was very poor, which was not suitable for people with poor control ability like him. Moreover, it actually consumed half of my chakra at once. What a luxurious jutsu! Tree world descends. Karin looked at the giant tree rising from the ground, and her heart was shocked to the extreme. This chaotic release, is he deliberately doing it for me to see, to threaten me? This is an absolute bastard monster. I am so scared, why does he want to provoke me? Wait. He is looking at me, why is he looking at me? How much chakra does this scale of ninjutsu consume? It's not enough to suck me dry, right? I'm only 6 years old. No. Why are you looking at me? Go catch your fish. Uchiha Yunliang said casually. Oh. Karin breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head silently to spear the fish, and then speared again and missed. Behind her, Uchiha Yunliang had already started a fire and prepared firewood to roast fish. It must be said that fire style and wood style are very useful in life. The one-stop service of making fire and roasting fish is very useful. Karin gritted her teeth, and the color of sadness and pain appeared on her tender little face. She speared with all her strength again. At the same time, Uchiha Yunliang quietly revealed his golden eyes. The pressure of the dragon bloodline instantly shocked the swimming fish under the water, and then instantly lifted it. Hey! Surprisingly, it was speared. Karin looked at the fish she had pierced with a branch, and recalled that she seemed to have a special feeling just now, but it seemed nothing. Was it my illusion? No matter, at least she didn't have to go hungry. I caught a fish. Karin raised the fish in her hand and shouted, her voice was not small but her vocal cords were trembling. Oh, so you only eat one fish? And it's a small fish that's only this big. Uchiha Yunliang showed a mocking expression, flipping over the big fish he was roasting and casually said. Karin was stunned, looking at Uchiha Yunliang roasting several big fish, then looked at the small fish in her hand, bit her lips gently, and felt that her tear glands seemed to be stimulated. Sadness. But she didn't cry, but put the fish on the rocks on the bank of the stream, and went into the water again to continue forking fish. Even if she couldn't fork it, she kept insisting and trying hard. The aroma of roasted fish gradually came, and Uchiha Yunliang's fish were almost roasted, but she still didn't catch any fish. Only the small fish next to the stone was still jumping slowly towards the stream. Hurry up, there's no time to wait for you. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 9 Grilled Fish by the Stream. Uchiha Yunliang picked up a grilled fish and said. Oh! Little Karin came ashore listlessly, pierced the body of the little fish with a branch again, completely killing the little fish, and bravely sat opposite Yunliang to grill the fish together. Hey, can't you turn it over? Uchiha Yunliang, who was eating grilled fish, looked at little Karin and suddenly said, because he saw that the back of the fish was almost burnt. Why turn it over? Little Karin asked doubtfully. Whatever you want. Uchiha Yunliang was too lazy to explain more. Karin pursed her lips as she looked at the grilled fish, then followed Yunliang's advice and turned the grilled fish over. It was obvious that the other side of the fish was already a little burnt. If she continued to grill it, it might not be edible. Grilled fish, so difficult. Not long after, Karin took a bite of the fish she had grilled, and a strange fishy smell burst out in her mouth. She almost spit out the fish directly, but she still ate the fish with a bitter face. Next time, I must grill it evenly, otherwise this taste is simply inedible. Here. Uchiha Yinliang threw the last grilled fish to Karin. Thank you. Little Karin took the grilled fish and ate it directly, and tears of happiness flowed on her face. What makes you have the illusion of free? Today I gave you a grilled fish, and in the future you have to return me 100 grilled fish, understand? Uchiha Yinliang looked at her coldly and said. Yes. Karin ate the fish in big mouthfuls. Her voice was a little unclear, but her mood was extremely clear. Chapter 10 Happy Tricks. In the woods. Two people, one big and one small, sat face to face. Chakra is a kind of energy generated by the perfect fusion of the energy of each component controlled by the human body. It is the energy source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Write the three words chakra. And this energy comes from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, one the physical energy absorbed by a cell, and the spiritual energy that is trained through many trainings and accumulated experience, the combination of the two energies. Draw a circle, so, we only need to control the physical energy and spiritual energy in the body, and combine the two to get chakra. Uchiha Yinliang finally tapped on the three words chakra and said. Yet. Karin nodded vigorously. In fact, she knew a little about this kind of thing, but she didn't know it in detail. After thinking about it for a while, she asked curiously, then can you become very powerful if you have chakra? No, having chakra is just a very simple foundation. Uchiha Yinliang turned his head slightly, looking at the young and ignorant Karin. The corners of his mouth gradually began to rise wildly, holding back his laughter, and explained, the ninja with chakra is only the lowest level. The lowest level? Little Karin was a little confused. Yinliang's words obviously touched upon her blind spot in knowledge. In his understanding, didn't ninjas only have chakra? Could they need other energies? How could ninjas with chakras be the lowest level? Ninjas with chakras need to make hand seals to release ninjutsu. That's because the chakra in their bodies is too scarce. They need to rely on hand seals to accurately control it in order to use a small amount of chakra to release ninjutsu. Uchiha Yinliang said, looking directly into Karin's eyes, as if it was a matter of course. Is that so? Karin blinked and couldn't help thinking, isn't it common sense that ninjas need to make hand seals to release ninjutsu? How can hand seals become a means to make up for disadvantages? Could it be that? I actually never knew about the world of ninjas before. Is that really the case? Look, I don't make hand seals. Uchiha Yinliang raised his hand, and the wood chakra in his body was slowly output. The surrounding trees followed the rhythm and surrounded him. This scene caused several cracks in the world view of little Karin, and there was a big doubt in her small eyes. Could it be that the ninja who needs to make a seal is really because the chakra is too weak? He really didn't make a seal. No, this should be a sealless ninjutsu, but he didn't release it with a certain part of his body, and it doesn't look like it. Then are there stronger ninjas? Karin couldn't help asking again. Of course, when the chakra is large enough, the ninja will have chakinla, and the amount of chakinla is countless times that of chakra. The seals of this kind of ninja are extremely simple. It only needs a small amount of energy to release, but it can use extremely powerful techniques. Write down the three words chakinla. For example, a normal person needs 44 seals to release the water dragon bullet technique, while the second generation Hokage only needs 4 seals, Ziai Chen Mao Yin, to release this technique. This is the difference between chakinla and chakra. Uchiha Yinliang was talking nonsense with a serious face. Chakinla, so powerful. Karin immediately felt the power of chakinla, and asked with shining eyes, so the ninja with chakinla is the strongest ninja? No, there is a stronger shitanla above chakinla. Ninjas with shitanla don't need to worry about running out of energy in their bodies, and can release ninjutsu at will. Whether to make a seal depends entirely on their mood. They can just clap their hands, open their mouths and shout, and whatever they want will come, and rewrite the map easily. Uchiha Yinliang continued. Does this kind of ninja really exist? Karin was obviously a little hard to imagine, and the popular science things Yinliang gave him were really outrageous. If I say there is, there is. Without explanation, Uchiha Yinliang directly hit her little head with a wooden stick and said without question. Ouch! It hurts. Karin bit her lip and looked at Yinliang opposite her with a pitiful look, as if tears might fall from her eyes at any time. This bad guy. Okay, go and refine the chakra. If you can't even refine the chakra, then you are useless. Uchiha Yinliang said coldly. You only talked about the principle of chakra production, but you haven't said how to refine chakra. Karin quietly raised her hand and asked with an embarrassed expression. Do it, then concentrate on feeling your body, let the spiritual energy and physical energy merge into one, and the chakra will be born. Uchiha Yinliang said. In fact, he didn't know if what he said was right or not. He made it up on the spot. As for whether Karin could extract chakra, it depends on fate. Although it felt a little confused, little Karin meditated and felt the physical and mental energy in her body. She looked like she was asleep while sitting. Uchiha Yinliang followed and sat down to refine his chakra. Although he was only 12 years old and far from reaching the explosive period of chakra growth, the speed of chakra growth was still ridiculously fast. Facing the crisis of extinction that could break out at any time, refining more chakra now would give him more confidence in survival. It was still difficult for people to feel at ease relying solely on the passive growth of chakra. Although he saved Karin, Uchiha Yinliang would not spend too much energy to educate her. At most, he would talk a little about chakra, and then let her play in the mud by herself. How far she can practice depends entirely on herself. It is a pure free-range education. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 10 Happy Tricks. But she has not even refined chakra, but she can have such perception ability. After she gets the chakra bonus, this perception range can at least increase by more than 10 times. She is really a purebred Uzumaki clan. In the original work, Karin can sense the chakra movement within tens of kilometers after using Kagura's heart eye. This level of perception is already outrageous. After refining chakra for a while, Uchiha Yinliang used wood release to make a wooden sword, weighed it in his hand, and then swung it hard at the giant tree next to him. The wooden sword tore through the sky, and the sound of breaking through the air rang out. It actually cut the giant tree directly with one knife. Boom! The sound of the giant tree falling to the ground was very loud, so loud that Yinliang was a little confused. He looked at his hands and the wooden sword in his hand, and asked himself, do I have such great strength now? Is it so powerful just by adding a few billion chakras? Progress of swordsmanship upgrade. 1/ Uchiha Yinliang carefully felt the chakra in his body. He felt that his chakra amount was not particularly large. A small tree world could consume half of his chakra. Compared with the first generation, it was too bad. At best, it was Yamato level. In other words, my body strength is particularly strong? Is it because of the blessing of dragon blood? Wait, why is there an extra state below? S-level dragon blood, awakening 2%. Initial awakening effect. Dragon power chakra, chakra obtained from the body energy extracted from dragon blood has stronger power than normal chakra. The destructive power caused by dragon power chakra is stronger than the same amount of chakra, and the increase to the body is also stronger. Next level, after awakening 25%, the body strength is further enhanced, and the dragon power chakra obtains exclusive energy control bonus, which will be more conducive to the user's control, and then the user can use ninjutsu more flexibly. Chapter 11 Hinata. Mirror. Chakra added with natural energy can be upgraded to stronger fairy chakra. Chakra extracted from tailed beasts is tailed beast chakra. Curse seal erosion will also produce stronger curse seal chakra. Then extracting chakra with dragon bloodline to form stronger dragon power chakra seems to be no problem. Awakening, dragon power chakra. There is also such a way to become stronger. It really deserves to be a golden bloodline. It is really strong. In this case, my chakra is now completely different from that of normal people, right? Wait, totally different? Damn. Uchiha Yinliang suddenly woke up, and immediately merged a pair of Byakugan, then transformed his dominant bloodline into Byakugan, and observed the chakra in his body with the Byakugan's inner vision energy. The bloodline transformation is dominant and cools down for 1 minute. Dragon's chakra is a terrifying black. And the chakra of a normal person is blue. The Hyuga clan can see this difference at a glance. Once recognized, the dragon bloodline itself makes people feel oppressed, and coupled with the embarrassing status of the Uchiha clan, it is normal for the Hyuga clan to look at you with Byakugan. After being discovered, will you be treated as a monster? Suddenly I feel that I can't go back to this Konoha village. Fortunately, Yinliang is more cautious and deliberately changed into ordinary people's clothes before going out to farm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave the village wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem. Fortunately, Uchiha Yinliang has no status and no strength in the Uchiha clan. He has to rely on being bullied to gain a sense of existence. He is simply a fighter among the scum. The root will despise him if they send more people to look at him, so he can leave Konoha easily by being cautious. Wait. Speaking of the color of chakra, I should not be the only one with different color chakra. For example, the first generation's chakra is purple when it explodes, and its strength is extremely terrifying. The chakra of the second generation is also different. It should be regarded as the silver chakra. Even if it is not as good as the first generation, its strength is terrifying. Just the momentum can make the second pillar of the eternal Mangekyo sweat. The chakra of the tailed beasts is all red, but the nine-tailed beast seems to have its own ideas. After reaching a consensus with Naruto, it broke away from the group and turned golden. Its fashionability is far better than other tailed beasts. The chakra affected by the curse seal is black like Uchiha Yinliang's chakra. Moreover, I heard that the chakra of Shikamaru's clan seems to be black. Thinking about it this way, black chakra seems to be fine. Never mind, continue to practice swordsmanship. Boom. 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 On the other side. Behind Uchiha Yinliang, the little Karin who was refining chakra bit her lips tightly and watched him boom 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 messing around quietly. It was obviously affecting her practice, but she still dared not say anything. Woo woo woo. It's so hard for me. Who are you talking about? Why are you at the border of Konoha? Are they ninjas sent by other villages on purpose? A roar reached Uchiha Yinliang's ears. It was the ninjas patrolling the border of Konoha who found him. How to explain it? Uchiha Yinliang slowly turned his head, lowered his eyes slightly, and looked at the middle-aged ninja in front of him while thinking carefully about the strategy. Or, just cut his neck directly? Simple and direct without any consequences. You are from the Hyuga clan. Sorry, I have been too neurotic recently. It's all because of those guys from the grass ninja village who always destroy the fields here, just like a group of locusts. The middle-aged ninja looked at Uchiha Yinliang's white eyes, and was relieved in an instant, and directly recognized his identity as a Hyuga clan member. And he also has a Konoha forehead protector on his head, probably to cover the caged bird mark. If there is a Hyuga clan white eyes, it can basically be confirmed that they are from Konoha village, because the white eyes of the branch family will be automatically eliminated when they die, and the people of the main family are well protected. Under normal circumstances, there will not be a pair of white eyes exposed at the same time. Sorry, I've been practicing new ninjutsu here recently. I didn't want to disturb other people, so I found a secluded place. Uchiha Yunliang smiled and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to switch to the dominant bloodline just now, so he has been using the dominant state of the Byakugan. In the dominant Byakugan state, his eyes will directly become Byakugan without bulging veins. But, where is Karin? Did I lose the baby? Really? The middle-aged ninja looked at Uchiha Yunliang's masterpiece and the messy forest. He was shocked and thought to himself, is this guy so strong? He was attracted by the sound of Yunliang's training. He thought it was a ninja from another village who was causing trouble. You have such strength at this age. I have never heard of a ninja like you in the Hyuga clan. I am so disrespectful. What is your name? Name. Uchiha Yunliang's eyes slightly turned to the side, and suddenly saw Xiao Xianglin hiding behind a tree, looking at him with a confused face, and continued, My name is Hinata, Hinata Jing. I usually practice alone in a place with few people, and I am just a low-profile ninja. It is normal that you don't know. Xiao Xianglin blinked, as if to confirm what she saw. She couldn't understand why Uchiha Yunliang's Sharingan turned into a white eye. Feeling the terrifying chakra, she didn't dare to come out and say anything more. And isn't he called Uchiha Yunliang? What the hell is Hyuga Jing? I see. The middle-aged ninja nodded slightly, and then said, It's a waste for a ninja like you to hide your identity in such a place. I am also a jonin in the village. If you need, I can recommend you to become a chunin. With your strength, it should be no problem to pass the assessment. Forget it. Uchiha Yunliang refused, and the way he turned his head looked very lonely, and said in a low voice, No matter how strong you are, no matter how high your status is, the mark of the bird in the cage will not change at all. I am disappointed with the Hyuga clan. If possible, I would like to find a freer world. Branch family. The middle-aged ninja sighed softly. He also understood the affairs of the Hyuga clan, but it was useless to understand. The bad habits of the Hyuga clan have been passed down until now and it is difficult to change. Who in Konoha doesn't know the status of the Hyuga branch family? Sorry for bringing up your sad story. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. My name is Yamamoto Sora. Although I am only a special jonin, I have some abilities. Thank you, Uncle Yamamoto. Uchiha Yunliang said with a smile. Well, if there is nothing else, I will go on patrol first. Don't bow to fate, young man. Yamamoto Sora smiled and gave him a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Yes. Chapter 12 1 meter distance. Come out. Uchiha Yunliang looked at Karin and said. Little Karin blinked her eyes and walked out from behind the tree obediently. Looking at Uchiha Yunliang's Byakugan, she had a lot of questions in her heart but didn't dare to ask them, for fear that she would be killed directly because she knew too much. Remember, when I use the Byakugan in the future, I will be called Hinata Jing, and when I use the Sharingan, I will be called Uchiha Yunliang. Don't ask more. Uchiha Yunliang said simply, without any intention of explaining. At the same time, he also converted his dominant bloodline to Indra bloodline, because the Sharingan is no different from a normal person's eyes when it is not opened, and the Byakugan is relatively too conspicuous. Overall, the Sharingan is better. Oh, I see. Little Karin nodded gently, still feeling a little scared in her heart. Then have you extracted chakra? Uchiha Yunliang asked. You have been banging on the side, don't you know whether I can concentrate on practicing? You still have the nerve to ask me. If it weren't for your interference, I would have extracted chakra long ago. Idiot, idiot, red-eyed, white-eyed, violent, so annoying. Ah! Scumbag! No. Although there are many things in my heart, I dare not say anything to Karin. Just a simple reply, holding back the sadness and anger in the small heart. Alas! It's useless. Uchiha Yinliang said casually. You still blame me for being useless? I can only hold it in. Karin bit her lips, and she felt her eyes were a little wet, looking at Yinliang aggrievedly, as if she might cry at any time. I can't hold it anymore. My defense is broken. It's uncomfortable. Feel carefully, are there any big beasts here? Uchiha Yinliang looked at the slightly dark sky and gave up returning to Konoha, planning to develop peacefully outside for a few days. It doesn't matter if there is one less daily, 6 draws a day is enough to develop for a period of time, but it's not as profitable as doing all the tasks. Between life safety and tasks, life safety is definitely more important. Oh! Karin sniffed lightly and began to sense seriously. Although she was very young, her innate perception ability was not weak. This is the talent of the orthodox Uzumaki clan. There's a big guy over there. She pointed in a direction and whispered. You're still a bit useful. Uchiha Yinliang rubbed her head with one hand and said, and walked directly in the direction that Karin pointed. Little Karin touched her rubbed head, and felt as if there was still some residual temperature, and she felt inexplicably moved. Is this my illusion? She raised her arm directly, looked at the gradually healing tooth marks, and recalled her day. She actually felt that she had lived a fulfilling life. Although that guy was a hateful monster, at least he didn't bite me, and there was no feeling of chakra loss, which made me feel much more comfortable overall. Therefore, even if I had a bad life with him, and I couldn't even eat enough, I still felt good. Bah, scumbag. Karin took her little feet and quickly followed Uchiha Yinliang in front of her. The distance was not too close or too far. She would feel scared if it was too close, and she would feel uncomfortable if it was too far. 1 meter distance is good, very comfortable. What a big wild boar! Uchiha Yinliang looked at the wild boar, which was 3 or 4 meters tall, from a distance. He couldn't help but sigh and instinctively licked his lips, thinking that it would be better if there was cumin. So scary. Karin stood behind Yinliang, looking at the wild boar with a bitter face. She could clearly feel the chakra surging in the wild boar. That level of chakra alone was enough to easily kill her in seconds. It was a very dangerous beast. But, this guy seemed more like a monster. The black chakra surging in Uchiha Yinliang's body was much more terrifying than that of the wild boar. Although the amount of chakra was not particularly large, the intensity of the chakra was very high, giving people a heavy and dangerous feeling. Watch it carefully. Hey! Little Karin tilted her head and looked at Yinliang. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated. She listened and watched attentively, as if she was afraid of missing something. A true ninja doesn't need to make hand seals in battle. Uchiha Yinliang said loudly with a confident smile, clapping his hands, and the dragon chakra on his body gushed out crazily, turning into wood escape chakra to control the trees in the forest and bound the wild boar. Wood escape, eternal binding. Under Karin's astonished eyes, large tracts of trees grew crazily, spreading crazily around the wild boar, locking its escape direction, and finally directly tied the wild boar alive into a dumpling. The trees of wood escape were extremely hard, and the wild boar couldn't even break through, let alone be bound. Uchiha Yinliang smiled complacently. Although he couldn't control wood escape carefully, the wild boar was so big that even if he released wood escape casually, he could probably just bind it. It was comfortable to hit a large target. As expected of half of the chakra, the effect is good. Really don't need to make a seal, just clap your hands to use ninjutsu. Xiao Xianglin looked at Yinliang with shining eyes, and her little mind gradually became active. She really wanted to learn this set of things. Just clap your hands, and the power is so great. Isn't it much better than those ninjutsu that those ninjas spent a lot of effort to make seals for a long time, but the effect is still average? It looks very powerful. Chapter 12 1 meter distance. Why, do you want to learn? Uchiha Yinliang turned his head and looked at Karin behind him with a smile. Yet. Karin nodded quickly. Then I'll teach you. Uchiha Yinliang replied with a smile. Really, really? At this moment, little Karin actually felt a little unreal, but once she got excited, she ignored this feeling of abnormality. You don't even have chakra, what can I teach you? Uchiha Yinliang's face changed instantly, and he punched her little head. Looking at Karin with tears in her eyes, his cold and arrogant expression almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Woo woo. Karin bit her lips and felt painful and uncomfortable. Big bad guy. So annoying. When I become powerful, I will beat you 8 times a day, 64 times in 8 days, and hit your head hard every day. A bunch of bags came out of the bag. We're having a roast pig tonight. It's such a big pig. It looks like there will be a lot left if I eat it all by myself. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the big wild boar and said with a smile. Hey! Karin's little ears stood up instantly, and her eyes lit up instantly when she looked at the big wild boar. Her whole interest was lifted. Yinliang could guess with his eyes closed that she didn't have enough for lunch. Do you want it? Uchiha Yinliang asked with a smile. Yet. Little Karin nodded vigorously, but she felt that this scene seemed to have been seen somewhere. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling in her heart, as if something might happen at any time. Chapter 13 The Eighth Poker. Uchiha Yinliang smiled and took out a deck of cards from the system backpack in front of Karin. While shuffling the cards, he said, "This thing is called poker. It determines whether you can eat meat today." Poker. Karin looked at the poker cards in Yinliang's hand and secretly wondered how to use this thing. Could it be thrown out like a kunao? But such a thin card, I don't think it would be too powerful, right? These are 7 poker cards, without any chakra fluctuations. Uchiha Yinliang took out 7 cards and said. Yet. So. Flowers scattered by the goddess. Uchiha Yinliang shook his hand, and 7 poker cards were instantly thrown into the sky and fell into the forest below. There was no pattern at all. It was just a simple throw. There is just a small detail here. When Yinliang threw the cards, his little finger quickly rubbed the cards in the stack, so he actually threw 8 cards, but he hit it very well. Find 7 cards, and you can eat meat tonight. Otherwise, you will starve tonight. Uchiha Yinliang said with a sly smile. Karin looked at the small cards thrown into the forest, and felt her head buzzing. Her cute little eyes blinked slightly, and she seemed to have not come back to her senses. She looked at Uchiha Yinliang again, who was smiling, and suddenly found that this guy didn't seem to be joking. Are you kidding me? This bastard, pervert, scumbag. So annoying. Still looking for it? If you don't have the motivation, I can give you a time limit. Of course, if you are determined not to eat, I can't do anything about you. Uchiha Yinliang said with a smile. Little Karin puffed her lips and pursed her lips. Her chest rose and fell twice quickly, and then she went to the woods to look for poker. Seeing Karin running away, the smile on Uchiha Yinliang's face gradually faded. He turned his head and looked at the shadow behind him and said softly, "No need to hide. How about coming out to chat?" The son of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Itaki. There were slight footsteps, and a young man who looked young but had 2 deep dharma patterns on his face gradually walked out and looked at Uchiha Yinliang simply and calmly. After all, Karin was still too young. She hadn't even refined chakra, so it was too difficult for her to find the hidden Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Itaki was attracted by wood release, and was discovered because he encountered the wood made by Uchiha Yinliang with Dragon Power Chakra. Wood release created by Dragon Power Chakra also has the ability to absorb chakra. Yinliang is very familiar with Uchiha's chakra. As for being so precise to him, the Uchiha clan is full of reckless men. If someone else was absorbed by the chakra, they would definitely not stay in the dark and observe the situation honestly. He is the most stable character. One click I change, 3 Megatama. Mr. Itaki, nice to meet you. My name is Uchiha Yin Liang. Uchiha Yin Liang showed the newly replaced 3 Megatama Sharingan and said to attack it with a smile. Uchiha Yin Liang. Uchiha Itaki was surprised and looked at Yin Liang's freely opened 3 Megatama Sharingan. For a moment, he couldn't think of such a person in the Uchiha clan. Could it be? I neglected to observe? Let me ask you for the time being, is your best friend, Uchiha Shisui still alive now? Uchiha Yin Liang continued to ask with a smile. What are you talking about? Uchiha Itaki made a fighting posture, with a pair of scarlet 3 Megatama Sharingan exposed, and one hand touched the knife behind him, as if ready to attack at any time. Nothing, he is too naive. Those who believe in the Konoha high level will be killed by the Konoha high level sooner or later. It's just a matter of time before they die. Uchiha Yin Liang spread his hands and smiled and said, I am just a wood release clone now. I advise you not to do it. Uchiha Yin Liang doesn't even know wood release, so of course he is lying, but wood release clones do have the ability to be real. If it were Itaki, he should know that wood release clones can do it, so he would definitely be afraid. After all, the shadow clone Madara could see it at a glance, but the wood release clone Madara couldn't see it, and then he was dug out by the first generation. Wood release clone. Uchiha Itaki looked around vigilantly with his peripheral vision, as if he was on guard against Yin Liang's real body that might appear at any time. But no, it must be said that Uchiha Itaki acted really well. If his real body had not squatted on the tree that Uchiha Yin Liang had injected with Dragon Power Chakra, he would definitely not have discovered that this guy was a fake. He is worthy of being the movie Emperor of the Ninja World. The wood created by Dragon Power Chakra can vaguely sense the people nearby even if it does not absorb Chakra, so Uchiha Yin Liang only needs to inject Dragon Power Chakra into all the surrounding trees to achieve a similar effect of hanging the whole map. There is no need to transform and fight, just inject a small amount of Dragon Power Chakra is enough, and the trees injected with Dragon Power Chakra are no different from normal trees except that they are harder, and they are difficult to be discovered under normal circumstances. So, Uchiha Yin Liang wants to hunt, but he actually doesn't need Karin to sense it at all. He can just use Dragon Power Chakra himself. This is what he realized after the first tree world descended with his 2 hands. I didn't expect to use it so soon. The current situation of the Uchiha clan was deliberately led by the Konoha high-level officials. If you still plan to discuss how to solve the problem with the Konoha high-level officials, then I guess you can only discuss how to eliminate the clan, because they never intended to let us have an easy life. Uchiha Yin Liang's face gradually lost its smile and said coldly. What do you mean? Why do you say that the situation of the Uchiha clan was deliberately led by the village? Uchiha Itaki's tone gradually began to change, and his breath was not as stable as before. Are you stupid? This kind of thing has started since the second generation Hokage took the throne. Do you think it's a good thing to let the Uchiha clan set up a police department? Don't you think this is a matter of recognizing our abilities and giving us rights? With the character of our Uchiha clan, we will definitely offend other families when dealing with various problems. Now decades later, they can naturally exclude us from the center of power and easily accuse us of being wrong. Of course, guys like you can't see it. Uchiha Yin Liang crossed his arms and looked at him as a matter of course. Uchiha Itaki's eyes wavered. Yin Liang's words were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. He couldn't see clearly when he was in the middle of this kind of thing. The person in charge is confused, while the bystander is clear. It's just that they look at things from different angles. Chapter 14 Small Changes. Now you, like a fool, actively try to please the top leaders of Konoha, gain their trust little by little through various means, and finally become a knife in their hands, slashing at your own clan. Uchiha Yin Liang continued mercilessly, the top leaders of Konoha have always wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. What you did is just like a sheep and a lion discussing how the two can coexist. The result is very simple. The lion eats the sheep, so the two can coexist, right? My father died, a ninja with 3 Megatama Sharingan, died without a sound. Do you think anyone can do this? And let me add one more thing. When I found my father's body, his Sharingan had been dug out. You can take care of yourself. Is what Uchiha Yin Liang said right? In fact, he himself didn't know. He just needed to say it out loud and make Uchiha Itachi doubt his life. And Danzo probably thought so too. Using his father as an example was solid evidence. If it's like this from the beginning, there is no possibility of reconciliation. What are we doing? What's the point of what brother Shisui wants to do? Shisui. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists gradually, lowered his head slightly and whispered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of the first sentence Uchiha Yin Liang asked him, is Uchiha Shisui still alive? His pupils contracted instantly, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. His heart beat rapidly, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Shisui's death emerged in his imagination, and Itachi's Sharingan seemed to have a sign of further advancement. Shisui? Damn it! If Konoha had no intention of reconciling with Uchiha from the beginning to the end, then Shisui, who wanted to change this situation, would definitely be attacked by Konoha, and there was even a great possibility that his eyes would be dug out and he would die like Yin Liang's father. Uchiha Itachi in front of him instantly turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. His real body had left, and he left in a hurry. It seems that now should be the plot where Shisui was dug out of his eyes by Danzo, but I don't know if there will be any changes. Uchiha Yin Liang did not chase him, because Shisui died during the day, but now it is evening. Shisui should go to confess his ability of the NINJA Sharingan to the Konoha high-level officials, and then he will be forcibly dug out of his eyes by Danzo before implementing the plan the next day. In the end, Itachi embarked on the road of extermination. What a sad script! Ah, finally found them all, this guy is simply not a human being. Little Karin walked towards Uchiha Yin Liang angrily, cursing in a low voice while walking, for fear that he would hear it. Her sight moved forward slightly, looking at the cards on the ground not far away, and looked at the 7 cards in her hand. She frowned instantly and couldn't help but mutter to herself, why is there another card here? Didn't he only throw away 7 cards? Karin picked up the playing cards and compared them with her poker. I compared the cards. This size is exactly the same. I have never heard of this kind of special card before, so it can't be someone else who dropped it, right? Why are there 8 cards? Did he deliberately throw one more card? I didn't see anything at all, what's going on? Xiao Xianglin gradually began to doubt, but when she thought of Yin Liang's terrifying aura, she immediately denied it and muttered to herself in a low voice, it should be dropped by him while walking. I'll keep it first, maybe it will be useful in the future. Although she denied it, the seed had been deeply planted in her heart. The image of Uchiha Yin Liang in her heart didn't seem so scary anymore, and even seemed to be a little gentle. Illusion. How could that guy be a good person? At the campfire, Uchiha Yin Liang roasted pork and asked without looking back, are you back? Have you found all the cards? If not, I won't share them with you. Humph, I have found all the cards. Karin snorted and handed the 7 playing cards in her hand to Uchiha Yin Liang, and quietly kept a playing card to hide. Yin Liang took it casually, confirmed the number, and put it back into the system backpack. Go sit aside. Uchiha Yin Liang said while turning the barbecue. Oh. Karin found a stone and sat down obediently. The aroma of roasted wild boar was still very attractive. The roasted golden pig legs looked very appetizing, but it was a pity that there was no good sauce. Not long after. Here. Uchiha Yin Liang handed over a string of pig legs that was almost the same size as Karin. The latter licked his lips and reached out to take it and started his own barbecue feast. Wait! But the next moment, Yin Liang took the barbecue away directly. The look in Karen's eyes when she looked at him instantly became confused and full of little emotions. She bit her lips gently, angry but not daring to lose her temper directly. What's wrong? Karen asked with a resentful look. Can't you even say thank you? Uchiha Yin Liang said with his head tilted slightly. Well. Thank you. Thank you. Karen bit the words hard and stretched out her little hand to Yin Liang again. Humph, I reward you, you are such an rude and unlovable child. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and threw the roasted pork leg directly into her hand this time, and Karen almost couldn't hold it because the pork leg was too big. Woo! Karen took a deep bite of the pork leg. The fragrance and temperature made her fully feel what happiness is. She stared at Yin Liang while eating the meat, as if she was eating his meat. In response, Uchiha Yin Liang just smiled casually and took out another skewer of roasted pork legs to eat. The taste of this wild boar is really good, even without seasoning, it tastes delicious. Dry roasting is indeed a bit of a waste of ingredients. Ninjas need body energy to refine chakra, so eating some pork with more chakra can greatly increase the speed of refining chakra, because this kind of food can quickly replenish the body energy in the human body, thereby speeding up the speed of refining chakra. After Karen eats it, the speed of refining chakra should be improved a lot. If chakra cannot be refined in this way, then this child does not need to be raised. Practice another trumpet. Trumpet? Why does it feel a little wrong? Are you full? Uchiha Yin Liang looked at Karen, who had eaten a pig leg that was almost as big as his own, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. This little girl can eat more than he thought. She must learn to be independent in the future, otherwise the meal will be too expensive. Karen lay on the ground contentedly, rubbing her slightly bulging belly, and replied softly. Get up, sleep in the cave at night. Uchiha Yin Liang looked down at her with a calm face. Chapter 15. Two people seeking answers. What? Go to the cave to sleep at night, find something to sleep on, I don't care about you. Uchiha Yin Liang said while picking up the wooden stick at hand and knocked heavily on Karen's head. Oh. Karen's eyes were almost knocked out by a stick, but she still puffed her lips and clenched her teeth, showing weakness and unwillingness to glare at Yin Liang, and said word by word. I know it all. Knock knock knock, what if you knock me silly? Yin Liang, this big bad guy. Uchiha Yin Liang's eyes changed, staring at her coldly and ruthlessly, and at the same time there was some doubt and confusion in his heart. Where does this little guy get the courage to talk back to me? Am I too gentle to her? I'm wrong. Don't knock me. After being stared at by Yin Liang for 2 seconds, little Karen instantly became timid, shrinking her head and lowering her head and speaking softly, as if she didn't even dare to look him in the face. Humph! Uchiha Yin Liang snorted softly, stood up and walked towards the cave not far away, gently raised his hand, and the dragon chakra in his body surged, and a wooden bed gradually took shape in the cave. Xiangling behind him stared at him with wide eyes. Deep in her heart, she couldn't help but think. Humph! Bastard, pervert, scumbag. The most annoying. In fact, if Uchiha Yin Liang was alone, he would go back to the village to rest. It's okay to rest, but the safety inside the Uchiha clan is not as good as in the wilderness. And he has to take a red-haired kid with him. It must be troublesome to take him back. It would be even more annoying if someone used him as a target. He didn't want to open the 3 Magatama Sharingan so soon. He didn't want to experience the feeling of loss. The next day, Uchiha Yin Liang slowly opened his eyes and felt something was wrong with him. He looked down and saw Karen crawling out of the broken haystack in the middle of the night and sleeping soundly with his calves. Or just kick him away. But this seems a bit bad. Troublesome guy. The remaining dragon power chakra in the trees was gradually activated by Yin Liang, and the perception ability was restored again. The consumption of this ability was not great for him, so if there was no accident, it would be the best choice to use it all the time. Perception will weaken when sleeping, and the dragon power chakra will change from active state to stable state. In this state, the dragon power chakra still has the ability to perceive, but the perception ability is already very poor. A chakra that tastes like cola. Uchiha Yin Liang sensed that two guys were looking for something in his territory, and his mouth corners slightly raised, and a smile gradually appeared on his face, saying with disdain but excitement. He was very familiar with the cola-flavored chakra. This was his ridicule of the Uchiha clan's chakra. On the surface, it was dark and cold, but in fact, it tasted very refreshing. Because most of the Uchiha clan were straightforward, and there was also a property that could explode instantly as long as a special catalyst was added, which was exactly the same as cola. Wait, why is there a little tail? His face gradually changed. Did Itaki and Shisui not know that someone was following them? What exactly did they come here for? Was it to find him, or because of other intentions? Shisui's Yin-Tun chakra was very rich, much stronger than Itaki beside him. This was the fundamental difference between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the three Megatama Sharingan. It seemed that Shisui's Mangekyo was well maintained. It was better not to get close to such people. The effect of Kota Amatsukami is too terrifying. It does not require eye contact to activate. It can directly make the person Kota Amatsukami sees become the user's puppet, and after being hit, they will not notice anything unusual, and will be forced to change their minds by Shisui. Horrible! Uchiha Yin Liang pulled Karin apart, and the rough action woke her up directly. She just woke up and looked around with a blank and angry face. What's wrong? Get up and refine chakra. Uchiha Yin Liang said coldly. Ah! Karin is still a little confused now, but her mind has gradually become clear, and she roughly understands the current situation. I left all the food and water. If you haven't refined any chakra after I come back, I will sell you to stop the loss. Uchiha Yin Liang walked out of the cave without looking back, waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance with his wood escape, leaving only a small gap for breathing. Yin Liang. Karin looked at the man who was gradually walking away from the tree roots. She had a lot to say, and she especially wanted to say something heartfelt, the physical version. Lock me in the cave to refine chakra? What on earth do you want to do? Uchiha Yin Liang walked quickly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation, because he knew that this would be good for both of them. Being a good person would make her worried and leave her with a lot of worries and sorrows, but being a bad person would not. She only needed to hate Yin Liang, and she would not be too sad even if he died. Maybe she would be sad. Because she would most likely not be able to get out of the cave with Yin Liang, and could only be forced to follow him to commit suicide. Josu Chenzi Isu Hyasi Yin. Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Yin Liang's old man's hand seals reappeared again, and a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared beside him, nodded silently at him, and ran directly in the direction of Shisui and Itaki. Good news! The shadow clone condensed by the dragon power chakra is similar to the wood-release shadow clone, with a tougher body than the normal shadow clone, and can share the 5 senses, which can more conveniently and effectively transmit information in battle, and it is not easy to be exposed. Because the chakra quality is higher. Word Spirit Winter, hide the body. Uchiha Yin Liang, our Uchiha clan does have this person, but both the strength and temperament are completely different from the Uchiha Yin Liang you have seen, just like two completely different people. Shisui frowned slightly and said. Yet. Uchiha Itaki nodded lightly, and the genius mind has begun to work, thinking about everything related to Konoha and Uchiha. Uchiha Yin Liang's words did wake him up. What he did was based on the premise that the village was the righteous and innocent party, so he was right. Joining the Konoha Anbu, revealing the news within the group, gaining the trust of the third Hokage, and discussing with the Konoha high level how to deal with the Uchiha rebellion. But what if it was wrong from the beginning? The second generation Hokage has been making up for the loss, and now the third generation is just reaping the fruits. He can legitimately eliminate the Uchiha clan, but if this is really the case, it is too terrible. There is no possibility of reconciliation from the beginning to the end. Everything they did is to accelerate the extinction of the Uchiha clan, just like a clown. They need an answer, and they need to find Uchiha Yin-Liang to get a real answer. An answer that belongs to Uchiha. Chapter 16, No Way Out. Uchiha Yin-Liang's shadow clone moved forward quickly, but he did not approach Itaki and Shisui. Instead, he deliberately stayed away from the two and rushed to the tail behind them. That is the route. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Itaki, and Uchiha Shisui ran towards the border of Konoha, and their purpose is unknown. The fox-faced root ninja half knelt on the ground and lowered his head and said, "Where are they going and what are they doing? Send someone to follow them. If there is anything unusual, report it immediately. If you can kill them on the spot, don't show mercy." Danzo narrowed his eyes and said with one hand on his crutches, "Yes. In fact, Itaki and Shisui have always been monitored by someone, because they have a special status in the Uchiha clan and are very powerful. It's just a pity that the Uchiha clan was exterminated at the right time, in the right place, and with the right people. With all four main Jikaya Sharingan, this lineup can exterminate the clan." Shisui lost his head and eyes before he even fought. Itaki surrendered to the enemy and sharpened his knife to his parents. Fugaku watched his son stay idle and gave up resistance, and Obito's chains were swung at the Uchiha clan members. In short, none of the four highest combat forces of the Uchiha clan were useful, which was the real reason why the night of extermination could be completed. If these four were all loyal to the Uchiha clan, even Tsunade and Jiraiya could be slaughtered by Konoha in the village. Shisui directly killed Tsunade in 1 second, and Tsunade turned around and punched Jiraiya. The old and weak third generation probably couldn't even beat Obito, let alone two people driving Gundams, not to mention that the main Jikaya Sharingan could control the 9 tails, and with 9 tails, Konoha would surrender. However, this is impossible. I don't have the responsibility of a strong man, nor the belief that I must win, so I won't be the sun in other people's hearts, and let others pin their hopes on me. I don't have anything to carry, I just live an ordinary and casual life. Trash has trash's way of living. And I am just a trash with a cheat, that's all." Uchiha Yin-Liang muttered to himself calmly, using the speed of 1 seal per second to quickly seal, and the dragon's might chakra condensed in his throat. He took a deep breath, and his strength was instantly condensed to the extreme. Yin-Liang had already predicted the location of the root in the dragon's might chakra induction, and found a good position to seal in advance. If he really got close, he could seal in a place that could be seen. With his seal speed, he should go home and sleep. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The flames burst out like a tide. The dark red flames had extremely terrifying temperatures, and an extremely fast speed. The root ninja didn't have time to react in an instant. The dark red flames burned them crazily, and the power of the technique was so strong that the root in the front was burned to death. "Run, we are ambushed. Don't fight anymore, go back and report to Master Danzo." The injured quickly evacuated. The fire escape burned people to death. This may be the strongest fire escape in history, because even the legendary strongest fire Amaterasu has never burned a person to death in actual combat. This is a fire escape that brings honor to the family. Hey! Kakuzu seems to have killed an unknown member of the Akatsuki organization with fire escape. Now, you have no way out. Uchiha Yin-Liang looked at the injured and fleeing root ninjas, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Didn't Shisui and Itaka need answers? Now the answers are already there, and they have handed in the papers, and they don't even have a chance to change them. Oh, the root ninja was attacked by a powerful fire escape ninjutsu while following, and the root suffered heavy losses in an instant. What did Danzo think? This matter is not over. The trust of the Konoha high-level officials in Itaki and Shisui will drop to the freezing point, and their vigilance will be fully raised. Not far away, Itaki and Shisui looked at the fire escape over there, and their faces changed. Shisui smiled slightly reluctantly and said, "It seems that something bad has happened." The next moment, "Yes, I attacked the root ninjas who followed you, and someone went back to report the news." Uchiha Yinliang's voice came from the tree. At this time, he was sitting on the tree casually playing with Kunao, and a special color gradually flashed in his eyes. Word spirit hypnosis, start. This is the nemesis of the will of fire. Shisui and Itaka looked at each other, and they could see the strange colors in each other's eyes. They seemed to have no way out now. What do you want to do? Shisui looked directly at Yinliang and asked. It's very simple. As long as we control the top leaders of Konoha, Uchiha and Konoha can be at peace. If the top leaders are always the same as they are now, then Konoha and Uchiha can only be destroyed or both sides will suffer. Uchiha Yinliang said with a matter-of-fact smile. What? How can this be? The Sandame and his Hokage advisors are all disciples of the Nidame Hokage. They are all on the same side and carry out the same ideas. So as long as they are still sitting in that position, this situation is unsolvable. Uchiha Yinliang continued. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage advisors Utanen Koharu and Mito Kado-en, root leader Shimura Danzo, among these four people, only Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be a little better to Uchiha problems. It is not known whether he let Danzo take the blame for him, but he is actually on the same side. Even if he is a good person, after rounding off, all the Hokage top leaders are hostile to Uchiha. With such top leaders, it is difficult for the Uchiha clan to live well. After the Nine Tails incident, the top leaders unanimously decided to put Uchiha. The Ha clan moved to the edge of the village. Their power was infinitely marginalized and the place was small, which was no different from being expelled from Konoha. Fugaku, who was mocked by Danzo, could tolerate not using the Gundam to attack him. No. Shisui, who was innocent and kind by nature, immediately refuted, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Yinliang. What's wrong? Do you think it's good for Konoha to have those guys in power? Uchiha Yinliang's eyes gradually became sharp, looking directly into Shisui's eyes and shouting, Hitaki Sakumo, was the man known as Konoha White Fang really forced to commit suicide because of rumors? If the reason is really that simple, then you are too naive. A man with a half-sleeve of Hokage, a man with the strength and record to become the fourth Hokage, was scolded to death by his companions and villagers just because of a mission. It's ridiculous to say it. The third generation is old now, and the former ninja hero is gone. Instead of letting them die of old age in their positions and stink in the upper echelons, it's better to let them step down and go back to retire. Konoha needs fresh blood. What do you want to do? Itaki asked simply and directly. His thinking is different from Shisui. He is not as naive as Shisui. He is extremely extreme in his calmness, otherwise he would not have done such a thing as exterminating the clan. Bring the nine-tailed Jinchuriki to negotiate with the village. You must be strong, and you can't give those people face, otherwise they will only push their feet and oppress our living environment. Uchiha Yinliang said coldly. Chapter 17 Controlling Jinchuriki. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki? That's the most precious wealth and power in the village, how can we? Shisui's thinking still can't turn around. He is innocent and kind by nature and still can't accept it. However, it can be clearly seen from his expression that although he can't accept it in his heart, he is still very likely to do it. How many of the things that ninjas do you really want to do? From looking for cats and dogs, to encircling and suppressing bandits, to the war in the ninja world, how many ninjas do things they don't want to do? With a kind heart, they have to let their hands be stained with the blood of the enemy. Just because they are ninjas, they have to endure what ordinary people can't endure. However, this matter is not that simple. Ha ha ha, is the Jinchuriki who is scolded every day and can't even have a good meal considered precious? His father is the 4th generation Hokage, who is dedicated to his life for the village, but in the end his son was treated so badly. I really don't know if he can rest in peace after death. Uchiha Yinliang laughed instantly. When he thought of Naruto, he couldn't finish what he said in his heart. It was outrageous that Naruto didn't directly slaughter Konoha when he grew up. Normal children would have become psychopaths if they lived under his conditions. It can only be said that the influence of Ashura's reincarnation is too strong. The son of the 4th generation Hokage. Uchiha Shisui repeated in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine that the child who was scolded as a demon fox all day long was actually the son of the Hokage. This is simply outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the extreme. That's the orphan of the Hokage, and he sacrificed himself for the village, the great hero of the entire Konoha. His son is so miserable. I seem to have some impression that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki may really be the son of the 4th Hokage. Although Uchiha Itachi frowned, he could infer this news based on the time, but he had never paid attention to it before. Because Itachi's mother and Kushina were very good friends, he, as Mikoto's son, certainly knew her due date, which was Naruto's birthday, the beginning of the Nine-Tails rumor. But, this is simply too terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. Naruto's full name is Uzumaki Naruto, and how many Uzumaki clans are there in the village? If you think about this carefully, many people can guess it, but it is estimated that no one can accept it. The matter between Naruto and the Nine-Tails is actually a secret that is not said openly but known behind the scenes. Some people may say that this was hidden by the Konoha high-level officials to protect Naruto, but in fact, it is impossible to explain. Which of the two identities, the son of the Hokage and the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, is more important? Basically, everyone knows that the Jinchuriki is more important to the village. Then what? The Konoha high-level officials unanimously decided to hide Naruto's identity as the son of the Hokage, and also publicized that he was the incarnation of the demon fox. This is simply not clean. If they really want to hide it, why don't they hide the identity of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki as well? The identity of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki is not much more important than the son of the Hokage. The tailed beast is a top strategic weapon. The rampage of the Nine-Tailed can directly cause Konoha to lose a shadow and a large number of ninjas, so in fact the importance of the Nine-Tailed is greater than that of the shadow, and it is far greater, not to mention the identity of a mere son of the Hokage. Is it really unclear, or is it intentional? Haha, don't you understand who the Konoha high-level officials are? Give Naruto the worst living environment, and then sell him good things from time to time, so that he can easily control the Nine-Tails, right? That's how the tailed beast weapons are cultivated. Uchiha Yinliang laughed sarcastically, with the coldness and sarcasm on his face undisguised, and the look in his eyes gradually became colder, while continuing. As for whether he is worthy of the 4th generation? Sorry, that guy died a long time ago, and the feelings of the dead are not within their consideration. This is the high-ranking officials of Konoha, the people you always wanted to negotiate peace with. What a bunch of despicable villains. Shisui punched the tree, lowered his head and gritted his teeth. The embarrassing thing is that this is a tree infused with dragon power chakra, and Shisui not only failed to break it, but his hand hurt. Ignore this small detail. Naruto's identity is really not difficult to guess. It is really easy to guess if you think about it carefully. He has the same blonde hair as the 4th generation, the same Uzumaki clan surname as Kushina, and the exact same time and birthplace. It's just that the Uchiha identity is special, so they don't have much contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that is, Naruto. In fact, you can guess it if you think about it more. The things about Hatake Shichisaku and Naruto are all ironclad proofs, and it's not the first time that the Uchiha clan has been gouged out. In addition, the village has basically never been good to the Uchiha, and Shisui, a good guy, can't stand it psychologically now. Then what should we do now? Should we control the Jinchuriki directly? Itaki raised his head slightly and asked. That's right, we have to control Naruto first, and the speed must be fast, so that he can be firmly controlled in our hands. Uchiha Yinliang jumped down from the tree directly, looked at the two people and said sincerely. Konoha village has been attacked by the Nine Tails once. Konoha without the fourth Hokage can no longer withstand the second attack of the Nine Tails. Negotiations require strength. Without strength, there is no basis for equal negotiations, and there will be no good results. The Nine Tails is necessary as a deterrent force. Well, I know. Shisui nodded gently. Of course, be careful of those people. Although their strength is not strong, they have a lot of tricks behind the scenes. Uchiha Yinliang approached Shisui and put one hand on his shoulder to remind him. Dirty tricks? Haha, so many members of our Uchiha clan disappeared mysteriously and their 3 Megatama Sharingan were dug out. I don't believe that there is no special use. Yin Liang sneered. Although he didn't say it directly, Shisui, who had seen the Uchiha slate, had already realized what it was. Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, isn't a key. This technique requires a 3 Magatama Sharingan to be activated once. With the means of Konoha's high-level officials, it is entirely possible to obtain it. It's really scary. These guys are just bastards. When Shisui thought of his clansmen who were killed by digging out their eyes, he was furious. His trust in Konoha's high-level officials also dropped again and again. After all, what they did was too outrageous. It's just that you are too naive. Don't be surprised by what the corrupt guys do. Now it's the key to seize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Come back to the village with me. I don't want to expose wood release unless it's necessary. I'll leave the small fish to you to deal with. Uchiha Yinliang turned around and said as he walked towards Konoha village. Now he was just a shadow clone, but the shadow clone injected with dragon power chakra was difficult to be detected. If it was not necessary, he did not want to stand in a dangerous place. He said from the beginning that Yinliang was not a strong man and was unwilling to bear anything. He was just a despicable person who was cheating. Now he was only responsible for guiding, and he would never go out in person without sufficient strength. Chapter 18 Seizing Jinchuriki. Who are you? The 2 ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha shouted at the 3 people who were rushing towards Konoha. It is their duty to guard the gate of Konoha, and it is their mission to stop all suspicious people. Although the people in front of them are wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem, but the Uchiha clan itself is an object that needs to be feared. Shisui, deal with them. Uchiha Yinliang said without looking back. Shisui didn't say anything, but his eyes instantly changed into 3 Megatama Sharingan, and a genjutsu killed 2 ninjas guarding the gate in seconds, and the 3 of them entered the village simply and roughly. Shisui's talent for genjutsu is undoubtedly strong. His genjutsu ability is even better than Itaki. It can even be said that he is the ninja with the strongest genjutsu in this Naruto. Even the most ordinary genjutsu of Sharingan has extremely strong power. Entering the village is just a beginning. Finding and controlling the 9-tailed Jinchuriki is the key. Uchiha Yinliang is just a shadow clone now, and there are no trees in Konoha to inject him with dragon power chakra perception, so it is difficult to find Naruto, and some special means are needed. For example, word spirit. The 3 quickly entered the village. The villagers looked at the 3 Uchiha clan members, their eyes changed instantly, and most of them were not in a good mood. The image of the Uchiha clan in their eyes can be said to be very bad. After all, they are the ones who do the dirty, tiring and offensive work of the police department. As soon as they see the Uchiha people, the villagers will instinctively feel that something bad is going to happen. This is a masterpiece accumulated since the second generation. However, their attitude is not important. Uchiha Yinliang's eyes turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan, and he looked directly at a villager, and his ability was activated instantly. Word spirit hypnosis. The eyes of the villagers became dull instantly, and they stood there in a daze, waiting for the 3 people to come to him. Uchiha Yinliang, who was in the front, asked directly, "Where is Naruto?" "He's the 9-tailed demon fox you've been talking about. He's on the swing, over there." The villager pointed aimlessly. "Let's go." Uchiha Yinliang waved his hand, signaling the 2 people behind to follow. Shisui and Ataka were both from the Uchiha clan, and they knew how strong the interrogation ability of the Sharingan was, but they had never seen the ability to control the opponent in an instant. A very strong illusion, but there was no sign of activation. If he had this level of illusion, maybe he had opened the same eyes as mine? It's not surprising that he is so strong. After all, he is a ninja with wood release, and it's normal to have a Manjakaya Sharingan. Shisui thought silently. But Ataka thought differently. He is obviously the same age as me, but he has such a strong power, and his changes are so fast. He is like 2 completely different people from the former Uchiha Yinliang. It's like a mysterious strong man was reborn in Yinliang, and he is also a strong man with a huge grudge against the village. Could he be Madara? Is Madara the one who stole the wood release power of the first generation Hokage? And from what he said, he seemed to know the former Konoha very well, and had a deep understanding of the policies of the second generation. It is very likely that Madara relied on Izanaga to not die in the Valley of the End, and then used some technique to reborn in Yinliang. However, it doesn't matter what happened. As long as his existence is beneficial to the Uchiha clan and can open up this situation, it is enough. In a small park, a young and lonely figure sat on a swing, swinging with lifeless eyes. The sound of the wind and the iron chain was heard by his ears. This rhythmic sound made him feel better, but it could only ease the loneliness and sadness. The yellow-haired child raised his head slightly, looking at the 3 people approaching in front of him with a little doubt. He bit his lips lightly and tightened his little hand holding the swing. Then, he immediately got off the swing, leaned against the shadow of the tree, and said with a sunny smile on his young face, "Sorry, I'll leave right away. Uzumaki Naruto, from today on, you are a member of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Yinliang smiled faintly, squatted down, and put one hand on the shoulder of little Naruto. "Hey, Uchiha clan!" The young Naruto was stunned, staring blankly at Yinliang in front of him, feeling that his mind was empty. He had never even dreamed of what was happening now. Although he was young, he seemed very naughty, but in fact, he was trying to hide his sad and painful heart, and to get others to pay attention to him. Very pitiful. From now on, the Uchiha clan will be your new home. We will let you live in a better big house, and there will be delicious food every day. If you are bullied, we will help you. Are you willing to become our family? Uchiha Yinliang gently touched Naruto's hair again, and continued with a confident smile. Naruto's heart was moved. He had never had a family in his life, but every time he saw other children with their parents, his heart would ache. The malicious rejection of others made him even more heartbroken. His living standard was extremely poor. It was common for him to eat expired instant noodles and milk. It was normal for him to be hungry sometimes. It was common for him to be bullied by other children. If he was not a member of the Uzumaki clan and had the bonus of the 9 tails, he might not have lived to this age. The son of the Hokage is so pathetic. Family. Really? Are you really willing to be my family? Naruto's heartbeat speeded up suddenly, and his blue eyes looked at the half-grown boy in front of him. For some reason, the corners of his eyes were wet as if tears were about to flow out. Family, what a luxury! Yes, we. Uchiha Yinliang continued to answer, but his words were interrupted by the Anbu ninja who suddenly appeared beside him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be without ninjas to watch over him. If something happened to Naruto, the whole Konoha might explode. In other words, these Anbu ninjas who were watching over him just watched Naruto live miserably without giving him any help. It was unknown whether they were unwilling or unable to do so. Uchiha clan, stay away from him, you should know his identity. A fox-faced ninja in the lead looked at the three people vigilantly and shouted. There were 3 Anbu ninjas on guard, whose strength was roughly between Chunin and Jonin, and they were actually very panicked now. The name of Shisui, who could move instantly, was very famous in Konoha, and they did not think they had the strength to compete with Shisui. It is none of your business to manage the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yin-Liang turned his head slightly, squinting his eyes and looked at several hidden Anbu domineeringly and forcefully. Then, Yin-Liang turned his head to look at Shisui and Ataka behind him, and said coldly and ruthlessly. If they dare to move any more, just kill them. Chapter 19 Naruto was kidnapped. Shisui's pupils shrank instantly. Although he was somewhat unable to accept it psychologically, he did not refute or respond. Yin Liang, this guy, is too extreme. What? The other big Anbu changed his expression and subconsciously moved his feet, but he didn't make any substantial movements. But even so, Uchiha Ataka still took action, and there was no hesitation. Several kunai were thrown with special techniques. Day. 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 The kunai collided with each other, leaving a few shallow blood marks on the ninja's body. Although the actual damage was very low, the threat was very clear. The Uchiha clan has always been the top in acrobatics. It's really coming. The 3 Anbu ninjas looked at Uchiha Ataka's Scarlet and Evil 3 Magatama Sharingan, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Itaki and Shisui, 2 Uchiha who have at least 3 Magatama Sharingan, plus an unknown Uchiha Yin-Liang, are obviously not something they can deal with. Don't you know his identity? I really don't know the consequences of your doing this. The leading ninja gritted his teeth and threatened harshly. Big brother. Naruto pulled Yin Liang's clothes, and his expression gradually became lost and puzzled. He didn't understand why those people wanted to stop them from taking him in. Couldn't they just let me live a better life? It's okay. Uchiha Yin Liang gently touched Naruto's little head, grabbed his little hand and said, I have decided to take this family in. It doesn't matter who comes today. Naruto, remember my name, Uchiha Yin Liang, someone you can trust unconditionally. Yet. The simple and naive Naruto nodded vigorously. Looking at Yin Liang's eyes, it was like looking at the only light in his life. The whole person's spirit was different. Go back to the clan, go back openly. If any high-level people dare to come, use your NINJA Sharingan to threaten them. Those guys will definitely not dare to do it. They are just some trash who bully the weak and fear the strong. Uchiha Yin Liang turned his head slightly and said to Shisui. Shisui nodded gently, looking at the little Naruto who seemed to have found hope. His heart suddenly hurt for some reason, and his eyes looking at Konoha village gradually began to change. Although he was a little extreme, but we should be on the right path. I really don't know what kind of scenery is at the end of this road, maybe it will be beautiful, or maybe it will be a wasteland. Let's go home. Uchiha Yin Liang held Naruto and walked towards the clan land of the Uchiha clan openly. Yet. Naruto nodded and followed Yin Liang. Maybe he will never forget this day in his life, he will never forget the man who was holding his hand deep in his hand under the swing. He will never forget the feeling of walking out of the shadow and bathing in the sun with him. It was he who took him on a new path, saw all kinds of new scenery, and witnessed storms that he had never seen before. On the other side, Yin Liang's original body. RNM's youth. Behind every awesome shadow clone, there is a pitiful original body. Yin Liang wore a funny green training suit, holding a hoe in his hand, and started to farm while roaring about youth. Perhaps, this is youth. Congratulations on getting the number of permanent draws x6. Uchiha Yin Liang threw away the hoe, sat directly on the stone and began to think about life. He sighed softly and thought, how can I become stronger quickly? The draw is the most unstable, but also the most stable way to become stronger. It is very good to complete the daily tasks every day and then use the number of draws to talk to Indra bloodline. If you want to become stronger quickly, you have to start with the number of draws. The fastest way to get the number of draws is to directly spend money, and a lot of money. As long as you collect 3 asumas, you can get a gold one 100%, and then his strength will definitely increase significantly. Or, blackmail the Konoha high level? Be a little stronger during the negotiation. Not only do you want the Uchiha clan to have a good station, but you also want 100 million taels of compensation. This condition seems to be very good, but I don't know if the Konoha high level can agree. 9 taels plus 2 Manjakaya, Sharingan, and an unknown self, the Konoha high level probably won't want to start a war, right? Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade are still here, it should be difficult to fight against the 9 taels. The destructive power of the 9 taels is also extremely terrifying among the tailed beasts. Tsunade and Jiraiya may not be able to subdue the 9 taels. Shisui directly asked the god of heaven to rebel against the 3rd generation, and the rest can basically be beaten at will. At this time, Might Guy has not yet completed the 8 gates of ninja, and Might Dai also died after kicking the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 auspicious treasures. What can the strength of other ninjas use to compete with Uchiha in the 3rd generation? Uchiha has a very high chance of winning. No matter what, let's draw the lottery first. Congratulations on getting Indra's bloodline 2%. Very good, very good. Congratulations on getting Kakuzu's heart A1. I don't delve into what this thing is used for, I just want to know if the heart obtained in this lottery was taken from Kakuzu. Congratulations on getting the chakra attribute, Yang. Yang escape chakra? I now have 4 chakra attributes, the fire and yin of the Uchiha clan, the water and earth that come with the wood escape, plus the Yang escape chakra. I have 5 attributes of chakra. If I collect 7 attributes of chakra, I can also be a copy ninja. However, the speed of hand seals may not keep up. Congratulations on getting Ashura bloodline 1%. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 19 Naruto was kidnapped. Ashura bloodline? The lottery delivery rate this time is very high. Have I already escaped from the non-European? Congratulations on getting a pair of white eyes. It's wholesale goods again. Congratulations on getting B-level water escape ninjutsu, water escape water dragon bullet technique, simplified version. Well, it's just so-so. The simplified version of the water dragon bullet technique only requires 4 seals, while the normal version of the water dragon bullet requires 44 seals. With Uchiha Yin Liang's old man-like seal-making speed, 44 seals are probably not enough to finish the fight. Overall, there is a certain improvement, but there is no qualitative change. The concentration of Indra bloodline is still increasing, and the number of draws has accumulated a little bit. Let's see what the mall has updated. 5% of the power to shatter the world, limited to 13 hours. Refresh time, refresh at 0 o'clock tomorrow. Effect, after reaching the extreme of talent, you can increase your own power to above the world level, and use pure power to shatter the world and all existences derived from the world. Whether it is material existence such as humans, animals, buildings, or energy existence such as electricity, wind energy, flames, or even abstract existence such as time, space, cause and effect, all existences born in the world cannot resist this power. This ability requires a very strong carrier to carry it, otherwise the body will self-destruct when used, and the ability will greatly increase the body's strength, and remove the human body limiter, permanently and unlimitedly increase the power. Weakness, can't hit ordinary mosquitoes. Price, 10W lottery times. Damn, One Punch Man's cheat? I'm so greedy. Chapter 20 New Daily Tasks. 100,000 draws. This level of ability can only be seen. Wait, there seems to be another limited time ability below, and the price is much lower than this one. Talent Vector Operation, limited to 2 days. Effect, control the direction of all vectors touched, whether it is kinetic energy, thermal energy, or electrical energy. The direction of all energy can be easily converted, and theoretically it can be immune to all damage. Supplement, when changing the direction, you must first calculate the direction before the change and the direction after the change. Even if the reflection ability can be turned on unconsciously, you still need to calculate the simplest calculation formula unconsciously. This ability can adjust, cluster, and give new forms and properties to the direction of energy, but it requires corresponding computing power to support the use of the ability. If the computing power is insufficient, the strength of the ability will drop sharply. Price, 10,000 draws. Price does not represent the strength of the ability, but only the difficulty of acquiring the ability. Special offer, a grandpa with a baby silently gave you a thumbs up and quietly gave you a 10% discount. You can use 1,000 draws to buy this ability, and a certain amount of computing power is given as a gift. Vector Control. Uchiha Yin-Liang was really tempted. This ability is invincible when the computing power is infinitely strong. Even if a nuclear bomb explodes close to the user, it cannot hurt the user at all. But in fact, human computing power is limited, so this ability also has an upper limit, and Yin-Liang does not think that his computing power is so strong. Even if a certain amount of computing power is given, he may not be able to play a strong effect. However, who stipulates that computing power can only be used for vector control? Wouldn't it be better for me to use computing power for other things? For example, better control of wood escape through calculation. Isn't this also a kind of amplification? This ability can be used to create new ninjutsu, or learn to optimize ninjutsu. There are simply too many places where it can be used. Moreover, the strength of vector control can be infinitely improved through computing power. Who knows if it will be possible to draw the ability of enhanced computing power in the future. However, 1,000 draws in 2 days? That's equivalent to 1 billion taels. You can't even rob a bank. Should I be a ton mouse, hoarding the number of draws every day when I have nothing to do? 10 draws a day for 3 years, 10,000 draws, and 100,000 draws after 30 years, and then change to an invincible ability to be invincible in the world. Really 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. It feels too unreliable, or it is better to rob Kakuzu directly. Who knows how much money this money-loving old guy has saved over the years, hypnotize it out, and then use it directly to charge money for the draw. At least 1,000 draws is a little bit, right? Perfect. No, this is too cruel to Kakuzu. It's better for Ren Shisui to use the other gods to change his mind, and change him to an old man who doesn't want money, and it's so good to give money when he has nothing to do. The first 2 daily tasks have been completed, and the last 2 daily tasks have changed slightly. Because Uchiha Itake's thoughts have changed. The possibility of the night of genocide does not exist, and the task change is natural. Jiraiya peeping into the female bathhouse is also a probability event, but the probability is a little high. The current daily tasks are like this. Ascent babysitters, babysitter souls. For the future flowers of the world, spending a little more effort on them is also an investment in the world. For the new era, create new qualities for new ninjas, educate them reasonably and make them stronger. This is your task. Task reward, to be determined. The change in strength is the only criterion. The stronger the strength, the more rewards you will get. Quota, Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Karin. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled, and countless thoughts appeared in his mind. A feeling called, I am doing this for your good came to mind. Although there is nothing wrong with it in essence, it is indeed good for their future, but it always makes people feel a little weird. Are you worthy of being called a ninja without making a seal? Make a seal 100,000 times. Current number 0 / Task reward, 10 permanent draws. Uchiha Yinliang's face darkened again. This task made him feel very uncomfortable. If he did not complete the 4th daily task, he would lose 10 draws, with a guaranteed 2% difficulty of Indra bloodline. But it is difficult to complete it, that is a full 100,000 seals. With Yin Liang's speed of 1 seal per second, it is estimated that he cannot complete the task in 1 day. Is it really necessary to do it? Even if he can seal 6 seals per second like Itaki, he still needs to seal continuously for 4 or 5 hours at the highest speed. After such a long time, Itaki's hands must be cramped. No, I have to think of a way to cheat. Yin Liang began to think about what method can be used to speed up the accumulation of times. It is not realistic for one person to seal 100,000 times. No matter how fast he is, it is impossible to reach that. Wait, it is not realistic for one person to seal? That's right, there is a way. Josu Chenzi Su Hai Yin. Shadow Clone Technique. Yin Liang directly split 10 shadow clones, and the 10 shadow clones and the original body simultaneously formed a SI seal. His eyes were fixed on the changes in the number of daily tasks. In his smile, the number of seals changed from 0 to 11. It doesn't look that difficult to do it 100,000 times. AAOE 3/4 degree AAOE A degree Yen A superscript 3A. Shadow Clone Technique. This time he directly created 90 shadow clones, and then sat aside to let 100 shadow clones seal. Watching the number of seals soaring, 100 per second looks really pleasing to the eye, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to fill it up. It's so easy. Multiple shadow clones are really useful. Not only are they a cheat for training, but they can also increase the number of seals. It's simply a godlike ninjutsu. It's a pity that only Naruto can use it. Others can't stand the side effects and can easily become mentally ill. Alas, the feeling after the shadow clone disappears will be transmitted to the main body, plus the large consumption of chakra. A normal person will die suddenly if he is not careful. It is indeed a forbidden technique. Forbidden technique? Uchiha Yinliang, who has been brushing for a long time, looked at the 100 clones in front of him, and then looked at his hands, and his heart trembled violently. He swallowed his saliva, looking at the number of seals that had reached more than 90,000. And an awkward smile gradually appeared on his face. I can't experience the feeling of sealing 100,000 times in an instant, right? Uchiha Yinliang, whose eyes had lost their brilliance, said to himself. Current number / Mission completed. Congratulations on winning the number of permanent draws A10. Uchiha Yinliang stared blankly at the 100 shadow clones in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know whether to contact the shadow clone technique now. With Yinliang's current physique and chakra, he would definitely not die, but he would definitely feel as uncomfortable as if he were dead. Chapter 21 The Troublesome Glasses. It was a dreamlike time. It was as if I could see heaven at any time. Uchiha Yinliang only felt that his hands had undergone some magical changes. Even though that feeling had disappeared, he could still feel a faint pain, just like forming muscle memory. Hint: your number of seals has reached 100,000, and the basic ability seal level has been improved. Seal LV2. Effect: 2 seals per second. Upgrade progress / Uchiha Yinliang looked at the upgraded seal and suddenly felt that his hand didn't hurt anymore, and it was as if he had found the key to open a new world, and his whole mind was opened. Use shadow clones to brush the number of times? But it must be limited. 100 shadow clones at a time are simply killing me. 10 shadow clones are enough at a time. They will be recondensed every 5 minutes. Each shadow clone will use the word Spirit Setsuna to swing the sword and brush the proficiency of 2 abilities at the same time. 5 draws. Congratulations on getting a pair of Byakugan A4. Congratulations on getting a pair of Sharingan. Congratulations on getting the Shadow Clone Technique. Ability level +2. Congratulations on getting a pair of Samsara Eyes, beautiful contact lenses. Uchiha Yinliang took out the Samsara Eyes and looked at the beautiful contact lenses in his hand. His face showed the same expression as the facial expression package, disgusting. Congratulations on getting Intimate Paradise A1. Congratulations on getting a pair of Sharingan, single Megatama / growth values / with fire escape chakra / transplantable. You can use one-click eye replacement to give it to other people. This pair of eyes is golden. Uchiha Yinliang retracted his Samsara Eye, smiled smugly and asked, if these eyes are used by people other than the Uchiha clan, will the same situation as Kakashi occur? Answer: the person who is given will automatically obtain a certain amount of Indra's blood according to the physical condition. It seems that this pair of eyes should be very suitable for Naruto. If Naruto, as the reincarnation of Ashura, has the Sharingan with growth potential and the blood of Indra, the future growth rate will inevitably increase significantly. Moreover, the pupil power of the Sharingan can also be used to suppress the power of the tailed beasts, which can be said to be perfect. Naruto. How is it, have you condensed chakra? Uchiha Yinliang asked outside the cave. Karin, who was sealed in the cave by wood release, did not speak, and seemed to express her anger in a silent way. Through the perception of Longwei chakra, he could clearly feel Karin's breath and that she had successfully condensed chakra. Her situation is actually very simple. I am very angry and annoyed, but I am also very scared and dare not express it actively. It's good to pretend to be dead alone. Please don't bother me. Thank you for your cooperation. Uchiha Yinliang sighed silently, touched the vine with one hand, and used the wood escape technique to open a path, and the light from outside the cave poured in. Karin, who was maintaining her training posture, seemed unable to accept the sudden strong light, and her expression changed significantly. She bit her lip and gradually raised her head to look at the man standing in the direction of the light, with a complicated mood. He came in, I couldn't stop him, it was so hard. Have you condensed chakra? Uchiha Yinliang asked again, but this time his voice was lower and sounded much colder. His expression was so calm that it was difficult for Karin to detect his emotional changes. Karin sat on the wooden bed and nodded gently. The food and water had obviously been used. It seemed that she would rest and eat well when Yinliang was not around. The premise was that someone gave her food. Come out with me, I'll teach you how to use chakra. Uchiha Yinliang said as he walked out of the cave, but when he was halfway there, his body suddenly stopped. The face of Karin, who was facing away from him, showed a look of pain, but he quickly held it back and pretended that nothing had happened and continued to move forward. This was the dissolution of the 10 shadow clones. In an instant, he felt the feeling of the 5-minute exercise of the 10 shadow clones. Although this feeling was uncomfortable, it was not unacceptable, at least much stronger than the first time. Karin showed a puzzled look on her face. She was born with a strong sense of perception and felt the changes in Yinliang's chakra, but she didn't know what happened, and she didn't dare to ask, so she followed Yinliang obediently. When he went out before, there seemed to be a lot of fuzzy chakra outside. Did he lock me up and go out to do things by himself? The bastard who did bad things without telling me. Come on quickly. Oh. A slightly wider place. The method of using chakra is very simple. Just use it carefully. It can exert good power without making a seal. Uchiha Yinliang said casually and walked to a tree, attaching dragon power chakra to his fist. There was no preparation or accumulation of power, just a simple straight punch, breaking the tree with one punch, no fancy operation, simple, direct and violent. Chakra operation requires skills, but generally speaking, it is to concentrate on one part and then release it in an instant, so that it can have a good power. Uchiha Yinliang said, although his expression was very cold, but his eyes always fell on Karen's red glasses intentionally or unintentionally. It looks really annoying. On the other side, Karen's chakra perception ability is very strong, and the presence of Longwei chakra is ridiculously strong. She can clearly sense the changes in Yin Liang's chakra. For example, what Uchiha Yin Liang said now is not the same as what he did. She can't get any experience, and she began to doubt whether this guy is playing a trick on her. But what can she do? He could only say in a weak tone, "But, you just attached the chakra to your fist, but didn't release it. I was just simulating it." Uchiha Yin Liang, who was seen through, felt a little embarrassed. Although his face felt a little hot, he could bear it with his thick skin, but his distracted attention was gradually pulled back. He didn't know how to use the strange power punch, so how could he release it for Karen to see? This was a stupid move that he had made up his mind. There was no rationality or logic at all. He just felt that it was very suitable for her in the future, so he said and did it. But Yin Liang still had a cold face and added stubbornly, "And do you really want to see the power when I release it? My chakra is not the same as Misato's. No, I will practice well." Seeing that the situation was not good, Karen immediately admitted her weakness, and then began to think about how to use the chakra in her body. She was really not familiar with chakra. He directly explained the general principle of the strange power punch to her, and then completely omitted the details. It would be strange for her to understand. The teaching was a mess. It was exactly the same as Yin Liang's current mentality. There was no collision between rationality and sensibility. He just felt very uncomfortable looking at the pair of glasses, that's all. At least that's what he felt. Chapter 22 The Hero's Blockage. Ha! Karen punched the tree, but the chakra in her body seemed to be out of control, and she couldn't control it at all. As a result, not only did it not have much power, but it made her hand swollen and red. Woo! Karen touched her hand in the early stage, looked at Yin Liang with a wronged face, her eyes were tearful, and she felt as if she might cry out in pain at any time. This is different from what you demonstrated. This is not how you use chakra. The focus of this move is not on your own strength, but on the power of chakra burst, and your control. Using your own strength to hit hard will not work. Uchiha Yin Liang's face did not show any waves, and he said in a calm tone. But that's how you used it just now. Maliciously misleading me, scum. Well, I know. Little Karen sighed and said, even if it was like this, what could she do? He could only be forced to accept the reality, figure out the techniques of using chakra, and start practicing again. Konoha village. Stay away from the Uchiha clan guy. A tall man with long white hair stood in front of Yin Liang and his group and said coldly. It was Jiraiya who usually traveled outside. Because Tsunade was short of money and went back to Konoha to get money, he followed her back to see Tsunade. But Tsunade had gradually become disillusioned with Konoha, and even though she knew that Uchiha had taken away the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. The legendary three ninjas. Jiraiya. Shisui's expression gradually became solemn, because Jiraiya's name was very loud, so loud that he would be afraid of him from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, Itaka silently touched the knife behind his back, and the three Megatama appeared in his eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. In terms of the ninja's awareness, Itaka's level was undoubtedly very high. Uchiha Yin Liang, who was looking directly at Jiraiya, had no fear on his face. He even stepped forward and questioned, "Oh, let's stay away from him, and then let everyone in Konoha reject him, eat the most garbage, and enjoy the most lonely and helpless childhood. Is this the treatment that the son of Hokage should receive?" Hokage, son. I am the son of Hokage? The Hokage I want to be most is my father? Am I not the demon fox in the village? Naruto was a little dazed, and turned his head to look at Yin Liang blankly. His inner thoughts were extremely complicated, so complicated that no words could describe them. His violent fluctuations in emotions even triggered the sealed nine tails. Naruto himself was not angry, but he felt doubtful about his life and felt very uncomfortable. The main purpose of the nine tails was to stimulate him with words, and then let him unlock his seal. Naruto's inner sewer. Yin Liang still held Naruto's hand. Opposite them was a huge cage. Behind the cage was a huge and terrifying fox. The nine tails danced casually behind it, releasing its terrifying chakra without concealing it, and even wanted to let its power pass through the seal. Are you the nine-tailed fox? Uchiha Yin Liang raised his head and smiled slightly at the nine-tailed fox. A pair of three Magatama Sharingan looked extremely charming in his eyes. Who are you? Your breath doesn't seem to be very human. The nine-tailed fox gradually withdrew its momentum and stared at Yin Liang and said slowly. What made the nine-tailed fox feel daunted was not its strength, but the fact that its chakra intensity was too high, which made people dread it. What was even more terrifying was that the nine-tailed fox could sense that the guy in front of him was just an avatar. God knows how strong his original body is. It's not time for you to appear yet, so be honest. Uchiha Yin Liang pulled hard on his hand and actually pulled Naruto back to the real world. As an avatar, he did not have the ability to deal with the nine-tailed fox for the time being. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked in a deep voice. It seems you still don't understand. Forget it, you should look around the village more, you should know Naruto's identity. Yin Liang said with a slightly mocking smile. Jiraiya spent most of his time wandering outside. Although he was a hero by nature, he didn't know Naruto's situation at all. He probably never dreamed that after Minato sacrificed himself for the village, his child would live like this now. Jiraiya's face was gloomy, but he still said, no matter what, for Konoha, I can't let you take him away like this. Oh, and then let him live the same life as before? You are for Konoha, then who is for him? Uchiha Yin Liang asked with a slightly mocking smile, and his face gradually became dark and sneered, do you think you can stop us? If you don't want Konoha to be attacked by the nine tails again, now, immediately, get out of my way. Nine tails attack? Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan. Jiraiya's face became extremely solemn in an instant. The Uchiha with Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan met the young nine tails Jinchuriki. The degree of danger can be imagined. At this time, he did not dare to act rashly. Shisui, show him your Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan. Shisui's eyes gradually changed, and he really showed his Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan to Jiraiya in the street, and said at the same time, we Uchiha clan have no intention of rebellion, nor do we want to attack Konoha, but if you dare to target us so excessively, with the nine tails Jinchuriki in our hands, it's hard to say what will happen. I know. Jiraiya stepped aside with a gloomy face. Konoha now has no way of withstanding the second attack of the nine tails. A Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan Uchiha standing next to the nine tails Jinchuriki, he has the same deterrent power as a nuclear weapon. As for the seal of the nine tails? The nine tails can release chakra through the seal. If Naruto's emotions change violently, the eight tails can leak directly. No one knows about the one-time nine-tail seal placed inside the fourth generation except him. Besides, does Naruto need to completely become a nine tails? Four tails will reach the level of Sunin, and six tails are enough to blow up Konoha. The old and weak third generation can't even use the Shikigami Fujin to completely seal it, let alone the stronger six tails Naruto. But, after the nine tails explodes, it is uncertain how long Naruto can live, because the corrosiveness of the nine tails chakra is very strong. It is still not necessary to move. If you dare to do anything excessive, I will never let you off easily. Jiraiya threatened. Really? Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled, took Naruto's hand and left, and no one dared to stop the three of them along the way. Just when Jiraiya was about to leave, he suddenly found that his feet could not move at all. He lowered his head and saw that two vines had been tightly entangled on his feet. Illusion? When? And, is this the legendary wood release? Jiraiya's heartbeat speed suddenly accelerated. He was now fully aware of the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 23 Strange Power. Uchiha Yin-Liang's illusion ability is not strong at all. He just used the word spirit hypnosis to do some minor deceptions, so that Jiraiya's attention was not noticed that his feet were entangled by vines. He did not use illusions to control Jiraiya. He thought too much, but the subconscious guidance of hypnosis is indeed quite dangerous. With the wood-style ninjutsu of the ninja god and extremely terrifying illusion attainments, that guy's strength is probably enough to suppress the nine tails. Jiraiya looked at Yin Liang's back and said to himself, "Will you become the next Madara? That terrifying chakra, just feeling it will make people instinctively fear." After walking a short distance, Yin Liang's shadow clone found an opportunity to release the shadow clone again openly. Shadow clone number 2 walked into the alley under the puzzled eyes of Shisui and Itaki. What is he going to do? Yin Liang did not explain anything. Now most of the chakra in the clone has been consumed. If more chakra is consumed, it may disappear immediately at any time, and it is easier to disappear if attacked. Shadow clone number 2 walked very fast, and it seemed that there was no hesitation at all. On the other side of the alley was a bustling street. He stopped on the street and looked at a certain part of the crowd until a blonde beauty with huge waves slowly walked out of the crowd. "What are you doing here?" Tsunade asked with a slightly frowned brow. She didn't bother this guy. He came to her on his own initiative, so he must have something to ask for. Is his companion sick? As the medical saint of the ninja world, she still has this self-awareness. Shadow clone number 2 directly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, attached the dragon's might chakra to his body, and rushed over with a fierce step on the ground. Although Tsunade felt a little confused, her reaction was not slow at all. She punched Shadow clone number 2 with a backhand. However, Shadow clone number 2 did not dodge at all, but just looked at her coldly with the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. Does he have any backhand? Or is there any special plan? The more Yin Liang did not dodge, the more Tsunade felt that there was something wrong, but she still gritted her teeth and punched out. Boom! The punch with strange power hit Shadow clone number 2 without any surprise. Shadow clone number 2 was instantly knocked away by the strange power and fell heavily to the ground, but he smiled strangely. "Thank you." Shadow clone number 2 stood up, patted the dust on his body and said, then instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared into thin air. His purpose was very simple, to use the Sharingan to observe Tsunade using her super strength, and then roughly copy it, so that he could use it to teach Karin. "Is this a shadow clone?" Tsunade's face became extremely solemn in an instant, because Yin Liang's shadow clone was too tough, and the normal shadow clone could not withstand her super strength, and the smoke that exploded when this shadow clone disappeared was actually black. What a special shadow clone! Why did this guy come to me? Just to show me his shadow clone? Or is there some special purpose that I don't know about? In the end, he said thank you, which should be the purpose has been achieved. I have to check my body carefully, who knows what this guy is doing secretly? Tsunade-sama. A pig-holding girl next to Tsunade looked at Tsunade with a solemn face, and also felt that the matter was not simple, but she couldn't think of anything useful. Let's go back and check it out. Tsunade turned around and left with Shizuan. Is this the supernatural power? Uchiha Yin-Liang, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. The supernatural power copied when Shadow clone number 2 disappeared had been clearly transmitted to his mind. Now he has a general understanding of how to use the supernatural power. However, the intensity of use is definitely not up to Tsunade's level, because his chakra control ability is not high enough. Compared to Tsunade, her power is still too weak. But if she relies on the special nature of the dragon power chakra, her power will not be weak. In this way, she can be taught. Yin Liang turned to look at Karin. Bang! Karin punched the tree again, and the burst of chakra actually made a small hole. Uchiha Yin Liang felt a little confused, and he blinked quickly, as if to confirm whether he had seen it wrong. But, yes. Although the power of Karin's punch was very weak, she really succeeded. Although it may be just a momentary feeling, a success by chance, but Karin can really hit out strange power without any foundation, which has completely exceeded Yin Liang's expectations. Karin's talent is a little better than he imagined. Moreover, the trees in this forest have been injected with a certain amount of dragon power chakra. Although the amount is not large, it is also tougher than normal trees, which means that the power that Karin can hit will actually be stronger. Alas! Karin sighed softly, and extracted a small amount of chakra to attach to her fist again. Even though her fist was injured, she still did not stop practicing. However, this did not seem to be strong, but a kind of stubbornness expressed by hurting herself. Karin, come here! Uchiha Yin Liang suddenly shouted when Karin raised her fist again. Karin's fist, which was about to hit, suddenly stopped and then slowly turned her head to look at Yin Liang. She frowned slightly and blinked. What does this bastard want to do? Come here! Yin Liang said again firmly. Oh! Karin stopped practicing and walked towards Yin Liang step by step with her little feet. The red glasses reflected the sun's light, and instantly shot into Yin Liang's eyes. The refracted light seemed a little dazzling. Stretch out your hands. Karin slowly stretched out her hands, but her palms were facing up, just avoiding the scratches on the back of her hands. She seemed not to want Yin Liang to see her injured appearance, but there was a hint of avoidance in her eyes. Turn over! Uchiha Yin Liang said again. Oh! Karin reluctantly turned her hands over, revealing the back of her hands that were rubbed with blood, and said at the same time, my recovery speed is very fast, and it won't take long for me to heal myself, so it won't affect my continued practice. That's too slow. If your value increases too slowly, it will make me feel unworthy. Uchiha Yin Liang stretched out his hands and touched Karin's tender little hands. The dragon power chakra was drawn out of his body and attached to her little hands. Karin felt very scared, and instinctively closed her eyes and bit her lips, shrinking her body, but the imagined pain did not appear, instead there was a slight itchy feeling. She gradually opened her eyes and looked at the wound that was healed by the dragon power chakra. The terrifying chakra didn't seem so terrifying in her eyes, and it seemed to be a little gentle. Is it my illusion? Chapter 24 The Birth of Monsters _ Confusion at the Fingertips _ Healed, so fast. Karin looked at her hand and said in surprise. Uchiha Yin Liang took off her glasses. Karin instinctively wanted to take them back, but she couldn't see anything clearly. She grabbed nothing and looked at the blurry figure in front of her with a little grievance. Close your eyes. Karin hesitated for a moment, but still closed her eyes obediently. Faintly, she felt a warm hand touching her little head, gently stroking her eyes. One click eye change. After changing the eyes, it cannot be changed. Are you sure? Yes. One click eye change starts. Bloodline implantation in progress. Karin felt something strange in an instant. Her eyes seemed to be injected with some cold power. The blood in her body was no longer as warm as before. The overflowing vitality in her body was neutralized by the cold power and no longer continuously output, as if it was locked by a gate. What is this feeling? So complicated. Hint: the target bloodline has a very high matching degree, and a large amount of Indra bloodline will be obtained. Bloodline matching degree? The Asura bloodline and the Indra bloodline have the same origin, and the Uzumaki clan is the heir of the Ashura bloodline. It is normal that the matching degree is high. Karin may even be more matched than Naruto. Because Naruto is a mixed-blood Uzumaki clan, even his hair is not red, and he does not have the passive blood pack like Karin, nor does he have the diamond seal exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. He just inherited a lot of chakra. If we only look at the blood concentration, Karin is undoubtedly more suitable, but Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, and there is an extra bonus of 10,000%, and there is even a great possibility of opening the Samsara eye. Hint: the blood in the target body reacts with the blood of Indra, and abnormal changes occur. Blood fusion and ancestral return. Hint: other blood and materials can be added as catalysts in this process, but unknown reactions will occur, and the safety is greatly reduced. Is it fatal? Uchiha Yin Liang asked softly. Answer: very low probability of fatality. Put all the Sharingan and Byakugan in my bag anyway, it's useless to keep them. Uchiha Yin Liang watched the pairs of eyes disappear, and he actually felt a little excited. He said again, can I add the beautiful contact lenses of the Samsara eye? Let's try. It actually works. A lot of Byakugan plus a lot of Sharingan plus Uzumaki bloodline plus Indra bloodline plus beautiful contact lenses of the Samsara eye equals? Ah! Karin cried out in pain, and the short red hair on her head turned white little by little, and became longer and longer. 2 small horns grew on both sides of her forehead, and the whole person's aura seemed to have some wonderful changes. I seem to have merged something incredible. Uchiha Yin Liang's breathing gradually became heavier, and his eyes looking at Karin became more eager. He was not surprised by this result. Because that single Megatama Sharingan is of gold quality. If it is just a simple Sharingan implant, it is impossible to reach gold. The gold level is as high as his dragon bloodline, even if there may be some gap, but it will not be too much. Ah! When Karin opened her eyes again, the whole world became clear, a kind of clarity she had never felt before, even clearer than when she was wearing glasses. A steady stream of power gushed out of the body, and chakra flowed out of the body like a fountain. This was a qualitative change. Hint: fusion is complete. My eyes. Karin looked around excitedly. When her eyes were focused on a tree, she could easily see every line of the tree. This joyful feeling was like a blind person regaining sight again. She turned her head and looked at Uchiha Yin Liang. Her strong insight allowed her to see his slightly raised mouth corners and his slightly faster chest. If these details were ignored, he would still be as indifferent as usual. Thank you. Karin put her hands behind her back and said with a sunny and excited smile, feeling that her entire life form was different. The price is, your hair is all white. Uchiha Yin Liang said calmly. Although his expression was calm, his heart was already blown up. Karin's eyes had now turned into sky-blue gemstone-like reincarnation eyes. Yin Liang added a lot of white eyes in the process. Who knows if this reincarnation eye is really a beauty contact lens? Karin looked at her hair and the white hair in her hand. The smile on her face disappeared in an instant. She said in panic, "Ah, it's over. The color of hair is the symbol of the vitality of our Uzumaki clan. The stronger the vitality, the brighter the red. The weaker the vitality, the darker the red. Is my white hair dying? Who knows?" Uchiha Yin Liang couldn't hold back his laughter for a while, but he quickly restrained it, quickly turned his head and said casually and calmly. Karin looked at Yin Liang and felt that she had the answer in her heart, but she still pretended to be stupid and rushed over, wailing and shouting, "Help! Save me, I don't want to die yet." Uchiha Yin Liang pressed one hand on her little head, so that her little claws could not touch him at all. She waved them in the air and said softly, "Don't worry, you won't die." Oh! Little Karin retreated, looking at Yin Liang with a timid face on the surface, but she was no longer afraid in her heart. In some ways, she was also very smart. How do you feel now? Have you developed any special abilities? Uchiha Yin-Liang asked. Special ability? Karin felt it carefully, slowly stretched out a small hand, and gradually focused her eyes on this hand. A high-speed rotating azure chakra ball emerged. She looked at the chakra ball and smiled excitedly and said, "Is this the chakra you mentioned? It seems that there is really no consumption, and you can use ninjutsu at will." Uchiha Yin-Liang was silent for a while. In fact, it was just a joke he said yesterday. He didn't expect that it would be strengthened today, but this did not affect his stubbornness. "Yes, your foundation is too poor, so I strengthened it," Yin-Liang said calmly. "Oh, I know." Karin nodded slightly, and then suddenly hummed softly, and her long white hair turned red again, but the sky blue reincarnation eye remained the same, probably because this thing was just a beauty contact lens at the beginning, and was fused into a permanent version of beauty contact lens by Karin. "My power disappeared. The feeling just now suddenly disappeared," Karin said, panicked after coming to her senses. Because the current weakness is in sharp contrast to the strength just now, this feeling of loss is more uncomfortable than never having it, and she still wants to have the same powerful power as before. Chapter 25 Training and Assassination. Your body is too weak to support you to use stronger power, that's all. Uchiha Yin-Liang touched her little head and said as a matter of course. In fact, he didn't know if it was true, but it was obviously better to give her a target. However, Karin's return to her normal state made him feel relieved. If this little guy was so strong in normal times, he would feel very uncomfortable. Really? Karin blinked, looked at Yin-Liang innocently and bitterly, and asked weakly, "Then how can I become stronger? How strong can you bear the power just now? Just follow me to practice, and you will know it naturally when you can bear it." Uchiha Yin-Liang continued. Oh. Karin's sky-blue reincarnation eyes were still secretly observing Yin-Liang, watching every change on his face, and asked again, "Then what should we practice?" "Climb a tree," Uchiha Yin-Liang said as he walked up the tree as if walking on flat ground and looked at Karin. "Hey! Konoha village." The three people moved forward, and the road was very smooth. No one dared to stop them. At this time, they were very close to the Uchiha clan's residence. But the apparent smoothness did not make Uchiha Yin-Liang forget himself. He carefully injected a small amount of dragon power chakra perception into the surrounding wooden products, but injecting wooden products was much more troublesome than trees, and it took more energy and longer time. "Hey, Naruto is left to you." Uchiha Yin-Liang suddenly stopped and said. "Hey." Shisui looked a little confused. Puff. The next moment, Uchiha Yin-Liang's body instantly blocked in front of him, and a long knife tip emerged from Yin-Liang's back, but no blood flowed out. Someone tried to assassinate Shisui, and had the ability to be invisible and conceal his breath, but was blocked by Yin-Liang. Uchiha Yin-Liang, who was well prepared, grabbed the person in front of him with one hand, pinched his neck and lifted him up, and said coldly and ruthlessly, "Uchiha Shisui, you are still too naive. A ninja who can stand on his own must calculate all possibilities." "Damn!" A voice came from the empty place. "Yin-Liang." Shisui's eyes widened. He knew it was his own mistake. Because of Yin-Liang's presence, he felt that everything was guaranteed. His inner conflict made him a little careless and he didn't notice the invisible ninja. Itaki on the side was obviously more rational, because he also found something strange. Even if Yin-Liang didn't take action, he would take the initiative to stand up and solve the problem. Itaki is a very reliable ninja, but his thoughts are easily radicalized, and then he uses reliability in the wrong place. "You are the owner of Uchiha's main Jakaya Sharingan. You must protect yourself. You are carrying more than just your own life," Uchiha Yin-Liang said as he raised his other fist, and the black dragon chakra emitted a faint light on his fist. Black flash. Uchiha Yin-Liang blasted out with his black fist, and the ninja who was being strangled by the neck was instantly blasted out of shape. His body flew backwards like a cannonball, and even turned several times in the air, and finally embedded in the wall fiercely, his life or death unknown. Treat Naruto well, teach him to practice, he is the strength of our clan. However, we promise to make him our family, and we must do what we say. We, the Uchiha clan, are different from those corrupt guys in Konoha. Although Uchiha Yin-Liang had a knife stuck in his body, he still stood upright. Yes, I know. Shisui nodded vigorously. If the clan members have any objections, be tougher. Bang! After Uchiha Yin-Liang finished the last sentence, he turned into black smoke and disappeared. It was obvious that this Yin-Liang was just a shadow clone. Shadow. Shadow clone. Although Shisui had guessed it in his heart, he was still shocked when he saw Yin-Liang disappear with his own eyes. It was beyond common sense that the shadow clone could withstand a fatal attack without disappearing. Yin-Liang's shadow clone could even fight back after being fatally attacked, and disappear after speaking. It can only be said to be outrageous. Brother! Naruto pulled the corner of Shisui's clothes, with great confusion in his small eyes. It's okay, let's go home. Shisui smiled and took Naruto's hand and continued to walk out of the Uchiha clan's residence. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of Madara, the inside ability of this shadow clone and Sharingan is really strong. I can only detect someone without using the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but he can directly observe the other party's existence. The gap between us is too big. It's so reliable that it's easy for people to relax their vigilance. Lakeside. Yin-Liang, look, I succeeded! Karin shouted while waving her hands and laughing. Uchiha Yin-Liang nodded slightly. Karin is growing very fast now, and it's so fast that it's ridiculous. She learned the tree climbing skills in one go, and she only failed to tread water a few times. Her control over chakra has improved a lot. Moreover, her balance ability seems to be a bit too good. After failing to tread water, she can immediately control her body to maintain balance, and then swim to the shore quickly. If it were a normal person, it would take a long time to adapt to the imbalance of the body after falling into the water in an instant. The talent is a bit too good. Not well done. Poof! Before Uchiha Yin-Liang finished praising her, Karin fell into the water again. Yin-Liang covered his face with one hand and sighed deeply, thinking, should I praise her more in the future? Karin had a very good balance, and swam back by slapping the water. However, her slapping posture made people feel a little awkward, but her swimming speed was not slow. Yin-Liang was not good at swimming, so he didn't think much about it. My clothes are wet again. Karin bit her lip slightly, lowered her head slightly, and looked at Yin-Liang embarrassedly. Dry yourself. Uchiha Yin-Liang turned his head and said ruthlessly. He only used fire to dry Karin once before, but he didn't expect that this little guy would directly cling to her. Since the fusion of blood, she has become more and more courageous. But this is too slow, it's not good for me to become stronger quickly. Wearing wet clothes, it feels very uncomfortable. Karin blinked and gently pulled the corner of Yin-Liang's clothes and said. If you think wet clothes are uncomfortable, then take off your clothes and practice. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled coldly and said. Okay. I will definitely listen to you and become stronger quickly. Karin smiled and walked aside and said. Then, she actually started to take off her clothes. Although she was still very young and her body parts were not well developed. There was nothing to see, but Yin-Liang couldn't accept this psychologically. Come here. Uchiha Yin-Liang said with a hint of anger. Oh. Chapter 26 Genius. Next, I will teach you a very simple fire escape ninjutsu. Uchiha Yin-Liang said while standing by the lake. Yet. Karin nodded obediently, and her sky blue eyes looked unusually smart. I will only use it once, watch carefully and learn well. Uchiha Yin-Liang said coldly. I will definitely learn it. Karin said confidently, clenching her fist. Si Wei Shenhai Ho Yin. Uchiha Yin-Liang made hand seals at the speed of an old man, 2 seals per second, but this was already the limit of his hand seal speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yin-Liang gathered a mouthful of dragon chakra in his throat and spit it out violently. The dark red fireball was fierce and violent. In an instant, a large amount of lake water was directly evaporated, and the lake surface instantly became smoky. So powerful! Karin instinctively raised her hand to block in front of her. Her sky-blue eyes had already recorded Yin-Liang's technique, and her face was full of eager smiles. You come and try it. Uchiha Yin-Liang looked at the gradually dissipating smoke, stepped aside and waved his hand to signal. Yet. Karin nodded confidently, walked to the position where Uchiha Yin-Liang was just now, and quickly formed seals at a speed of 3 seals per second, and the order was exactly the same as Yin-Liang's. Fire style, great fireball technique. She used the same action as Yin-Liang, concentrated a large amount of chakra in her throat, and then spit it out, turning it into a huge red fireball that burned the lake water crazily, stirring up a cloud of evaporating water mist. However, although Karin's fireball was as big as Yin-Liang's, the power and prestige were much different. The evaporating water mist was completely not of the same order of magnitude, and Yin-Liang's fireball was faster and easier to hit the opponent. But Yin-Liang knew very well that this was not Karin's problem. It was just because he had the dragon power chakra. If he didn't have the dragon power chakra, he might not be much stronger than Karin, and he might even be worse than her. What a terrifying ninjutsu talent! And why are you faster than me in making hand seals? Haven't you practiced making hand seals? It's too much. Yin-Liang, you don't have to take care of me. I can keep up with you if you make hand seals faster next time. Karin said as she looked at Uchiha Yin-Liang with a sunny smile. Uchiha Yin-Liang felt that his heart was stabbed hard. He was not doing this to take care of Karin, but his fastest hand seal speed was like this. What could he do? He was also helpless. Oh, just do your own thing, don't meddle in other people's business. Uchiha Yin-Liang said coldly, then turned around and released 5 shadow clones, and arranged them to practice with the previous 10 shadow clones to brush up their proficiency. These 5 clones are exclusive to brushing hand seals. Oh, €1 superscript 2 I €1/2. Oh. By the way, the proficiency of word spirit hypnosis cannot be brushed by yourself, because after the shadow clone is released, the clone's feeling will be transmitted to the main body. If too many clones are hypnotized, the main body will easily become mentally ill at once, and it is estimated that it will not be too good to do it in batches. Oh, I see. Let me teach you another technique. Uchiha Yin-Liang walked to the lake again and made seals with the speed of an old man. Karin carefully observed the changes in Yin-Liang's chakra and the posture of making seals. She felt that this technique was a bit similar to the great fireball just now. The seal was completed. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Uchiha Yin-Liang took a deep breath, and a huge amount of dragon power chakra turned into a dark red flame that violently exploded. Great fire extinguishment is different from the great fireball. As long as enough chakra is infused, it can form a tsunami-like flame. A huge amount of steam burst out crazily, and the water level of the entire lake began to drop rapidly. Karin on the side observed carefully. For some reason, she always felt that Yin-Liang and normal people were not of the same species at all. His chakra was not different in color from that of normal people, but different in essence. Have you learned it? Uchiha Yin-Liang turned his head and looked at Karin coldly and said. I have learned it. Karin quickly formed seals with her hands again, and like Yin-Liang, she mobilized the chakra in her body and gathered it in her throat, and sprayed it towards the lake. Red flames like a tide surged on the lake, and a large amount of water mist filled the air again. Although her Huo extinguishing power was not as powerful as Yin Liang's, she had obviously learned it completely. These are enough for the technique. If you want to become stronger, it is more important to improve your own strength. Uchiha Yin Liang said with a deep breath. It's just like a ninjutsu bottomless pit, but I know very little. Sooner or later, I will snatch the scroll of Konoha's forbidden technique and give it to her to let her learn it by herself. Then what else can you learn if not ninjutsu? Karin asked with her head tilted. Sit down where you are, feel and absorb the natural energy around you, and combine it with your own chakra to get stronger senjutsu chakra. Do you understand? Uchiha Yin Liang thought for a while and said with a smile. Hehe, without any help, can you still figure out the sage mode by yourself? No matter how strong your talent is, there is a limit. I will embarrass you for a while. Well, I think I understand. Karin nodded slightly and sat down, and began to concentrate on feeling the self-heating energy around her, but the difficulty was completely different from the previous ninjutsu learning. Even if she felt it carefully, she could only feel a little bit of self-heating energy, and it was extremely difficult to absorb it. Uchiha Yin Liang looked at Karin with a bitter face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he could easily control the sage mode just by listening to the principles, then he really didn't need to teach him. However, copying ninjutsu is the ability of the Sharingan. Karin's eyes are the Rinnegan on the surface, but in fact she can still use the ability of the Sharingan. I don't know if she can use the ability of the Byakugan. In the distant forest, Yin Liang's shadow clones exploded at the same time in an instant, and the experience of practice instantly poured into his mind. After the baptism of many shadow clone explosions, Yin Liang has now developed a certain resistance to this way of practice, and it will not be as uncomfortable as at the beginning. Word Spirit, Setsuna. LV, 1A2. Effect, second stage 4 times speed. Number of upgrades required, 1553/10W. Sword Mastery. LV, 1A2. Effect, increase sword damage by 20% and sword swing speed by 10%. Number of times required to upgrade, 1523/10W. Seal. LV, 2A3. Effect, 3 seals per second. Number of times required to upgrade, 152/100W. Chapter 27 Single chapter on the strength of the second generation. I have always had a big question mark in my mind about the strength of the second generation of Hokage. The second generation is the brother of the first generation, and he invented a lot of forbidden techniques. He is also a master of water escape and a man who has contracted the sea. Overall, he still feels very cool. By the way, the official has not said that the second generation has contracted the sea, but simply the power of water escape is great. But, he was killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku who ate part of the Nine Tails chakra. Moreover, Kinkaku and Ginkaku even killed the second Raikage and Tobirama together. It's outrageous. You say that the six-path sage weapon of Kinkaku and Ginkaku is strong, and it seems to be quite strong, but if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem that powerful. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's six tails transformation is definitely not usable, but they were able to directly kill the second Raikage and Tobirama together. This made me deeply doubt Tobirama's strength. The first generation was able to beat the Nine Tails and Madara together, so you, the second generation, don't have to be too strong, and it should be no problem to fight a Nine Tails alone? But the fact is, you can't even beat the two people who transformed the Six Tails with the Nine Tails partial chakra, and you still have the second Raikage as your teammate. What else can I say? It's outrageous. I think it's Ab's fault. I didn't think so much when I wrote it, so there is such a theoretical bug. What do you think of the strength of Senju Tobirama? By the way, let's have a vote. Who do you think is stronger between the second generation and the fourth generation of the Impure World reincarnation? Just post a comment 1. The fourth generation of impure world. The second generation of impure world. Chapter 28. Sneaking away late at night. Night. Pretending to be asleep, Karin crawled out of the grass pile in the cave. She looked at Yin Liang on the wooden bed next to her, thought for a while, and walked out of the cave directly. Observing the surroundings with sky-blue eyes, Karin thought silently in her heart, every tree in the forest has his special chakra. It is really not easy to find a hidden place. You must find a dead corner. The dragon power chakra buried by Uchiha Yin Liang in the trees is very hidden. Even Shisui, who has the NINJA Sharingan, cannot find it. There is no reaction when he injects dragon power chakra into the wooden products of the Hyuga clan. And she can actually see it directly. Hey, there is no chakra here. Although the place is a bit small, it should be enough. Karen's eyes lit up and ran towards the place where there was no dragon power chakra attached. In the cave, Yin Liang slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With his personality, how could he let a blind spot appear in the forest's perception field? Originally, there was no blind spot, but he could deliberately create a small blind spot as a private space for Karin. However, she really could see it. This guy is so bold. Uchiha Yin Liang is knowing that something must be wrong. Yin Liang could withdraw a little of the dragon power chakra when she walked out, as a test of her. If she can see it, she will naturally walk over. If she can't see it, she will ignore it directly. Possessing the ability to copy 3 Megatama, suspected to be able to control gravity, observation ability is above the NINJA Sharingan, huge chakra and very strong perception ability. Next, find an opportunity to test whether she has the basic ability of the Byakugan. Probably. I don't know what she is doing secretly, although I am a little curious, but I won't spy on what she is doing. Uchiha Yin Liang got out of bed openly, made a seal with his hand to create a shadow clone, and controlled the shadow clone to walk towards the small blind spot he created. The shadow clone sat on the tree and watched from a distance, and the word Spirit Winter quickly activated, and his existence seemed to disappear directly, and Karin couldn't find any flaws. The 3 Magadama Sharingan unfolded, and the shadow clone looked at Karin with amazing observation. Yin Liang said to himself as a matter of course, I didn't peek, I just stood on the tree with the shadow clone and watched openly, and opened a useless word spirit by the way. But what he saw was a bit exciting. Karen's young body floated in the air, like a fish in the sea, swimming around, with a very happy smile on her face, and she was having a lot of fun. Gravity control really works. The next moment, Karin clenched her hands, and the soil flew up from the ground, forming a familiar face. Isn't this me? Uchiha Yin Liang's main body whispered to himself, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He continued, even the figure is carved exactly the same. It seems that this little girl still likes me. Be nice to her in the future. Karin picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Yin Liang, who was watching the video remotely, changed his expression and immediately realized that things were not simple. The smile on his face gradually became stiff. He looked gloomily at Karin holding a wooden stick and hitting the clay sculpture of himself crazily, while hitting and shouting, "You hit me again? And you hit my head, I will beat you to death. Stupid, idiot, pervert, scum. Sooner or later, I will let you see how powerful I am. Wait for me to grow up for a while. I can be 100% sure that I am better than you. You are done, I will beat you to death, you big bad guy." Uchiha Yin Liang's face darkened, he exhaled deeply, and said again, as expected, children still need to be beaten more to become talents, otherwise they will become arrogant. You just wait for me tomorrow and see how I will deal with you. There is nothing to see. Just when Yin Liang was about to remove the shadow clone, Karin stopped moving, stretched out her hand to restore the broken clay sculpture, leaned against the clay sculpture and said softly, "Why can't you treat me better like your mother? I'm actually very smart. She pinched a sunny and gentle smile on the face of the clay sculpture, and laughed foolishly. Uchiha Yinliang on the other side watched quietly, and he couldn't even think of anything in his heart, but there was a special feeling spreading slowly in his heart. Troublesome guy. Uchiha Yinliang directly removed the shadow clone. He neither hated nor adapted to this strange feeling. If he had to find a description, it should be that he didn't know how to face it. He lay quietly on the bed, closing his eyes but unable to fall asleep, but he lay there until a light footstep sounded from outside the cave. Daily task completed, please select. Indra Bloodline. Daily task Ascent is being settled. Reward settlement completed, congratulations on getting 76 permanent draws /Karin plus 5 /Naruto. Naruto has practiced from scratch 5 times, which is enough to show that he practiced very hard, and Karen's 76 times are purely the number of times he opened by cheating and investing. It is not surprising that the reincarnation I suspected of having the ability of the Sharingan has so many times. And nearly 100 draws? This wave is probably not directly rich. Draw directly. 10 consecutive draws. The draw interface of 10 meteors fell from the sky, gradually emitting a dazzling, purple light. Tisk, no gold. Congratulations on getting a pair of Byakugan A4. Congratulations on getting a pair of Sharingan A2. Congratulations on getting a Kunao A1 A2. Congratulations on getting Shinobi Continent A1. Congratulations on getting Indra Bloodline 5%. Uchiha Yinliang smiled and started to draw 10 times in a row. In order to save words and avoid you from saying that I am a fool, I just reported the things directly. Sharingan A25. Byakugan A36. Fire extinguishing level +1 A2, level 3. Indra Bloodline 5% A7, reached 100%. The excess will be automatically converted into extra pupil power, which cannot increase the level of Sharingan, but will reduce the difficulty of opening the eyes. Ashura Bloodline 5% A5, 26%. Fuma Shuriken A5. Senbon A3. Fenghana Koihoki Autograph A1. Koji's Last Potato Chip A1. Jiraiya's Half-Written Manuscript A1. Tsunade's Borrowed Money A400W Tales. Kakashi's Toilet Tissue A1. Nagato's Rice A1. Killer Bee's Singing Microphone A1. The Flower in Front of Nohara Lin's Grave A1. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the things he had drawn, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that some people in this world seemed to be mentally ready to explode. Although his strength has improved, it is really hard for him to focus on his strength when looking at those fancy things. Will Koji be furious? Jiraiya, will he collapse? Will Kakashi think about his life on the spot? Killer Bee's singing is awesome. Tsunade will definitely explode. If you like Konoha's Card Draw Ninja, please collect it. Konoha's Card Draw Ninja has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 29 My Youth is Here. Konoha's Card Draw Ninja doubts on the fingertips . Let's see if there are any good things in the mall today. Good things within 100 times can still be considered. It may be better to save them. A drop of blood from Pangu's heart. 100,000 draws. Very good, you can ignore it directly. The next one. The next and later. This. What is this thing? Proud youth. A youthful blood, passive gain speed, strength and defense bonus of 1/10 of the remaining vitality. For example, with only 10% vitality left, speed, strength and defense are increased by 1 times, 1% vitality is increased by 10 times, 0.1% vitality is increased by 100 times. Warning, the bonus disappears after losing consciousness. Youthful Unlimited is immune to the dying state, but it will still enter the dying state after the state ends. If it is not treated in time, it will enter the suspended state. If it still cannot be treated in time, it will really die. A youthful unlimited, active at the cost of losing half of the current vitality per second, which can be slowly restored, the chakra control is increased geometrically, and all ninjutsu can be released without seals. The extremely violent and chaotic chakra is immune to all illusions, and the consumed vitality will continue to be converted into chakra for use. Introduction: What is youth? Price: 1000 draws. Limited time discount: 100 draws. Uchiha Yinliang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this ability. This thing is really a desperate trick. It loses 50% of the current vitality per second. When the big move is used, the vitality drops sharply. It looks like it may die at any time. Looking at the vitality, maybe it will die with a touch. But even in this state of death with a poke, both speed and strength will be extremely terrifying. Is this a heartbeat game? Let's see who will send who away first. It's simply a gamble. Wait, the vitality here should have nothing to do with the health value. This is reality, not a game. No matter how low the vitality is, it is impossible to die with a touch. The vitality should not affect its own defense, so in fact, adding the defense bonus should be much more useful than imagined. Buy it? Must buy it. 100 draws have been drawn, my youth has arrived. Congratulations on getting the ability, proud youth. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the abilities in his ability column and smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, he began to think about how to use this ability. There is no problem using it to risk one's life, but are there other ways to use it? For example, only open it for 2 seconds, convert 75% of the vitality into chakra, and then use the chakra and control to directly release the big move. But this is playing with one's life. The blood loss speed is even faster than the 8 gates. If you are seriously injured when your vitality is insufficient, what is the difference between that and death? Can you still take the opponent away before you die? It really makes people love and hate it. No, true youth should not be bound by vitality, and always use big moves crazily and infinitely. It is best to fight 3 big moves in one battle, and each move is stronger than the other. Kill people who stand in the way, kill Buddhas who stand in the way. Unfortunately, I am afraid that the remaining life is insufficient. How long does it take to restore 50% vitality? Uchiha Yinliang asked. Answer: Your dragon bloodline and Asura bloodline have extremely strong and vigorous vitality, so the actual recovery speed can be greatly improved, and it only takes half a month to recover. Half a month? What about normal people? Answer: Normal people cannot recover. Losing half of their vitality is more serious for normal people than cutting off a kidney. The overall decline in physical fitness will greatly reduce the recovery ability, and even death cannot restore to the previous vitality. When I turn on the status bonus, the speed and strength are too strong. Will I hurt myself before I attack? For example, fractures, muscle tears, etc. Uchiha Yinliang thought about Kai Huang's 8-door bone breaking, and asked again decisively. Answer: No, because defense will also increase with speed and strength, and your defense base is higher than strength and speed, so it will not hurt yourself. It takes half a month to recover 50% of vitality. If you lose more vitality, it will definitely affect the function of the body's organs, which will further reduce the recovery speed. If the vitality is really as low as 1%, it is estimated that the self-recovery ability will have exploded at that time. Youth used with caution. Alas! I always feel that this thing is like the 8th gate without the transition of the previous 7 gates. Normal people will be close to death once they open it. In a few seconds, they can squander their vitality and then die. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the passive introduction and gradually felt something was wrong, so he asked, if I don't open Youth Unlimited and my vitality is not full, will this passive also take effect? Answer: Yes. Uchiha Yinliang smiled. He suddenly figured out a problem, that is, why should he always keep his vitality full? Always keep the blood low and not be on the verge of death. Ching, will the spring buff become a permanent buff? When my vitality is reduced to a certain level, I will fall into a near-death state. What special effects will there be if my vitality is very low but I don't fall into a near-death state? Answer: your physique is very special. You will fall into a near-death state only after your vitality is less than 3%. Low vitality will reduce the speed of injury recovery and chakra refining. Other effects will be neutralized and invalidated by the power of blood. Uchiha Yin-Liang licked his lips. Now the idea is very clear. In the future, when fighting, he will directly start to use youth when he meets, and he will always have the youth buff on his body during the fight. Yin-Liang sat up, picked up Karin who was sleeping beside his legs with one hand, shook her gently and said, "Get up." Karin, who was being held by the back of her neck, looked at Yin-Liang in front of her with a little confusion, blinked her eyes, and then smiled brightly, and said lightly, "Hey! Hey, what the hell?" Uchiha Yin-Liang used his other hand to knock Karin on the head with his joints, threw her aside casually, stood up, turned around and walked outside while saying, "It's time to go." "Hey!" Karin bit her lip and touched her head and looked at Yin-Liang in confusion. The next moment, she angrily cursed in her heart, "Big bad guy." But she still followed him honestly, sulking in her heart. "What are we going to do? Change your skin?" Uchiha Yin-Liang said without looking back. "Ah, not only the eyes need to be replaced, but also the skin on the body? Does it hurt?" Karin suddenly felt scared. She felt that Yin-Liang didn't seem to be joking. "Ah!" Uchiha Yin-Liang covered his face with one hand and sighed, but still did not explain, just silently led Karin to the small town next to Konoha village, and still had to eat some breakfast in the morning. Karin walked forward quickly, holding the corner of Yin-Liang's clothes with one hand and followed him. Her pure and shining sky-blue eyes looked very beautiful when she smiled, and Yin-Liang also pulled his clothes with her, without interfering. Chapter 30. Just because I look at you more. In a small restaurant. 2 bowls of miso soup, 6 grilled fish, 2 cups of milk, 2 large bowls of rice and some more side dishes. Uchiha Yin-Liang found a seat by the window and sat down. Karin smiled and sat opposite him. Her clothes were a little dirty because of training. Although she had washed them, some shallow marks could not be washed off. Okay. The shop owner frowned slightly, but still agreed. "Who is that guy? Why does he look so scary, as if he might eat me at any time? Let's send this guy away quickly. If there is nothing to do, it's better not to provoke him. It feels too scary." Uchiha Yin-Liang turned his head slightly and looked at the black-robed man beside him. He felt that there seemed to be a different breath on this guy at the beginning, which was the familiar cola-flavored chakra. The tiger skin mask looks familiar. It's probably Uchiha Obito. He followed Ataka to attack on the night of the genocide. I don't know what he is planning now. However, Yin-Liang didn't want to attack him. There was no other reason. It was too easy for Kamui to escape. He was embarrassed to death. He looked over here. Uchiha Yin-Liang stared at the tiger-skinned Obito quietly without any fear. His eyes turned into 3 Megatama Sharingan between closing and opening, and a dangerous look gradually appeared in his eyes. Word spirit, hypnosis activated. Karen's sky-blue eyes also looked at Obito over there. She saw through his half-destroyed body and the Yintun aura that was different from the ordinary Sharingan, but, did he only have one eye? In the dark, Black Zetsu looked at Karin, who had 2 small horns on her head and eyes like sky-blue gemstones, with a look of doubt on his life, and muttered to himself, "This familiar breath is, the smell of my mother. Why do I feel the smell of my mother from her?" After being confused for a moment, Black Zetsu regained his sanity and muttered to himself, "No, the one with red hair should be a member of the Uzumaki clan. But why do people from the Uzumaki clan have the Samsara eye? And why does the samsara I have a smell of the Sharingan? The guy next to her has a very terrifying breath in his body, the kind of oppression that comes from the blood. It's like a black dragon staring at me from afar. I can't confirm his strength. Customer, your food is ready. The shop owner handed over the food and said with a slightly stiff smile. Oh. Uchiha Yinliang nodded slightly, no longer looking at Obito, and began to enjoy his breakfast. The things he arranged were ready, and the results would naturally show after a while. Hypnosis is a very useful ability. For alert people, trivial things that are not dangerous will be ignored. Yin Liang only needs to control this kind of neglect to do a lot of things. Although it is not lethal, it is very fun. For example, the clothes are torn. Xiao Karin looked at Obito while holding back her laughter. She almost choked when drinking milk. Yin Liang frowned slightly and asked her puzzledly, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just thought of something interesting." Karin tried to cover it up, but she was already exposed. Her reincarnation eye, which had the ability to see through the Byakugan, had been knocked to death, and she played with it for a while. Obito should be able to receive a surprise later. Uchiha Yinliang achieved his goal. He ate the meal very quickly. After finishing it, he pulled Karin to walk quickly, as if he was afraid of walking too slowly. When he walked, Karin was still covering her mouth and laughing. In the restaurant, Obito stood up silently after finishing his meal. He didn't feel anything strange until now, and even took a few steps forward, but after he took a few steps, the hypnotic effect completely disappeared. Obito suddenly felt a chill under his body, as if something was missing. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he slowly turned his head, looking at the sharp wooden blade emerging from the chair and his pants that were cut to pieces. Pants? Then wouldn't I be, now? A breeze blew by, and it was a feeling of being unobstructed. Time seemed to have stopped here. The eldest and the second looked at each other. Obito felt the strange looks of the people around him, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He immediately fled back to the Kamui space in shame and anger. Oh my god, it's too scary. Yin Liang, I feel someone over there. Karin pulled the corner of his clothes and pointed to the depths of the forest beside him and said softly. Uchiha Yinliang didn't turn his head directly. He directly injected dragon power chakra into the trees, because this method is more concealed and not easy to alert the enemy. Soon, he sensed something strange. There was an unknown chakra residue in the trees, and it was very concealed. It seemed that the other party had escaped, and very quickly. After meeting Obito. Is it Black Zetsu's Mayfly technique? There is no one. Uchiha Yinliang turned his head and said calmly. Maybe he ran away. Karin paused, raised a finger, tilted her head slightly and said with a smile. Really? Yet. If that's the case. The calmness on Uchiha Yinliang's face suddenly broke, turning into a kind of wild laughter that comes from the DNA of the Uchiha clan. Then I also want to chase her a little bit. The power of youth, burn. Boom. Karin was slightly stunned. She felt that Yin Liang's chakra was gushing out crazily. The ferocious and terrifying chakra was like a tsunami in her perception, and the scale was extremely terrifying. The huge amount of black dragon chakra directly formed a substantial storm, and the surrounding ground cracked directly. The chakra on Uchiha Yinliang's body surface burst like black lightning, and his laughing face rendered his power. His power. Why is it so terrifying? Could it be that he has been suppressing his strength all the time? This amount of chakra is dozens of times more than usual. This is too outrageous. Karin looked at Yin Liang, who was in front of her with a face full of doubts about life, and silently complained in her heart. It seems that my great Avengers plan will be delayed again. Sooner or later, I will press you to the ground and beat you hard. Wood release wood dragon technique. Uchiha Yinliang clapped his hands, and the chakra in his body was instantly opened. The black wooden dragon soared into the sky, taking him and Karin to rush forward at a high speed in the direction of the remaining black Zetsu chakra. Ah! Karin hugged Yin Liang's thighs tightly, feeling the stimulation of the strong wind hitting her face, and looking at the environment that was moving at a high speed, she actually felt a bit inexplicably sour and refreshing. This feeling is just like riding a roller coaster. Yin Liang really couldn't sense black Zetsu, but he could still feel the residual chakra of black Zetsu. At the same time, there is a way to restrain the mayfly technique, as long as you are willing to waste chakra. Would release Blackwood Domain. Chapter 31 Silent Laughter. The Blackwood Domain sounds very powerful, but in fact the principle is very simple. It is to simply and roughly inject a large amount of dragon power chakra from Yin Liang into the tree, causing the tree and the land to change color and deteriorate, so that the mayfly technique cannot be used in such a place. However, in order to inject and deteriorate the trees and the land together, a large amount of chakra is consumed, which means that it can be used in the state of youthful burst, and it is impossible to use it under normal circumstances. Not far away. Black Zetsu slid leisurely, without any panic in his heart. He had escaped many times and naturally had experience. For hundreds and thousands of years, no one could deal with him, so Black Zetsu was of course very stable. But... Fuck! My dear mother! When Black Zetsu saw the black dragon that was hundreds of meters long rushing towards him, he was completely stunned. This wooden dragon condensed by the dragon power chakra is more powerful than Hashirama's wooden dragon. It is not only infused with a huge amount of chakra, but also has the dragon attribute exclusive bonus of the dragon bloodline. In addition, the dragon power chakra itself is strong and the deterrent power is ridiculously strong. Run away! Black Zetsu immediately used the mayfly technique at full speed, but before he could run far, the ground, trees, and everything around him turned black. The black material chakra was too strong, and his mayfly technique could not enter it. This is a high concentration of chakra? Does your chakra cost money? Black Zetsu gritted his teeth in despair, watching the black dragon flying at high speed, but he did not give up hope, and planned to rely on his mouth to persuade the other party with his knowledge and experience accumulated over thousands of years. I got you! Uchiha Yin Liang laughed wildly and clenched his hands, and the surrounding black trees instantly came alive, binding Black Zetsu's body at a very fast speed, making him unable to move. Damn, it actually has a sealing effect. Black Zetsu was still struggling, but the expression on his face became more and more desperate. He looked at the boy who jumped off the black dragon's head with a baby in his hand, and he immediately came up with a plan. The game is over. Yin Liang exited the youth state, and the black dragon power chakra turned into a substantial chakra jade necklace, hanging on Yin Liang's chest. This was his last operation before exiting the state. So much chakra is just a waste, no matter how much. Save it and use it when you need it. However, in just 3 seconds, 87.5% of the vitality was gone. I felt that my body was hollowed out. My youth was in arrears. Although I felt a little weak, I didn't seem to be very weak. My strength, speed, and defense were now increased by 0.8 times. This statement didn't feel real. It felt very obvious to say that it increased by 80%, and the increase was almost doubled. Whew! I feel like I'm going to die. Karin, who was being held by the collar, struggled a little and shouted in pain. There should be no hatred between us, right? Black Zetsu said calmly. Look at me. I know a lot about wood release. Although he felt a little speechless, Black Zetsu still said in defense. Why are you looking at me? Karin's sky blue eyes turned around, and she smiled lightly. Without saying a word, she patted Yin Liang's arm with her hand, indicating that he should put her down. Yin Liang loosened his hand, and Karin fell to the ground. I know the secret of the Sharingan. Black Zetsu recalled that Uchiha Yin Liang had used the Sharingan before, so he changed direction and continued to speak. but at this moment his mentality had already collapsed. "Why are you looking at me?" Black Zetsu's expression was very awkward. He couldn't understand why the guy in front of him kept entangled in the fact that he looked at Yin Liang. Is it not okay to just look at him? This guy is either brain dead or deliberately playing me. However, he looked at the huge black dragon above his head and the black forest around him, and his heart couldn't help but become timid again, and continued, "Do you want peace? I know how to create one with." Crack! Hit him! Uchiha Yin Liang silently moved his joints, watching Black Zetsu's eyes become more and more dangerous, and waved his hand to signal Karin to come together. Little Karin warmed up and punched, left hook, right hook, and then an uppercut, first to find the feeling. "Wait! Don't come over here!" 10 minutes later. "That's it, don't go too far, let's go." Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and turned around, holding Karin's hand and leaving directly, leaving Black Zetsu with a face full of doubts and twisted face. In just 10 minutes, he needs a lifetime to heal. That guy! That guy! He actually pierced me with the back door of wood release. And he said that embedding into the body is just to better seal me. Can't you pierce and seal in other places? It's okay to come a few more times, Lao Hei, I'm not afraid of pain. But... I carry a bag of rice on the floor. Remember, this is called fighting against evil, that guy is too evil, he must be beaten hard. Uchiha Yin Liang said as he walked. Yet. Of course, if you don't behave in the future, I will definitely not show mercy when I beat you. Uchiha Yin Liang said with a slightly cold smile. Karen's face changed in an instant. Although it felt sour and refreshing to see others pierce holes, she didn't want to experience such a feeling. She felt a chill on her back. No, I'm the most obedient, how could I have bad intentions, she said with a slightly embarrassed smile, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chapter 31 Silent Laughter. It seems that my Great Avengers plan needs to be implemented with enough confidence, otherwise. That's good. Yin Liang chuckled and glanced at her. He actually knew what this little guy was thinking. Why not kill it? Karin asked in confusion. It's not easy to kill, just seal it. It doesn't matter if it escapes. My shadow has been left in his mind. Uchiha Yin Liang said casually. Word spirit hypnosis has many uses, including making people instinctively feel emotional when they see him, so that Black Zetsu will think of that feeling when he sees him. At that time, his intelligence and combat power will be greatly reduced at the same time, and he may not even want to fight. The shadow is quite big. Karen's eyes were a little evasive, as if she recalled something incredible, but she quickly recovered and asked, then are we going to Konoha? Well, give some, it's good to teach people a lesson and deal with those dishonest guys, so that they lose their dishonest abilities. Uchiha Yin Liang said with a gentle smile. He still has a lot of stored chakra now, and he can use the big move for 2 seconds to improve his status. The speed, strength, and defense are increased by 3 times under the extreme state. In addition, the dragon bloodline itself gives him very strong attributes, so his strength should be very strong. However, his vitality seems to be too low. Just asking, with my current state, how long will it take to restore full vitality? Uchiha Yin Liang asked silently in his heart. Answer, it will take 3 years. Uchiha Yin Liang. Chapter 32 The Brewing Storm. A 3-year recovery period is actually normal. If it were a normal person, 7/8 of his vitality would be gone. If he didn't die immediately, it would be a last gasp. If he could recover, it would be because of his amazing vitality. Konoha village, in the hotel. Where's the money? Where's our money? Tsunade searched the inn like crazy, but she couldn't find even a penny. She had just borrowed it yesterday. She was going to go out of the village to continue gambling today, because she wouldn't stay in Konoha for a long time, but her money was gone overnight. 4 million taels, gone. Tsunade-sama, I really can't find it. Shizuan's eyes lost their light, and she felt like the whole world was collapsing. Wait, let me think about it. Tsunade stopped searching, and her face gradually became gloomy, because she recalled that Uchiha Yin-Liang's shadow clone had said thank you during the battle during the day. Because the shadow clone exploded so strangely, she always thought there was some trap, but after careful observation for a long time, she didn't find anything abnormal, so she just put it aside. But now, Tsunade has understood everything. That guy used the shadow clone to record her breath, and then secretly stole her money in the middle of the night. After defeating the shadow clone, Tsunade still had her money, but it was gone after one night. This makes sense. Tisk, damn thief! There was no sign of intrusion in the room, but the well-hidden money was found and taken away. This shows that his hiding and investigation abilities are really strong, but this matter will not be let go. That's a full 4 million taels. I had to mortgage 2 properties to borrow the gambling money. Bang, it's gone. Hey, that guy, is he called Uchiha Yin-Liang? Tsunade slowly turned her head and confirmed with Shizuan. Yes. Shizuan's mouth twitched slightly. Tsunade's eyes were so scary now, just like an angry tigress. It seemed that Uchiha was going to be in trouble. She was the legendary Sunin. This guy really dared to steal. Let's go to the Uchiha clan. Yes. In the toilet of Konoha, Kakashi, who had been thinking about life for a long time, finally made hand seals with his hands, and with a bang, a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared. The shadow clone looked at him with disgust, then stood up and went out to buy paper while resisting the nausea. Kakashi in the toilet sighed deeply. After the shadow clone disappeared, he would experience everything he felt in the process. What a sin! Alas! How is the Uchiha clan? Did they make any big moves? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and asked in the Hokage's office. Since his crystal ball disappeared for no reason, his daily life has lost a lot of fun, and at the same time, there are more and more things to do. The new crystal ball has not been found yet, and that's why he didn't know that Naruto was kidnapped in the first place. P.S. The third generation used the telescope technique on the previous crystal ball, and the time had not passed, so Uchiha Yin-Liang could find Jiraiya, but after the telescope technique failed, the crystal ball was useless. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is well protected, and our Enbu has not been able to break through the defense of the Sharingan so far. The cat-faced Enbu half knelt on the ground and said. The Uchiha clan had a bunch of Sharingan, and they, the Enbu, really couldn't get in. The Uegakure who was invisible was seen by Obito with 2 Megatama, and it would be even easier for the Uchiha with 3 Megatama or even NINJA-CHAPTER to observe them. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his hands in front of him, and his expression became more and more sad. He didn't expect that Shisui, who had been fooled, suddenly turned against him. He always knew that Shisui was a very simple person, and there must be a reason for him to become like this. Now, he really didn't dare to send people to attack the Uchiha clan. Shisui Kota Amatsukami's NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan ability had already been confessed to him. Those eyes that modified my will, and they were silent and could not be detected by the person himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache just thinking about it. If I gave him a bad impression, would he modify my will? I am so hesitant now. Have I also modified my will? Does his NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan ability really have that level of power? Even if not, the pupil power of the NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan can control the 9 tails. Just right, the Uchiha clan also took away the young 9 tails Jinchuriki. The adult Kushina might be unsealed. Wouldn't the young Naruto be at their mercy? This is really a headache. Shisui, Shisui, you are harder than mathematical Olympiad. Swoosh! Another Enbu suddenly appeared, half knelt on the ground and lowered his head and said, Report, according to the remote observation of the Hyuga clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has refined chakra and is very grateful to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is suspected to control him into a special tailed beast weapon. Grateful. Alas! Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bigger headache. Naruto's life was too bad when he was a child. If no one cared about it and he occasionally went over to fool around and increase his favor, it would actually be nothing. He could also develop a deep affection for Konoha and the Hokage. But, if the Uchiha clan was kidnapped by him directly, he only needed to be a little bit nice to him, and he could easily reap the fruits, gain his favor, and make him hate Konoha as much as the Uchiha clan. This is simply the beginning of hell. There is no way to break it. Helplessly, the third generation took a sip of tea, exhaled deeply, and relieved his mood, but still felt very sad, so he drank another sip of tea. Swoosh! The third Anbu appeared. Report, Elder Shimura has led the route to kill the Uchiha clan. The Anbu lowered his head and spoke very fast, and his breath was also very chaotic. It seemed that not too long had passed since the incident. Puff! Sarutobi Hiruzen almost vomited blood after hearing this. He had a lot of things to say in his heart, but what could he do? He could only wave his hand and shout, Take all the Anbu now and go to the Uchiha clan together. Somewhere. What's wrong with this guy? Why does his eyes seem so lethal? It's so troublesome. Shikamaru looked at Koji not far away and frowned. Well, it seems that when he wanted to eat the last potato chip, the potato chip suddenly disappeared. Ino looked at Koji's eyes and felt a little scared. Although Koji is fat and looks kind at ordinary times, when this little fat guy is angry, his eyes are as fierce as a hawk. The way he looks around with a bag of potato chips, the friends around him will subconsciously feel scared. The guy who stole my potato chips, is it you? Chapter 33 Entering Konoha. Near the Uchiha clan's residence. Is Jiraiya still in the village? Shimura Danzo asked without turning his head. Yes. Behind him was a group of root ninjas in special clothing, and the leader of them bowed his head and replied. Well, if there is a chance, we will completely eradicate the Uchiha clan, leaving no children behind. Shimura Danzo said with narrowed eyes. He did not come here recklessly, because he received the news that Tsunade took the initiative to kill the Uchiha clan's residents, so he brought a group of root ninjas here. Danzo thought he knew the personalities of those guys in the Uchiha clan better, and there was a high probability that the two sides would fight if they came into contact. Jiraiya is lucky to be in Konoha again. They are both three ninjas of Konoha, so there is a great chance to practice. Of course, that is when Tsunade is at a disadvantage. If she has the upper hand, there is no need to join forces. Then he can take the opportunity to lead people to launch an offensive. Since I am here, the monkey guy will come too. This is the last chance to destroy the Uchiha clan. If we grasp it well, there may not be such a good opportunity in the future. When the Uchiha clan becomes stronger, I don't know what stupid things they will do. We must cut off the dangerous signs. I am the root in the darkness, and I will protect Konoha in my own way. Hyuga clan. Clan leader, Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, has made a move, and so has Elder Danzo and the Sandame. The target should be the Uchiha clan. A spy from the branch family lowered his head and said. Don't worry about them, just do your best. The Uchiha clan can't make any waves. Hyuga Hayashi said calmly. He didn't know Shisui's ability, nor did he know Fugaku's Manjakaya. Sharingan. He only knew that the Uchiha clan had another unknown guy named Yin Liang, so he was very pessimistic about the Uchiha clan's combat power. So what if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Two of the three ninjas of Konoha are in the village. The Uchiha clan is just seeking its own death. After being destroyed by the village, the Hyuga clan is the strongest Ijutsu family in Konoha, so there is no need to waste energy on the Uchiha clan now. The Hyuga clan will not participate in the war. Outside Konoha village, Uchiha Yin-Liang did not go directly into the village, but sat on the edge of the village, controlling the continuous output of chakra in the Megatama, forming wood escape chakra to create black wood under Konoha. It's just that his manufacturing speed is not fast, because his chakra control ability is not strong, but as long as there is enough chakra, it can be simplified, and the actual difficulty is not high. Are we going to destroy this village? Karin looked at what Uchiha Yin-Liang did, bit her lips lightly and asked in fear. Yin-Liang glanced at her without answering, silently outputting dragon power chakra, making the blackwood roots under Konoha stronger and more luxuriant. Blackwood is not only a force, but also his eyes. As long as the underground of Konoha is filled with blackwood, the whole Konoha will be within his perception. That. I think it may drag you down when you fight, so, how about I slip away first? Karin blinked and said with a slightly embarrassed smile. Oh, that means, you are useless. Uchiha Yin-Liang slowly turned his head and glanced at her coldly, slowing down the speed of injecting chakra in his hand. Just kidding, how is it possible? Karin felt a chill on his back and immediately denied it. So dangerous, it feels like he wants to kill me. Uchiha Yin-Liang turned around and continued to inject black wood. At this time, he was the culprit who instigated Shisui to kidnap Naruto. It was normal for him to be assassinated, and there was even a high possibility of being dealt with openly. In this case, it is wise to prepare in advance. Although the power of using Megatama Chakra in battle will not be much different, the reconnaissance ability is really not good. Once you are attacked and fail to react, it is equivalent to a death sentence. Almost. Uchiha Yin-Liang stopped transmitting chakra, took off the chakra Megatama that had shrunk to only a little on his chest, threw it to Karin, and said calmly, "This thing is for you. If you dare to sneak away, you might be blown up." "Can I throw it away?" Karin twitched her mouth and asked weakly. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled and simply said, "Whatever you want." Then he walked directly to Konoha. Ah! Karin sighed, looking at the Megatama in her hand with her sky-blue eyes, trying to absorb a little bit of the high-quality chakra contained in the Megatama. The Reincarnation Eye also has the ability to absorb chakra like the Reincarnation Eye. This chakra, well, it can be absorbed. The quality is very high, it should be very useful, and the future Avengers plan will be a little more certain. Yin-Liang in front did not look back, but just slightly bent the corners of his mouth and did not say much. At the gate of Konoha village. There are two gatekeepers at the gate of Konoha, Yamashiro Aoba and Shiranui Genma. At this time, they are only 25 or 26 years old. It will take a few years for Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo to take up their posts. Wait, who is next to you? The older Yamashiro Aoba took the initiative to stop Yin-Liang and asked. At this sensitive period, a member of the Uchiha clan brought an unknown red-haired outsider into the village. It would be strange if he was not stopped. Go away, don't bother me. Uchiha Yin-Liang glared, and a pair of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. At the same time, he used the word spirit hypnosis to amplify the instinctive fear of the two gatekeepers. So scary. The faces of Yamashiro Aoba and Shiranui Genma became more and more solemn. Looking at Yin-Liang's eyes was like looking at a terrifying beast. They couldn't help but feel scared from the bottom of their hearts, but the sense of responsibility as Konoha guards was firmly supporting their hearts. Sorry, we are from Konoha. Shiranui Genma, who was holding 1,000 books in his mouth, was sweating on his face, but his sense of responsibility overcame his fear. But when he was halfway through his words, he was suddenly interrupted. A huge force suddenly erupted behind him, followed by a dizzy feeling, making his whole world dark. A shadow clone slowly put down his hand behind the two people, and the black fog disappeared with a bang. Uchiha Yinliang waved his hand casually and walked directly into Konoha village. Word spirit hypnosis intensifies fear and allows fear to cover other feelings, so that the clones prepared at the beginning can easily sneak attack and enter Konoha village in the simplest way without causing too much commotion. Xiao Karan behind hurriedly caught up. She took a look at the two people lying on the ground and could see at a glance that they were just knocked unconscious and not dead at all. Did he deliberately show mercy? Because they are from the same village, will they be more restrained in fighting? I hope it won't be too dangerous after entering the village. Chapter 34 Changes and Transactions. Outside the Uchiha station. Uchiha Yinliang, come out! Tsunade shouted loudly outside the Uchiha station. Several Uchiha with 3 Megatama Sharingan quickly came to the outside of the station, looking at her cautiously and angrily, and it seemed that they might take action at any time, but because they were afraid of the name of the 3 ninjas, they did not kill them at the first time. Uchiha Yinliang is not in the clan land now, what are you looking for him for? Shisui appeared in front of Tsunade in an instant, staring at Tsunade with a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan and asked. What? Ask him what he did. The most important things on me are gone, and now I can't go anywhere. Tsunade shouted with gritted teeth. Shisui felt a little confused. The most important things on him were gone? He couldn't go anywhere? And now he came to the Uchiha clan to find Yinliang? Why did it feel like something magical happened? Masaka. Aleda. Could it be that? And the target is Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. It seems a bit tricky. Otherwise, I can use Kota Amatsukami to help him solve it. This will also give Uchiha one more teammate, but is this really a good idea? Shisui thought relatively little. Secretly Jiraiya, who was secretly observing in the field, had already imagined a paradise of intimacy in his mind. However, no matter how much he imagined it, Jiraiya would never believe that such a thing happened. He had known Tsunade for such a long time, and he could still see such a thing. Well, please calm down, Yinliang is really not in the base now. Shisui explained again. At the same time, a man with short black hair, a stern face and fierce eyes slowly walked out. He was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the captain of the Konoha guard force, and the Uchiha Fugaku who had the evil eyes. Following him out, there was also his son Uchiha Itachi, and 3 people who worked with him and made great contributions to Konoha, Uchiha Inahiro, Uchiha Taihuo, and Uchiha Yashiro. Not original, the original work exists. What did Uchiha Yinliang do? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Tsunade from a distance and asked. He stole 4 million taels of gambling money from me, a full 4 million taels. Tsunade shouted sternly. Shisui's eyes gradually became wise. He found that he seemed to have misunderstood just now. Fortunately, he didn't use the god of the sky, otherwise it might be a big deal, and it might cause a loss of life. If it's only 4 million taels, then I can pay it back for him. Uchiha Fugaku said in a simple and serious tone. The faces of the 3 Uchiha beside him gradually changed. Inari and Taihuo turned their heads to look at him, as if they couldn't understand why Fugaku said that. With the 2 Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan and the 9 taels, the Uchiha clan didn't need to do this. The older Uchiha Yashiro patted them lightly and winked. Inari and Taihuo gradually realized that there must be other hidden secrets. But what makes you think that our Uchiha clan stole your money? As the first wealthy family in Konoha, how could our Uchiha clan lack your money? Uchiha Fugaku stared at the Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan and shouted in a deterrent manner. Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade looked at Fugaku and whispered to herself. She knew how powerful these eyes were. Her vigilance against Fugaku increased exponentially. At the same time, she began to reflect. Did Uchiha Yinliang really need to come to her to steal money? No. I was wrong. There was no need from the beginning. His goal was never money, but to use my identity to attract other people. If I approached Uchiha during this period, Jiraiya would definitely follow secretly, and the Sandaime and Danzo would also be attracted. If they were all attracted, would Yin Liang not be there? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So, his goal is to catch them all in one fell swoop? Are all my actions in your plan? Uchiha Yin Liang. No, I have to do something. How about this? As long as you are willing to give me 5 million taels today, 3 days later, I can help anyone in your Uchiha clan to receive treatment, without time limit. Tsunade changed her tone and shouted loudly. I can leave, but I can't lose money. It's impossible to be deceived into fighting. As for the treatment, she will go around the world to gamble in 3 days. Who cares about Konoha's mess? It's a question whether the Uchiha clan can find her. In this way, there should be some effect, right? I don't know if you have calculated this step. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Tsunade's conditions are very tempting. The treatment of the medical saint of the ninja world is very important. A mere 5 million taels is really not expensive, but... Why did she change her words now? Is there any other calculation? Why did she run over and shout in the first place? 5 million taels. Well, Inauri, go get the money. Uchiha Fugaku said with a slight turn of his head. Yes. Although it happened a little suddenly, Uchiha Inauri still went to get the money, because the Uchiha clan really didn't lack this little money. Although it is a bit down and out now, the Uchiha clan has been a top family that competes with the Senju clan since the establishment of the village, and the family assets are naturally very rich. Humph, here you go. Tsunade took off the pearl necklace from the neck of the pig and threw it to Uchiha Fugaku, explaining, this is my token. Anyone from the Uchiha clan can ask me for treatment if they have this token. Tsunade, woo. Ha, that's interesting. I still trust the credibility of the 3 ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly. Although Tsunade's actions seemed a bit puzzling, she didn't seem to deny it maliciously, which was enough. And he exposed the Ninja-Kaya Sharingan now, not to shock Tsunade, but to scare those who were hiding in the dark and buy more time for the Uchiha clan. Shisui and Itaki are both geniuses. Although Uzumaki Naruto is the 9 taels Jinchuriki, he has a very high liking for the Uchiha clan. Cultivating him in the future will also help the Uchiha clan. That Uchiha Yin Liang is just a teenager now, with great room for growth. If Shisui and Itaka's judgment is correct, as long as he is given a few years, he might be able to grow to the same level as the legendary Uchiha Madara, or even higher. I don't know where he is now. The Uchiha clan is still a little dangerous outside. Clan leader, the money has arrived, we. Uchiha Inauri came to Fugaku with 5 million taels and whispered with an inquiring look. Give it to her, the token is already in hand, I believe she should not deny it. Uchiha Fugaku said decisively. Yes. Please collect it. The update speed of the Shohage novel website of Konoha's card drawing ninja is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 35 Encounter Battle breaks out. In the Konoha village. Why do I feel the atmosphere is not right? Karin pulled the corner of Uchiha Yin Liang's clothes, looking around at the people around her. She could clearly feel the malice of those villagers, the disgusting eyes. Because the Uchiha clan is not popular, Uchiha Yin Liang is hostile to the villagers just because he is also an Uchiha, and Karin is just a byproduct. Hehe, the herds are all cattle/horses, and the beasts always walk alone. Uchiha Yin Liang looked at the fearful villagers and said disdainfully. Cow/horse. Karin repeated, then looked at Yin Liang beside her, gradually curled up her mouth and asked with a smile, Hehe, what about us? You are just the backup food of the beast. Hey, why is that? Karen's little face suddenly became bitter. Even though she was so angry that her heart collapsed, she couldn't cry and make a fuss. It was really pitiful. Deep in the deserted alley, just as the two gradually approached the Uchiha clan's residence, Yin Liang frowned slightly. The Kuroki underground network made him sense the abnormality from the surroundings. He stopped and looked not far away. No need to hide, come out, under the Sharingan, all your hiding will seem ridiculous. Uchiha Yin Liang said lightly. Kairin's sky-blue eyes can see those who hide in the dark at a glance. Their so-called ambush here is a joke, but Yin Liang sensed her and there was no need to say it. Not coming out. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and began to quickly seal his hands, but the speed was always slow. This is the sadness of the clumsy party. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Fire-style great fireball technique. He took a deep breath and spit it out at the place where those people were hiding, forming a huge dark red fireball. This dark red fireball was extremely fast, and its size and power were also very strong. If someone was hit, the result can be imagined. Water-style water array wall. Water-style water rush slope. Two powerful water styles shot out from the shadows, but facing Yin Liang's great fireball, it was not enough if it was just simple and powerful. The blazing flames directly evaporated the water style, and the great fireball, with its faster speed, actually broke a water hole in the water array wall and penetrated, aiming directly at the main body behind. Boom! A silver-haired ninja jumped out of the smoke, his face covered by a black mask. He pulled open the forehead guard covering his left eye in the air, revealing a 3-Magatama Sharingan with scratches. But there must be more than one person lying in ambush in secret. The other man who didn't jump out is probably dead now. Kakashi. Uchiha Yin Liang whispered to himself, then said with a smile, I will make you remember how ridiculous it is to show off your Sharingan in front of the Uchiha clan. As soon as the voice fell, Yin Liang began to make hand seals. The speed of making hand seals did not seem fast. Karin on the side even thought that he was deliberately slowing down the speed of making hand seals, and then deliberately letting the other party copy, and then suppressing with absolute power. Kakashi's Sharingan showed its power, copying exactly the same, and even faster than Yin Liang, but the latter hand seal released the ninjutsu first, and a large-scale flame was sprayed out. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguish. Although Uchiha Yin Liang was slow in making hand seals, he was not too slow. After all, he made the first hand seals, and he deliberately made a few random hand seals in front of him, which confused Kakashi for a while and greatly slowed down Kakashi's copying speed. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguish. When Kakashi's flames rushed over, Yin Liang completed the hand seals in time and spit out flames at the same time. The Great Fire Extinguish on both sides collided with each other. There was no evenly matched situation at all. The dark red flames overwhelmed Kakashi's normal flames and crushed him directly. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kakashi ran away directly, climbed onto the roof in a few steps, and sweat fell on his forehead as he watched the dark red flames melt the house. What the hell is this copying? They are all the same ninjutsu. His great fireball is as strong as an armor-piercing bullet. And the great fire extinguish can directly spray out a sea of fire that is enough to melt iron and stone. There is no way to fight. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. A green-skinned watermelon-headed man rushed out from the side and used a back kick with amazing power, but Yin Liang had already noticed his presence and leaned back slightly to avoid the attack. Konoha's bad rock rise. Might Guy saw that his attack missed, so he changed his move directly, swung his body in the air, and hit Yin Liang's chest with an extremely fast elbow. Tisk, it's pretty fast. Uchiha Yin Liang raised his arms to resist, but he didn't feel any pain after his elbows met, and the strong mutual force separated the two. Yin Liang was very dissatisfied with this result, but after all, he was too young, his body had not yet developed to its peak, and his basic attributes were not high. You know, he now has 80% of the triple increase in speed, strength, and defense, which is how he can barely match Kai in normal state. Trouble. As expected, hard-working ninjas are still very strong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Perhaps because of the noise he made, more and more ninjas were attracted. An old man in his 60s in a white robe gradually walked out from the roof. The Hokage hat on his head, the identity was clearly stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yin-Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the large number of Anbu ninjas around him. His heartbeat speed quietly accelerated. The more people there were, the more he wanted to start a big pot to destroy them. Yin-Liang. Karen's mouth twitched, looking at those ninjas and the Hokage behind her. She felt very panicked. She was afraid that her safety could not be guaranteed. As for Uchiha Yin-Liang, she didn't think these people could subdue this guy who summoned a black wooden dragon of hundreds of meters in an instant, and they might even be wiped out in an instant. But, what about her? Karen didn't think she would be rescued when she was in danger. If she took the initiative to drag Yin-Liang down, it might be worse. This situation was not friendly to her. Are you Uchiha Yin-Liang? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yin-Liang and took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled a puff of white mist and said, his eyes were very sharp, and the ninja hero in the ninja world was not old enough to be in a situation where the chakra was insufficient after a few ninjutsu were released in the Konoha collapse plan. Get out of the way, I'm going home. Uchiha Yin-Liang looked at him coldly and said fearlessly. Hehe, how about having a cup of tea with me, an old man, before you go home? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight smile. In that case, let me show you the difference in our strength. Uchiha Yin-Liang said, and turned on the youth state directly. The black chakra overflowed instantly, and the control power soared to the peak. Yin-Liang clapped his hands fiercely and shouted loudly, would release unbutton the crotch. Tree World descends. Please add a collection recommendation ticket. It would be better if there is a monthly ticket. Chapter 36 Shock and Departure. The black wood under Konoha echoed with Yin-Liang's chakra, and several black towering trees rose from the ground. Because the range of the tree world was too large, most of the Anbu ninjas could not dodge and were basically entangled in an instant. The Anbu ninjas suffered heavy casualties. The main reason was that Uchiha Yin-Liang's ninjutsu was released too quickly. He just clapped his hands, without any seals at all, and any tree world came out, and it was the enhanced version of Longwei Chakra plus the original arrangement. Kai, are you okay? Kakashi dodged narrowly, unable to keep up with his scratched body, and asked his good friend anxiously. Ah, it's okay, but a lot of my chakra has been absorbed, and this black wood has a special sealing power. I probably won't be able to open the 8 gates in a short time. Kai said weakly as he fell to the ground. Although Might Guy is a physical ninja, he actually has chakra. In the later period, he also used the psychic technique to summon turtles to step on his feet. He didn't become a normal ninja just because his ninjutsu talent was not enough. Damn it, me too. Kakashi frowned tightly. He originally had very little mana, and was scratched by this mana-absorbing black wood. Most of the mana bar was gone, and it was difficult to exert his full strength. The two looked at their Hokage. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrapped in a cage made of a golden hoop, stubbornly blocking Kuroki's attack, but not long after, the golden hoop turned back into a monkey demon because its chakra was sucked dry. Monkey demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered, gradually clenching his teeth. Now he hasn't fought yet, and the chakra of the summoned beast has been sucked away. This is simply the beginning of hell. Sorry. Sarutobi. Monkey demon lowered his eyebrows, said whatever, and turned into white smoke and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely solemn, but he finally made up his mind and threw away the Hokage hat and white robe on his body, revealing the combat outfit inside. It was a black tight combat uniform, wearing a ninja hat, with green laminated armor on both sides of the hat, and an extra long belt at the back. The combat uniform is equipped with silver protective gear connected to the back on both shoulders, and there is a big fire character on the protective gear on the back, symbolizing his identity as a Hokage. He has 2 vertical ninja tool bags on his back, a purple silk belt around his waist, mesh wrist guards on his arms and calves, and green laminated armor on his right arm, which can provide effective protection in battle. It's the same wood escape as the first generation. If I can, I really don't want to be your enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. When Yin Liang's chakra burst just now, he felt the same as the first generation before, just like a human-shaped tailed beast. The chakra is not only large in quantity but also high in quality, and has extremely terrifying power. Uchiha Yin Liang in the distance turned off the youth state. In just 1 second, his vitality was reduced to a little more than 6%, but the passive attribute bonus was increased to 1.6 times. If he releases the youth state for another 2 seconds, he will enter the state of near death after it ends. Hey, what are you talking about? You brought a group of people to stop me from going home. And now you still have the nerve to say that you don't want to be my enemy? If you really don't want to be my enemy, get out of the way right now. I want to go home. Uchiha Yin Liang raised his head slightly and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth tightly, looking at Yin Liang in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Countless Anbu who were easily killed in seconds, and the black giant tree had already demonstrated his strength. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen had no confidence that he could win, so how could he win, afraid that the chances of using Shikigami Fujin to kill both of them are slim. Do you want to fight? Or should I listen to him and get out of the way? Uchiha Yin Liang looked at the hesitant Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face gradually darkened, and he said threateningly, "Third generation, you should understand the power of wood release, right? If I have an idea, it would be easy to destroy the entire Konoha." Word spirit hypnosis. Uchiha Yin Liang quietly activated his ability and continued, "The so-called 9 tails is just a toy to me. You don't really think I need the 9 tails to deal with Konoha, right? I took the 9 tails because I am sure I can suppress it at any time, and I have the Sharingan." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Yin Liang's Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, and his heart suddenly sank. Since the legendary wood release has been mastered, will he also have the Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan like Madara? What kind of monster am I facing now? Is there really hope in a fight? Even if they die together, Konoha will be completely destroyed by Susanoo and wood release. Is it really necessary to fight such a battle? One more thing, I'm going home. If you dare to stop me, I will completely destroy Konoha. Uchiha Yin Liang threatened, and secretly increased the power of the word spirit. Because he didn't really want to fight. If he really fought, he would win, but what if he entered the dying state later? Once no one treated him, or the person who treated him was too weak, he would really die. Uchiha Yin Liang took a step, and the little Karin behind him followed him. The surrounding environment was very quiet, and the footsteps of the 2 people were particularly clear and visible. They left. Should they be stopped? Sarutobi Hiruzen was panicked, and drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead, but he really didn't dare to do it now, and he didn't know what terrible consequences would be caused if he did it. His sight gradually turned to Karin, and at the same time he silently asked himself in his heart, if I use this child, will I have a chance to kill him without causing large-scale damage to Konoha? Karin turned her head and glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with her sky-blue eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly felt the feeling of someone tightening his neck, but this feeling disappeared in an instant, and Karin turned around and continued walking. What's going on? The feeling just now was not an illusion. That child who looked very small should also have special powers, right? It seems that there is a chance, but in fact it is watertight. Am I too naive? Uchiha Yin Liang's Kuroki is very powerful, and there are naturally many people who see it. For example, Tsunade, who had just traded with the Uchiha clan, saw this Kuroki would release as if she had seen a ghost. In the past, only her grandfather could use wood release, and she was very interested in this wood release user. But, using wood release in Konoha village, and such a large range of wood release, I'm afraid it's because of something that happened? Shizuan, take the money, I'll go take a look. Tsunade didn't even look back, and as soon as she finished speaking, she stomped on the ground and rushed to the place where the wood release broke out. She attaches great importance to everything about wood release, and she can't ignore it. Chapter 37 Plotting against Tsunade. Wood release ninjutsu. Jiraiya, who emerged from the shadow of a passerby, said solemnly, without thinking too much, he followed Tsunade to the crime scene to see the true face of the wood release user. Gamahira shadow manipulation technique, a ninjutsu that hides oneself in someone's shadow and manipulates his actions. Because the actions of the caster will not be exposed, it is a manipulation technique that is stronger than shadow imitation. And Danzo has no intention of taking action yet. He just looks brave and tricked the third generation out. In fact, this guy is the worst in Konoha. Don't even think about sending the root ninja to take the initiative to attack, unless he is sure enough to successfully sneak up on Yin Liang. Bing He, try to see if you can remotely control that kid. Danzo said to the middle-aged ninja next to him. Yes. The ninja was from the Yamanaka clan. He pointed his hands directly at Karin in front of him, silently running the chakra in his body, and at the same time shouted in his heart. Hard turn technique. Bing He's spirit left his body and flew towards Karin's body like an arrow from a bow. As the distance between them quickly closed, Bing He said to himself, as long as I can hit her, I will. Wow! It was a stinging feeling. Bing He's spirit's eyes became confused in an instant. The feeling of powerlessness spread to every corner of his body in an instant, and his consciousness became more and more blurred, as if the whole world was rejecting him. What happened? With his blurred vision, he could barely see the red-haired girl in front of him. He could see her raising her petite and weak hand and smiling with contempt. Did she kill me? What a fool! He dared to play with his spirit leaving his body in front of me. He will die without knowing how he died. Karin smiled confidently and whispered to herself. Her eyes are the reincarnation eyes, and the reincarnation eyes have the same ability as the reincarnation eyes, controlling puppets, and this control ability is even better than the 100 machine operation. She is perfect. Chuan could control Bing He's body when his spirit left his body and kill himself. After all, what's the difference between a body without mental control and a puppet? It's so easy to control. Is he dead? He committed suicide. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at Bing He's body. His fear of Uchiha Yin Liang and Karin increased exponentially. Two key pieces of information. First, the child has a strong sense. Second, she has the ability to control people's bodies. Yes, if she doesn't have any special talents, it would be strange to be carried by such a guy, right? It seems that we need to change some other ways to target him. On the way, Uchiha Yin Liang's eyes gradually changed, because he felt that two strong men were approaching him quickly. If he guessed correctly, they should be Jiraiya and Tsunade. Were they attracted by my technique? Very close. Closer. Saw it, the blonde Tsunade. Word spirit, hypnosis. Uchiha Yin Liang, did you steal my money? Tsunade didn't dare to go straight up, because she knew that this guy should not be simple, and the previous wood escape might be his rhythm. Wood release? Wait. Could it be that he has achieved his goal through me? Who was attacked by wood release, the old man Sandame and the old dog Danzo? Money? I am not interested in money. The happiest time is when I practice ninjutsu and refine chakra. And there is no need for me to steal your money. Uchiha Yin Liang looked directly at Tsunade, as if it was really like this. As if the lottery does not need 1 million at a time. Then why did you? Tsunade stared at Yin Liang and asked. Hehe, the reason? I just wanted to simply confirm your strength, and the result was, your strength is far from that of the hot mom. Uchiha Yin Liang said with a disdainful smile. He really didn't steal money. If he accidentally drew it in the lottery, can it be called stealing? It should be called the reasonable secondary distribution of world resources. This is a very good thing. I hope this kind of thing can happen more often. Oh? You mean, are you strong? Tsunade's face gradually changed. She was obviously not satisfied with Yin Liang's explanation. She didn't think a teenage kid would understand her grandfather's power. Do you want to see it? Uchiha Yin Liang said with a smile. He was not wasting time to talk to Tsunade, but to buy time for him to secretly control the black wood to entangle. Now the black wood has been wrapped around Tsunade's calf. If she moves a little, she will touch the black wood. Buy some more time, hehe. But Jiraiya behind is coming soon. If he finds out that I tried this little trick, he may be wary in the future. At that time, the psychological suggestion of hypnosis may not be enough for him to ignore. Then... Nanny? When? Tsunade just wanted to move, but her legs were tightly entangled by the black wood and couldn't move. She lowered her head and looked at the black wood that appeared from nowhere, feeling the chakra gradually flowing out of her body, and the sealing power exclusive to the black wood gradually panicked. She reacted slowly. It was an opportunity. You have been trapped in my illusion from the beginning, but you didn't notice it at all, Tsunade, your illusion resistance is too weak. Uchiha Yin Liang said with a slight smile. Ha! How could Tsunade give up easily? She immediately began to burst chakra, but the chakra disappeared before it burst out with the power it should have. She looked at Yin Liang's smile and lowered her head slightly, muttering to herself, Task, I can't use my strength at all, the chakra in my legs is being continuously absorbed, no matter how much chakra I use, it's useless, just like Grandpa's would escape. It's the psychological effect of hypnosis. If Tsunade didn't hesitate, she could break free directly with her strange power at the first time, but the victory or defeat of the battle is often at this moment. Tsunade's hesitation derived from hypnosis gave Yin Liang a chance. He let Kuroki wrap tighter to absorb a lot of chakra and achieve a little sealing effect, which eventually led to the inability to break free. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground under Uchiha Yin Liang's feet turned into a swamp in an instant. His fingers moved slightly, and a black tree hidden deep underground rose up, providing a foothold for the two in the Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Yin Liang looked at his clothes, turned his head and looked at the white-haired middle-aged man who was performing the spell in the distance with the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, and said softly, You should be glad that you didn't dirty my clothes, Zishu. Word spirit, hypnosis. Would escape. Jiraiya looked at him solemnly. At this moment, he felt that Yin Liang in front of him was just like a human-shaped tailed beast, exuding an extremely terrifying aura all the time, as if he could easily destroy everything with just one thought. Chapter 38 Karen's First Battle. Karen, play with him. Uchiha Yin Liang turned his head and said with a smile. Hey! Karen's expression became more and more confused. What can I use to fight that guy? Just relying on a reincarnation eye that has just awakened a few days ago? With this amount of chakra, I can't even use a big move. Big move? Wait, he gave me a chakra that can absorb Magatama to gain strength. Could it be that he had already calculated this step at that time? Is this a test for me? Don't you dare to fight! Uchiha Yin Liang said calmly, but Karen felt that there was great fear in this calmness. She was very afraid that she would face something terrible if she refused. After all, this guy must have consumed some precious resources to make himself so strong. If the reality is far below expectations. Humph, fight! Although Karen was still a little reluctant in her heart, she still agreed. If she guessed correctly, Yin Liang didn't want her to win, but to prove her worth, so the actual danger should not be too high. Let that kid come. Jiraiya gradually frowned, but when he carefully sensed it, he actually felt a breath similar to Nagato's samsara eye in Karen's sky blue eyes. Although he didn't know what kind of eyes it was, he took it seriously from the bottom of his heart. Karen absorbed the chakra in the Megatama, turned her head and said softly, Yin Liang, let me tell you in advance, I can only fight for 1 minute, really only 1 minute. Uchiha Yin Liang's eyes lit up. He was just saying it casually. After refusing, he could just say she was a waste and get rid of her. In fact, he didn't intend to let her fight Jiraiya, but she actually accepted it. If this is the case, it would be easy to avoid the battle. Jiraiya, you don't want Tsunade to get into trouble, right? Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and waved his fingers gently. The black wood wrapped around Tsunade slowly moved upwards, binding and sealing Tsunade's entire lower body. In fact, the slow spread of the black wood was not because Yin Liang wanted to put psychological pressure on Jiraiya, but simply because he could only control it so fast. After all, his chakra control was not strong. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade who could not resist, and his heart seemed to be tightened. He looked at Yin Liang cautiously and angrily and asked, what do you want to do? Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and sat down, saying in a proud and conceited tone, haha, it's very simple. I want you to test her strength. As long as the result satisfies me, I will naturally let her go. Is that the case? Karen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but did not completely let down her guard. If she was captured by Jiraiya in the battle, the result would not be too good. Just a test. Jiraiya frowned slightly and asked. Yes, but I have to be satisfied. Uchiha Yin Liang's Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan stared at Jiraiya, frantically using the word spirit hypnosis to patch up his behavior. I have to say, word spirit hypnosis is simply a magical skill. Although it cannot directly control the strong, it only needs to distort their thoughts, making them ignore or more obviously aware of something, which is enough to do many things. As long as you know how to use it, it is a perfect ability. That. Lord Jiraiya, please be merciful to my men. Karen jumped down from the black wood, landed steadily on the ground, raised one hand, and said helplessly with her palm facing Jiraiya. The dragon power chakra Megatama has been absorbed. Then I. Karen did not give Jiraiya a chance to finish his words, and directly threw his hand upwards. An invisible force instantly threw him into the sky. At the same time, he symbolically formed a few seals with his hands, and spit at Jiraiya in the air. The red flame instantly dyed half of the sky red. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Summoning technique. However, before the flames hit Jiraiya, the seal of the summoning technique appeared in the air, and a huge toad raised a pot lid-like shield with one hand to steadily block the flames, and at the same time, with the force of falling, he held a harpoon and stabbed towards Karen fiercely. You can react to this. Karen gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, and at the same time, her body reacted quickly. Her eyes instantly predicted the falling attack position of the toad, and her petite body quickly dodged. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Several large fireballs fell from the sky, and both the momentum and power were very strong, far exceeding ordinary flame bombs. It turned out that Jiraiya in the air had not yet landed, but he had already refined the chakra in his mouth into oil, just to prepare for the next attack. This is a strong man of the 10th ninjutsu, whose attainments in ninjutsu have reached the extreme, and his control over the technique is very delicate. Such a large range. Karen had just dodged Gamaken's attack, but the large flame bomb completely blocked all her escape routes with its absolute range. It was an extremely dangerous situation, but Karen was not afraid at all, but wanted to laugh. Sealing technique. She did not dodge at all, and raised one hand towards the large flame bomb. The exploding flame was actually absorbed into her palm like a well-behaved sheep. Pure ninjutsu not only had no effect on her, but also replenished her chakra. Boom! Jiraiya landed steadily on the ground, and said to himself calmly, "Do you have the ability to absorb ninjutsu? It seems that we need to change our method. Let's go together, Gamaken. Although we are useless, I hope to contribute a little bit of strength." The purple big toad pulled up a huge black iron harpoon from the ground and attacked Karin. Looking at the man and the beast that were attacking her quickly, Karin gritted her teeth with a bitter look on her face. Ordinary ninjutsu would be blocked by the big toad. Only by launching repulsion with all her strength could she knock it away, but it would consume too much chakra. Dodging would only delay time, and with my combat experience, it would be easy to encounter danger, and I'm afraid that the time I can hold on would be even shorter. Really, there is no solution. Ninjutsu, hair needle 1000 books. Jiraiya made hand seals with his hands and used chakra to harden his white hair. Although this attack was not a pure ninjutsu, Karin's seal absorption seal could still absorb the chakra on the hair. But the fact is, if this thing has already pierced into the body, what's the point of absorbing chakra? Summoning technique is really troublesome. Wait, summoning technique? I feel like I can summon a good guy, but it requires a huge amount of chakra, but there is no way now, let's try it. Summoning technique ancestor statue. Karin didn't even make a seal this time. And slapped the ground with one hand. Countless black runes actually appeared, and the chakra in her body began to leak out continuously. Bang! Just when the hair needle Qianben was about to hit her, a giant stone hand suddenly appeared in the smoke and perfectly blocked all attacks. Chapter 39, Leave Calmly. At the same time, another giant stone hand also smashed out from the smoke, and one punch knocked Gamaken away fiercely, showing its strength. This is the ancestor statue. It has enough power to suppress the Nine Tails. Although the premise is that the Nine Tails is tired of its infinite regeneration, it can also be seen that it is powerful. Its infinite regeneration plus its own power is already very strong as a summoning. With only a little chakra left, Karin gasped and raised her head, looking at the extremely tall stone statue in front of her, and the sense of security in her heart instantly overflowed. What is that? Jiraiya's eyes widened. Just by looking at the huge half-body stone statue that looked like a tailed beast, he could feel the oppressive feeling coming towards him. The smell of this oppressive feeling. Why did he feel like he had seen it somewhere before? Illusion? No, it was the same smell as that guy. A summoned beast from the same lineage. Actually, Jiraiya had misunderstood. This was just because Uchiha Yinliang was using hypnosis to scare him. It had nothing to do with summoned beasts. Things seem to be getting tricky. Jiraiya said slowly while looking at the ancestor's stone statue. The next moment, his eyes shifted to Karin. Looking at her almost completely exhausted chakra, Jiraiya's mouth curved and changed his words, but it doesn't seem to be completely tricky. Shadow clone technique. 2 white smokes passed by, and 2 identical Jiraiyas appeared. 3 Jiraiyas rushed towards Karin from 3 directions at the same time, and the 3 Jiraiyas formed seals at the same time. Summoning technique suppressing the vendor technique. Jiraiya in the middle completed the seal first, and a huge red toad fell from the sky and smashed hard on the ancestor statue in an instant. The toad had a huge pipe in its mouth and a short knife in its hand. This was the toad boss, Gamabuntat. You always summon me to such a strange place, and I get angry sometimes. Gamabunta accumulated the chakra in his body and angrily spit it out under him. Water style, water cannon. Gamabunta used the water cannon, and the effect was average. Boom! The uninjured ancestor statue punched it down with a fierce punch, then held the head of the toad boss with one hand and violently beat it with the other hand. The ancestor statue used a full-strength attack, with excellent effect, and triggered the pursuit effect. Gamabunta used a short sword to slash, with excellent effect, and triggered the arm-breaking effect. The ancestor statue was completely restored and suppressed Gamabunta again, with excellent effect. Gamabunta charged and counterattacked, but the effect was weak. The style seems a bit strange. Ninjutsu Ranshishi hair technique. The two Jiraiya's hair danced wildly like lions as they pounced on Karin. Karin, who had exhausted her chakra, frowned and raised her head. Now she had no ability to resist. Is this the end? Karin looked at the dancing white hair and felt her meager chakra. A feeling of despair gradually fermented in her heart. She couldn't help but ask herself, do I really have no trump cards at all? It seems that I really don't have any. On the other side. Black, slash. Uchiha Yin-Liang whispered, and the black knife that had been condensed in his hand fell at a high speed. The black knife was so full of chakra that it was about to overflow, that it fell heavily with the slash, and the silent black line was raging wildly. This scene was just like a god swinging a black brush, and everything in front was stained and swallowed by black. Jiraiya's white hair also looked fragile and powerless in front of this slash, and was chopped off without any surprise. This is A. Basic attributes increased by 1.6 times. A. Second order instant speed A4. A. Scent dragon power chakra adds additional bonus. A. Pound sword swing speed increased by 10%. A. Slash damage increased by 20%. A yen half of the dragon power chakra is attached to the black knife. Simple sword swing under blessing. The black slash made no sound, but its effect surpassed everything, making the people who saw it lose their voice and could only stare at everything in silence, as if they had lost their hearing. The aftermath gradually dissipated, but the huge black gully remained, as if to show that this blow was not an illusion but a real existence. This attack was very difficult to deliver. Half of Uchiha Yin-Liang's chakra had disappeared, and it took a long time to condense. Time, if it weren't for the word spirit hypnosis that made these two guys subconsciously ignore him, Yin-Liang would not have had the opportunity to accumulate power for such a long time. What is that? Jiraiya stared blankly at the dark ravine in front of him. This attack had no signs, as if it could be used at will. He turned his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Yin-Liang, who was calm and kept the posture of dropping the knife. The horror in his heart could not be expressed in words. What kind of monster is this? Am I qualified to fight with such a guy? Karin, go home. Uchiha Yin-Liang threw away the black knife casually, and the meridians with strengthened defense were aching, but he could bear it. He had to leave now. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to leave later. As long as he went to the Uchiha clan's residence. As long as he could understand the stone tablet. As long as he learned Izanami. Combined with my pile of Sharingan. I will let you see what youth is. Long-term low vitality youth, big move and Izanaki rewind, and a large number of Sharingan A per 1000 infinite 8 gates of ninjutsu. However, with my current pupil power of up to 3 Megatama Sharingan, I may not be able to see Izanaki at all. If possible, it seems more effective to obtain the use of this technique through other methods. Ah, yes. Exhausted, Karin immediately released the summoning beast, and the ancestor statue disappeared instantly. She followed Yin-Liang obediently, looking at his back with sky-blue eyes, thinking silently in her mind, it's exactly what I thought. I'm very smart. On the other side, Jiraiya watched the two leave, and he couldn't even raise the desire to stop them, but he still forced himself to restrain the fear in his heart and looked at Tsunade on the side. If Tsunade's seal was not lifted, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Jiraiya. The black wood on Tsunade loosened, and the power of the seal and absorbing chakra gradually disappeared, but the feeling of powerlessness was deeply engraved in her mind. She had to admit that this guy really had the same power as her grandfather, the power to pacify the troubled times, the power to suppress everything, the power of the ninja god. Haha, it seems that he has no ill intentions. Jiraiya suddenly laughed boldly, and his smile was as unrestrained and unpretentious as usual. You mean? His power is really too strong, so strong that no one can resist it. He has not done anything extreme until now, doesn't it mean that he has no ill intentions towards Konoha and us? Jiraiya explained generously. Although it makes sense, but I lost a full 4 million taels. Which bastard stole my money? I exchanged it for my family property. Jiraiya. Chapter 40 Ninja-CHAPTER Sharingan_Konoha's card draw ninja. Daily tasks. A. Unchanged farmland. A. The baby carrying person appears again. A. Scent be honest and make seals. Make seals 100,000 times. A. Pound battle experience. If you want to be a truly strong person, you must go through countless high-intensity battles. After the battles, you can settle them all at once. The higher the intensity of the battle, the more rewards you will get. Settle. Uchiha Yin-Liang on the road said directly in his heart. Although he might face other battles next, his state is already very bad, and it is difficult to accumulate more rewards. Once he fails, he will be gone. And the guaranteed minimum is coming soon. After all, there has been no gold for more than 80 draws and there is a guaranteed minimum for 100 draws. The next draw has a great possibility of getting good things, so settling the draw first is undoubtedly a better choice. What is the use of drawing after death? Simply maximizing benefits is not practical. Battle situation is being settled. Only 6.256% of vitality is left, including natural recovery. Evaluation: the battle situation is extremely tragic, fighting bloody to the point of near death, double the reward. Chakra consumption 8,334%. Evaluation: crazy output of chakra like a life-threatening situation. The data evaluation shows that the battle situation is quite tense, double the reward. Battle results: defeat 136 ninjas, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Might Guy, Kakashi and other powerful ninjas, and get extra bonuses. Make the enemy lose the will to fight is considered a defeat. Tip: daily tasks are completed in excess. Congratulations on getting the number of permanent draws A36. 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on obtaining Earth Style, Light and Heavy Rock Technique. Congratulations on obtaining Indra Bloodline 5%. Already converted into Pupil Power. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Byakugan A2. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Sharingan. Congratulations on obtaining Chakra Attribute, Thunder. Congratulations on obtaining Kunao A10. Congratulations on obtaining Pupil Power Breakthrough Card A1. Congratulations on obtaining Ashura Bloodline 5%. Congratulations on obtaining Wood Style, Wood Clone. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled at the golden Pupil Power Breakthrough card. He knew that the more this kind of thing looked bad and seemed to have no improvement, the better it was to use. There is no simple thing of golden quality. How long does it take to digest this thing? Answer: about 1 minute. Pupil Power Breakthrough card, use it. Uchiha Yin-Liang stopped halfway and sat on the side of the road with his eyes closed quietly, feeling the feeling of Pupil Power Breakthrough. The closed eyes had long been replaced with his own 2 Magatama Sharingan. The 3 Magatama Sharingan he drew had no growth potential. Yin-Liang. Karin watched him sit down, frowning slightly. She didn't know what was going on, but she knew that it was better not to meddle in other people's business at this time, so she sat quietly and waited. In Uchiha Yin-Liang's closed eyes, the 2 Magatama rotated rapidly, and the 3rd Magatama soon appeared. After the 3rd Magatama appeared, his pupil power was still breaking through rapidly, as if he wanted to form a new pattern. But this process is very difficult. His pupil power accumulation is not enough. And a breakthrough cannot reach the level of a kaleidoscope. Is that it? Hint: Dragon bloodline has a certain degree of influence on the Sharingan, and your bloodline has been mutated. Hint: trigger the fusion mode. Other similar materials can be added again during this process as a catalyst for the breakthrough of the Sharingan's pupil power. Uchiha Yin-Liang gritted his teeth slightly, first throwing all the Byakugan directly in, and then throwing away the Sharingan until only 10 pairs were left. However, the pupil power seemed to be a little insufficient, and he had no choice but to throw away 5 pairs of Sharingan with heartache. With more pupil power, he was closer to the level of successfully entering the Mangekyo, but still a little short. There was no way, Yin-Liang could only throw in 3 more pairs of Sharingan. This time it was almost done. Alas! Hint: your Sharingan's mutated breakthrough is complete. However, this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan seems to be a little different from the normal Mangekyo. First of all, Uchiha Yin-Liang's normal 3 Magatama mode is not scarlet, but a golden bottom with a white 3 Magatama pattern, which is very weird as a whole. The kaleidoscope form is even weirder, with the white pattern turning into a vertical pupil like a dragon eye, and then turning in place to split into 3 vertical pupils to form a hexagram-like pattern. The ability of the left eye is the word spirit Zilong. Effect: the world-destroying word spirit of the King of Bronze and Fire, the strongest existence of the fire-type word spirit, causing all substances at the focal distance of the pupil to burn rapidly and instantly generate a large amount of high heat, causing an effect equivalent to the power of a nuclear bomb explosion, and the explosion range depends on the bloodline. Warning: the use of this ability requires extremely terrifying pupil power and chakra, please be as careful as possible and use it in small amounts. The ability of the left eye is comparable to a nuclear bomb, while the ability of the right eye is more magical, the reincarnation eye chakra mode. Yes, you read it right. Because Uchiha Yin-Liang's Sharingan has too many white eyes added, the right eye kaleidoscope ability directly becomes the reincarnation eye chakra mode, which is simply outrageous. Warning: this ability requires extremely terrifying pupil power and chakra, so be sure to use it with caution. As for the third power that all Ninja-Kaya Sharingan have, Susanoo has also changed. Dragon power Susanoo: your Susanoo will no longer appear in human form, but will construct a black dragon. The dragon has the ability to devour chakra to control gravity and repulsion. Dragon power Susanoo can freely use all low-level words and control the power of various elements. Fatal warning: full release of this ability requires a lethal amount of chakra and pupil power. Izanami with 3 Magatama Sharingan cannot reverse death. Please avoid using it. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled. The power of the Ninja-Kaya Sharingan is so strong that he dare not use it even if he has eternal light. Because the consumption of using it is so terrifying that it is crazy. The left eye is a nuclear bomb, the right eye directly opens the 6 paths mode, and the 2 eyes directly destroy the world. He didn't dare to use the chakra he had now, and it was drained away casually. Yin-Liang never dreamed that the factor that limited his use of the Mangekyo was not light, but the so-called pupil power and chakra amount. It looked like a joke. Although the power of the Mangekyo could not be used, the increase in pupil power was still real. In the future, the effect of using the word spirit hypnosis can be greatly improved, and the observation ability and illusion strength will be greatly improved. If you want to improve your strength in the future, you have to focus on the chakra amount and pupil power. Uchiha Yin-Liang stood up and opened his eyes. It was just a pair of ordinary eyes, but Karan saw destructive power from these eyes. It seemed that these eyes did not have power, but a switch to destroy the world. Suddenly he felt so scary. Keep going. Oh. Karan didn't ask anything, and honestly followed Yin-Liang and walked towards the Uchiha clan's clan land. Chapter 41 Uchiha Ching. Outside the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Yin-Liang stopped and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar mansion, exhaled lightly and said, "We're here. Such a big house, it looks so luxurious. Is this your home?" Karan looked at the large houses and asked with a face full of longing. "No, there is only one," Uchiha Yin-Liang said with a slightly lowered eyebrow. Although the Uchiha clan is located in a remote area, the overall decoration is still very grand. Only one. Karan looked at Yin Liang in doubt, thinking to himself, this guy is so powerful, how could there be only one room? Is it the largest and most luxurious one? Let's go. Uchiha Yin Liang walked into the station silently. There were not many people on the road, and other Uchiha clan members did not react when they saw him, because few people in the Uchiha clan could remember him. So even though many people knew Uchiha Yin Liang, a member of the clan, they did not even know what he looked like, and no one paid attention to him when he returned to the group. Something is wrong. Karan looked around, feeling that everything was different from what she thought. In her mind, whether she admired or hated him, Yin Liang must be a famous person and should not be so unknown. We are here, this is my home. Uchiha Yin Liang stopped in front of a small house. The location of the house was a bit remote, not only small but also a bit desolate. Karan blinked in confusion, looking at Yin Liang with an inquiring look, as if to say, are you kidding me? But Yin Liang's calm and indifferent look did not seem to be joking. Is this really his home? There was a sound of footsteps in the house, and Yin Liang frowned slightly. Who went to his house? Without the breath of chakra, is he a ninja with strong hiding ability, or an ordinary person without chakra? Karen's sky-blue eyes can directly penetrate the obstruction of the house and clearly see the person behind the door. It is a girl about the same age as Yin Liang, who is stumbling out to greet him. Do you have a sister? Karen turned her head and asked quietly. No. Uchiha Yin Liang has no relatives or friends in his memory, and the girl who can be called his sister does not exist, so why does this person appear? Crack. A girl of 11 or 12 years old opened the door and looked at the two people outside the door and asked, please, are you Uchiha Yin Liang? Well, who are you? Why are you in my house? Uchiha Yin Liang looked at this girl who looked pretty with an expressionless face, and his expression was a little cold. My name is Uchiha Ching, I am the servant sent by the clan leader to take care of your daily life. I am 12 years old this year. Both my parents have passed away. But I am very capable. Uchiha Ching bit her lips lightly and said with one hand on the door. Oh. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled. He probably knew what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking. On the surface, he sent a maid who was similar to him to take care of his daily life and facilitate his better practice, but in fact, he was trying to show his goodwill to him and further pull him and Uchiha closer. If the two of them could have some kind of relationship, it would be great for him. The idea was not bad. I see. Just do your job well. Let's go in. Uchiha Yin Liang nodded and said. In the house. Yin Liang found a seat and sat down casually. Looking at the neat environment in the house, he secretly thought, it's not bad to clean it up. It's well organized. It's okay to stay. Karen glanced at Uchiha Yin Liang, blinked quickly, and after a little thought, she also found a seat and sat down. Looking at Uchiha Ching who was standing there timidly, she gradually showed a natural smile. Until her eyes moved down, looked at Uchiha Ching's front armor, and then looked at herself, this. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, as if time had stopped, the young Karen felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. This is unreasonable. Let me ask you for the time being, do you have a place to live? Uchiha Yin Liang looked at Ching and asked. No. Uchiha Ching lowered her head slightly, her face slightly flushed, obviously she understood a lot of strange things, and was mentally prepared. Fugaku, your mind is really simple, and your approach is also simple and crude, but this open approach is not bad, at least it is better than secretly calculating, at least it can make people feel more comfortable. Well, I see. Uchiha Yin Liang nodded gently and continued to ask, have you never condensed chakra? Or do you not have the talent in this area? I haven't practiced it. I don't know what the talent is like, and the functions are only cleaning and cleaning for the time being, which is not very useful, but it is better than nothing. Karan, you teach her to practice, if she can't teach well, it's your problem. Uchiha Yinliang turned his head and smiled like a devil and looked at Karan and said. Karan was stunned for a moment, then blinked at Yinliang's eyes. She felt that Uchiha Yinliang was not joking. Is he really going to let me teach? I have only practiced for a few days, you bastard. Well, I can't do it, right? Karen's mouth twitched, and she looked at Yinliang and then at Uchiha Qing, and her expression became more and more tangled. She is just a 6-year-old child. Why should she teach a 12-year-old sister to practice? Shouldn't it be the other way around? It's too hard for me. Then do you plan to let me teach in person? Uchiha Yinliang glanced at Karan coldly, as usual with a bad face, but his idea was very simple. That is to let Karan recognize the difference between her and normal ninjas through this teaching, and then improve her worldview of the ninja world and become a stronger ninja. Karen's eyes were a little evasive. Even if Yinliang said so, she still felt that she couldn't do it. She just looked at Yinliang in embarrassment and refused silently again. You are useless? Haha, I raised you for nothing. Uchiha Yinliang smiled coldly and said with a look of utter disappointment. Did you raise me? You are so embarrassed to say this? You don't know how perfunctory you are to me? Alas, after all, he gave me new strength, enough to see clearly. Everything and the eyes that control fate, he could easily buy me off if he did a little better, but he didn't. Even if he was pretending, it would make me feel better, Bastard. Pervert. Scum. Okay, I'll teach you. Karan gritted her teeth and agreed, glaring at Yinliang fiercely and furtively, fearing that he would find out. Uchiha Qing looked at the two people in front of him, with many questions in his heart, and finally pursed his lips and asked, that. Is it really okay for her to teach? Are you questioning me? Uchiha Yinliang said calmly. Chapter 42 Karen's Teachings. No, I just... Uchiha Qing saw that Yinliang's face was not right, and hurriedly explained with a smile. If you can prove your value, stay, if you can't do it, then there is no need for you to exist. Uchiha Yinliang interrupted directly, saying coldly and rigidly. As soon as the voice fell, he stood up and walked towards his bedroom, leaving the sight of the two. Uchiha Qing stared at Yinliang's back in a daze, until the door slammed shut with a snap, and she panicked. Slowly turning her head to look at the little Karan on the other side, Qing blinked quickly with grievance and fear, and her thoughts were all written on her face. That. He is just like that, don't worry too much. Karan smiled awkwardly, but she was unsure about what she said, because she didn't know what Yinliang was thinking, and she never felt that she understood this person. Because she always felt that this guy was like a sick person, and couldn't be judged by normal people's thinking. Really? Uchiha Qing sighed with a sad face. Well, just like he said, you just need to prove that you are useful. Karan stood up and continued to comfort her, walked to Qing and pulled her to sit down. Oh, but I can't do anything except doing some housework. Uchiha Qing said this, but her heart had already started thinking in a strange direction. Is he hinting at me? Just like he said, prove your own value. If it's just a simple housework that can be done by others, then there is no need for her to exist, but he didn't expel me directly. In other words, he thinks I should still have other values. I have missed a long period of time to practice ninjutsu, and it will be difficult to achieve anything even if I start now. From asking this child to teach me ninjutsu, it can be seen that he doesn't really want me to learn it. He is more of a girl hinting at my gender and identity, and then telling me what to do. If I don't do it, I will be driven away, right? However, I was prepared before coming. It's just that I came earlier than expected. But will it hurt? It's okay, I will teach you how to refine chakra. It's very simple. As long as you concentrate, you can succeed quickly in a quiet environment. Karin looked at Uchiha Haru, who was thinking with her head down slightly, patted her shoulder gently and said with a smile. Well, okay. Uchiha Haru nodded, then quietly leaned over and asked, I heard that he seems to be very powerful. How powerful is he? Is he as strong as the clan leader? Well, let me tell you this, when we entered the village and came here before, Konoha's Hokage couldn't stop us. Karin said with a proud smile. Even the Hokage can't stop him. Uchiha Ching repeated in disbelief, and couldn't help but confirm again, is this true? The Hokage is the strongest ninja in Konoha. Really? Karin put her little finger on her chin, recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous performance, and finally frowned and said, I don't think he is strong either. Yin Liang defeated his summoning beast and many ninjas with one move. When we walked over, he didn't dare to move at all. Hey? Is this true? Uchiha Ching asked with her little hand covering her mouth. Look outside the window. What's outside the window, hey? When did Konoha have so many huge black trees? Is it the movement just now? Uchiha Ching looked at the black trees that suddenly appeared, and a very absurd idea was born in her mind. But her intuition told her that this was the answer. That was created by his ninjutsu, and no one can block it head-on. Karin said more and more proudly. Hehe, let me teach you some basic knowledge about chakra. Karin looked at Haru's shocked expression and felt very sour in her heart. At the same time, she did not forget what she should do. Oh, I have a rough understanding of it, but not very deeply. Uchiha Haru gently curled her hair and looked at little Karin with a soft but suspicious look. She didn't think this child could teach anything useful. Karin's sky blue reincarnation eye has a strong insight ability and easily noticed Haru's abnormality. She raised her two little hands towards Haru and smiled playfully. Uchiha Haru was very confused. She didn't know what this little guy wanted to express. What was the specific relationship between stretching out two hands and chakra? Snap! Karin put her hands together and activated the ability of the reincarnation eye with a crisp clapping sound. Various small objects in the room began to move at the same time, an irregular floating in the air. Uchiha Haru looked at the thing floating in the air with a confused look on her face, and couldn't help asking in her heart, is this a ninjutsu? It doesn't seem to be, she obviously didn't make a seal, she just clapped her hands simply. This is the highest realm of ninjas, bastard, just clap your hands and you'll get what you want. Karin smiled and controlled various things to return to their original places. Isn't this an illusion? Uchiha Haru asked in disbelief, because what Karin said and did was really a bit weird, and it was completely inconsistent with her worldview. How can a ninja not make a seal? It must be fake to say that you can get what you want by clapping your hands. I am your teacher now, you should trust me. Karin pouted slightly and said uncomfortably, what happened just now was not an illusion, and I have not learned anything about illusions. How can you trust me? She said this, but she began to compare with Yin Liang in her heart, feeling that the guy's simple and rough approach seemed to be more worry-free. Some things are troublesome to explain, but she doesn't like that. How to prove? If you can get the kettle over there to drink water, I will believe you. Uchiha Ching thought for a while and said. Pa! Karin clapped her hands, and the kettle not far away flew over by itself and landed steadily on the table. She made a gesture of invitation and smiled. Uchiha Ching picked up the kettle and touched it carefully. She felt that there was no problem, not like a genjutsu. She poured a glass of water and tried to drink it herself. The taste was the boiled water she boiled herself, and there was still no problem. Amazing! Uchiha Ching looked at Karin and his eyes gradually changed, becoming more convinced. Karin smiled and taught, ninjas are mainly divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is the ninja with chakra. This kind of ninja needs complex hand seals to use some weak jutsu. Above the chakra ninja, there are stronger chakra ninjas. These ninjas only need to make a small number of hand seals to release powerful ninjutsu. The strongest are the ninjas with chakra. They have almost endless energy. They can get whatever they want with a clap of their hands. They don't need to make hand seals at all. Uchiha Ching looked at her confusedly, and said with an expression that refreshed his worldview, "So, this is the world of ninjas." Chapter 43 The Cowardly Nine Tails. Wood Release, Wood Clone Technique. Uchiha Yinliang slowly formed a seal, and by controlling the black wood, he directly created 5 wooden clones at the edge of Konoha village. These were clones he sent out to practice his abilities and seals. They were very useful in improving the skill level, and he couldn't refuse the rewards for the daily tasks. The farming task was also very interesting. For 1 plant per draw, Yinliang really wanted to choose to plant leeks. After all, the yield of leeks per acre can reach 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms, and the weight of a leek fluctuates around 10 grams. In conjunction with the land area of Yinliang's family. As long as you harvest once, you can get a super large number of draws. Lazy harvest grass, it's really a bloody profit, right? But there is a big problem in practice. The origin of leeks is in China, which means that there are no leeks in the world of Naruto, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. But he had to plant some other plants. The wood clone can complete the task of cultivating the land because the structure is different from the shadow clone. Uchiha Yinliang said to himself with a smile. Shadow clones have no solid entity, and wood clones are wood that has become solid, so they can pass the judgment. Yinliang opened the window and jumped out, using the underground black wood network to lock the 2 chakras with the strongest cola flavor, that is, Fugaku and Shisui, who have the main Jakaya. Find the one who is close, Shisui. His purpose is very clear, to find Shisui or Fugaku, and then enter the ancestral hall inside the Uchiha to get the method of using Izanaki. As long as he has Izanaki, he can use the Sharingan to open the big wildly without restraint. On the street. The Uchiha group is a little chaotic, probably because of the news just now. The clan members know that the Hokage and a bunch of Anbu are suppressed by him, and they are excited as if they have been injected with chicken blood. There are still a few chakras sneaking close to the Uchiha clan, probably Danzo's root subordinates. If the kid at home is attacked, it might be easy to get into trouble. It's better to leave a backup. Wood Release, Wood Clone Technique. The black wood deep underground of Yinliang's house squirmed, and a wood clone gradually emerged from the black wood. The wood clone controlled the underground black wood closer to the surface, which was easier to control and use. Danzo, old thief, I will kill you first after I get Izanami. Brother Shisui, why can't I control the chakra well? Naruto said while sitting on the ground and sighing. Maybe it's because of the 9 tails. Uchiha Shisui smiled gently and gently touched his head. Bastard bad fox! Naruto said angrily while touching his belly. Actually, it's very simple to solve it. Just make the fox behave. Uchiha Yinliang said with a smile. How is it possible? That's the 9 tails. Hey? When did you come? Shisui was just halfway through his words when he suddenly noticed something strange. He turned his head in shock and asked Yinliang. Shisui was frightened because he had not noticed Yinliang's existence from beginning to end, as if this guy suddenly appeared. Just walked over. Uchiha Yinliang said as a matter of course. In fact, he used the word spirit hypnosis to make Shisui subconsciously ignore his existence for a short period of time, and then directly appeared suddenly with the word spirit instant acceleration. Really? Shisui's expression changed slightly, and then he said seriously, Naruto's talent is not bad, and he is also very serious in learning ninjutsu. It's a pity that the 9 tails chakra interferes with him too much, so he can't use ninjutsu. Oh. Uchiha Yinliang agreed, and then directly touched Naruto's head with one hand, his eyes slightly closed, and his pupil power invaded the seal, and entered the Nine-Tails space again. Is it the real body this time? In a large cage, a nine-tailed fox as huge as a mountain and with a terrifying aura gradually opened its eyes and said, its eyes seemed lazy, but in fact it contained extremely terrifying murderous intent. Well, this is... Naruto was stunned for a moment, then looked around, pointed at the nine-tailed fox and cursed, "Is it you, a broken fox, who interfered with my use of chakra? It's so annoying." Humph. The nine-tailed fox raised his head slightly and smiled complacently, with an arrogant look as if he was saying, "I am just like this, you can't do anything to me, you can only be angry." The pattern in Uchiha Yin Liang's eyes gradually began to change, turning into a three-magatama Sharingan with white and gold colors. The surging pupil power gradually changed the nine-tailed fox's face. The release of the word spirit hypnosis has become like an instinct. This ability is very good. Yin Liang basically releases one when he sees someone, and the effect is very significant. In addition, it is not because his pupil power is weak that Yin Liang finds it difficult to use the ability of the NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan. On the contrary, Yin Liang's pupil power is actually very strong, but the consumption of those abilities is too terrifying. Therefore, the power of the word spirit hypnosis under the NINJA-CHAPTER will also increase greatly. What kind of eyes are those? I have never seen a Sharingan before, and its momentum is not inferior to Madara. The nine-tailed fox stood up, looking at Yin Liang nervously and fearfully, and recalled the time when he was used as a pet. If you only hinder his practice and have no effect at all, then it's better for you to be my pet. Uchiha Yin Liang said slowly, and the pattern in his eyes changed again, becoming a hexagram pattern composed of 3 vertical pupils, and the oppression of pupil power increased again. The nine-tailed fox's eyes widened. He actually felt the same breath as the Six Paths Sage in these eyes. Could it be the eyes of the Six Paths level? Does it have the same power as the Samsara eye? The atmosphere quieted down, and the nine-tailed fox was really scared, but it was absolutely impossible for it to admit its mistake as it was arrogant. It just lay on the ground silently without saying a word, looking coldly at Yin Liang and Naruto in front of it. Yin Liang's figure gradually disappeared, and only Naruto and the nine-tailed fox were left in the space, staring at each other. He, stupid big fox, if you dare to disturb my practice again, you will be a pet. Lolyalu. Naruto said with a grin and a face. The nine-tails lay on the ground, not wanting to pay attention to him. The next moment, Uchiha Yin Liang appeared again, and came directly to the seal without hesitation. He tore the seal open in the confused eyes of the nine-tails, and then said casually, "There is no need for a seal when I am here. I can suppress the nine-tails at any time. If it is not honest, I will take it out and keep it as a pet." The seal was really torn apart. Jiwei looked at the seal that could be broken at any time, and then looked at Yin Liang with a smile on his face, and the pair of slowly rotating different-colored NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan. At this moment, freedom is so close, but so far away. Or, give it a try? No, my Jiwei uncle has never been fearless, why is he so cowardly this time? It feels a bit wrong. Is it because this guy is too strong? When I saw Madara before, I didn't cowardly either. What's wrong? Please collect it. Konoha's card drawing ninja has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 44 Izanagi. As the seal was broken, a figure wearing a white divine robe and a handsome blonde hair also walked out from the depths of the space. The 5 characters of the 4th Hokage on his back were extremely eye-catching. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and left the nine-tails space directly. He didn't care what Namikaze Minato wanted to do. He could unseal it again. There was no point in staying here. Let's give the father and son some time alone. Have you seen the stone tablet in the ancestral hall? Uchiha Yin Liang asked. According to his character setting, he couldn't simply and rudely ask where the Uchiha clan ancestral hall was. This would be bad. Stone tablet? There isn't any. Shisui was a little confused. He didn't know what was special about the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall. He was one of those Uchiha who awakened in the wild. He awakened secretly without telling his own people, and then sold himself to Konoha. Let's go and take a look together. Uchiha Yin Liang said simply. Oh. Shisui agreed, and instinctively wanted to wait for Yin Liang to leave first and then follow behind. But he found that Yin Liang didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. He blinked and looked at Yin Liang in confusion. What are you looking at? I don't know where the ancestral hall is. You go first, I'll catch up later. Some special chakra is approaching. Uchiha Yin Liang turned his head and looked at the distance and said softly. But he was right. There was indeed special chakra approaching. It was Danzo's men. Well, do you need me to solve it? Shisui asked very considerately. You hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, how can I know where the ancestral hall is? It's really vomiting. Not necessary. Their strength is not strong. As long as I want, I can kill them at any time. Uchiha Yin Liang smiled and continued. There are special things on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan ancestral hall. Only those who have opened the Manjakaya Sharingan can see it. You go and have a look. Well. Shisui finally left and rushed to the discovery of the Uchiha clan ancestral hall. His speed was very fast, and he was completely worthy of the title of Instant Body Shisui. Uchiha Yin Liang looked at Naruto, who was sitting on the ground communicating with his father, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then began to seal his hands again, releasing a wooden clone to guard around Naruto. Not only Karin, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he also needs to be taken care of. With Shisui and Yin Liang gone, Naruto's defense here will be very low. If something goes wrong, it will be a big problem. Izanagi is indeed useful with the ultimate move, but the actual combat effect has not been tested, so it is better to be as safe as possible. It's time to catch up. Uchiha Yin Liang sensed Shisui's movement and finally showed a relieved smile. He followed behind him not far away, watching him approach the target little by little. Until... Shisui, are you going to our clan's ancestral hall? Fugaku, who was walking on the street, looked at Shisui and asked. As the owner of the Manjakaya Sharingan, he still had some ideas about this kind of thing. Yes, Yin Liang told me that there are special things in the Uchiha clan shrine, which can only be seen by opening the Manjakaya Sharingan. Shisui said directly to Fugaku without any intention of hiding it. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment, and then said seriously and responsibly, the current situation is a bit subtle. If you go to the shrine, it is very likely that we will lose an important combat force, so it is better to change the way. Change the way? Yes, I have seen the things on the stone tablet in the shrine, let me show you with illusion. Uchiha Fugaku glared, turned into a three-Magatama Sharingan, and released an illusion directly to Shisui. Shisui did not resist, and voluntarily immersed himself in Fugaku's illusion to watch the stone tablet. Soon after. So that's the case. Shisui sighed softly, and after coming to his senses, he said gratefully, Clan leader Fugaku, thank you so much. Nothing, we are all from the same clan, and you have the important task of taking care of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so it is natural to help you save some time. Uchiha Fugaku said with a slight smile. Then I'll go back first. Yin Liang came just now. He said that there was a special chakra approaching. Maybe someone is coming. Please be more cautious. Shisui said with a polite smile. Well, I know. Not only did these two people laugh, but Yin Liang in the dark also laughed. His smile was full of murderous intent against Fugaku. He wanted to kill this guy very much now. There was no way, so he could only use backup means. Shisui, have you seen the steel? Uchiha Yin-Liang asked. Well, I roughly understand it. It is indeed a very useful thing. Shisui's face was a little complicated. I think there may be something wrong with the steel. Show me what you saw and I will confirm it carefully. Uchiha Yin-Liang said. Is there a problem? Shisui was a little confused, but he still did what Yin-Liang said, and cast an illusion on Yin-Liang, allowing him to see the contents of the stone tablet clearly in the illusion. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Izanami. Tip: the pupil power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan is relatively too weak and cannot remain stable. It can only last for 30 seconds of resurrection time. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Izanami. Wait, I can bear it if it's not as stable as Madara, but how can it be worse than Danzo? Doesn't he have 1 minute of invincibility? Uchiha Yin-Liang asked. 1 minute. If he is given 1 minute, the youth move will directly hit 2 to the 60th power, and then it will be easy to blow up Kaguya with 1 punch, but 30 seconds is also okay, and then it will be directly unparalleled. Answer: the pupil power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan is limited, and the fact that it exceeds the upper limit of the pupil power cannot be changed. After the youth limit is turned on, the duration will be reduced to 5 seconds. Please pay attention to the use time. Tisk, only 5 seconds? Uchiha Yin-Liang felt uncomfortable, but Izanami was still very good overall. It could greatly improve the tolerance rate in actual combat, but it was more challenging to use the ultimate move than expected. Is there anything wrong? Shisui asked in confusion. Nothing, there are some key contents you didn't see, these basic knowledge are fine. Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled calmly and continued, keep an eye on Naruto, there are some rotten bugs, I'm going to clean them up a little. Bugs? Shisui's face changed slightly, he felt as if something big had happened. Word spirit moment second stage. Uchiha Yin-Liang exerted force on his feet, and with more than 10 times the acceleration, his figure quickly disappeared from the spot, and rushed towards the invaders like an arrow from a bow. What speed is that? It's far above me. Instant body technique? It's too scary. Shisui muttered to himself as he looked at Yin-Liang's back. Chapter 45 The Laughing Uchiha. Near the Uchiha clan. Black knife. Uchiha Yin-Liang touched the ground casually and took out a black knife from the black wood on the surface. He looked at the ninja who was hiding well in the black wood from a distance, and just wanted to laugh at this moment. Word spirit moment second level. Yin-Liang's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he appeared next to a ninja. The black knife in his hand was just a slight wave, which was enough to reap his life. 1. Uchiha Yin-Liang's blade shook, and some blood was shaken away. He smiled and looked at the hidden root ninjas around him. Those guys couldn't sit still and jumped out. Fire escape. A root ninja began to make seals with his hands, and other ninjas also used various secret techniques or seals. The fighting quality of the root ninjas was still very good. But too slow. Yin-Liang, with his platinum Sharingan, came to his head in an instant, and beheaded him with a very fast knife, and then the figure disappeared again, leaving only a clear and terrifying voice. 2. Based on his speed, other root ninjas, not to mention whether they can complete the seal, even if they succeed, they can't aim. Even if they succeed, the speed of releasing ninjutsu can't catch up with him. This is a one-sided massacre. Uchiha Yin-Liang now has only 6% of his vitality, so he will fight very conservatively when facing the Sunin and Sarutobi Hiruzen's level of ninjas. Once he is hit by a ninjutsu or ambushed, he may enter the dying line, which is basically equivalent to dancing on the edge of death. So try not to fight. But now it's different. With Izanaki, he fights unscrupulously. Ordinary ninjas can't hit him at all. When he encounters a strong one, he can directly open the big and Izanaki and teach them how to do things. 12. Is this killing? Uchiha Yin-Liang stood on the ground, looking at the ninjas he killed, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Because it was too easy to kill, I didn't feel anything substantial. I am really a sinful guy. This feeling is like stepping on a few ants." Yin Liang casually threw away the black knife and walked back to the Uchiha clan. A new plan was brewing in his mind. It was not enough to simply kill Danzo directly, so he should extort more money before killing him. After all, 1 million taels per draw. Extorting 100 million is 100 draws. I really hope that the top leaders of Konoha are a little more corrupt and have more money for me to extort. Uchiha Fugaku's house. Swoosh! Yin Liang, who was driving at 10 times the speed, appeared in front of Fugaku in an instant, gently patted the non-existent dust on his body, and said with a playful smile, "Clan leader Fugaku, I want to ask you a question." "What question?" Uchiha Fugaku replied with a little shock. Although Uchiha Yin Liang used the honorific title of clan leader on the surface, he did not feel the slightest respect, but instead felt a very dangerous smell. Something big is going to happen. The village is very unfair to the Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha Yin Liang said as he walked to a seat beside him and sat down, and continued, "Whether it is the residence given to our Uchiha clan or the tasks and powers assigned to us, it is a naked exclusion of us." Fugaku's eyes changed. Of course he knew this kind of thing, and as the clan leader, he knew it better than anyone else. If it weren't for his feelings for Konoha and the Uchiha clan's lack of strength, he would have overturned the table long ago. "Yes, you mean, to start negotiations with the top leaders of Konoha." Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head slightly, opened his NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan and said, his meaning was already very clear. "But... ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha." Yin Liang laughed very happily, and his laughter became more and more crazy and devilish. He overturned the table of Fugaku's family with one hand and shouted, "Do you still think that the top leaders of Konoha have the capital to negotiate on an equal footing? This was not a negotiation from the beginning, but a trial." "Nani?" Fugaku was shocked. Yin Liang's wild laughter directly activated his genes. After careful thinking, he found that it seemed to be true, and then he laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha, then things are simple. In 7 days, I will invite the top leaders of Konoha to have a friendly exchange. It's that simple. How can you negotiate on an equal footing when you can easily overturn the table? It's so troublesome to procrastinate. Well, if there are those who dare to make small moves, just kill them all. If they dare to make any special sounds, just strangle the source. I don't like public opinion." Uchiha Yin Liang said with his legs crossed and his hands crossed in front of him. "How did Konoha White Fang die? The war hero was scolded to death. If there is nothing else in it, Yin Liang would never believe it. A certain pot king is good at making public opinions. It is estimated that there is a great possibility that he will make trouble this time. His idea is probably not complicated. It's nothing more than saying how strong Yin Liang is, and his temper is violent and uncontrollable like the 9-tailed fox, and then let the villagers alienate and exclude him, so that he will fall into the same situation as Uchiha Madara. Realm. But, will this work? At that time, Konoha had Hashirama, but what about now? I know. If that guy dares to make any small moves, my NINJA-CHAPTER Sharingan will not show mercy." Fugaku said with a proud smile. In the corner of the room, Itaka listened to the conversation between the two silently, and began to think about what was right and what was wrong, and what choice he should make. In addition, now he is sure that Uchiha Yin Liang is definitely the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, that arrogant and strong personality, that overwhelming and terrifying eye power, that resentment towards the Konoha high level, that rich experience born after being harmed by public opinion. He is Uchiha Madara. With his strength, he can suppress the entire ninja world even without the help of others. Even if Konoha loses a lot of combat power due to internal strife, there is no need to worry about other ninja villages taking advantage of the situation. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed slightly, and he continued to say to himself, those villages that want to take advantage of the situation will probably become the focus of his care. The sound of soft footsteps sounded, and Itachi's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar footsteps. He turned his head and looked at the small figure holding the door edge at the corner, and felt that the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. "Brother!" Sasuke called softly. "Let's practice shuriken." Itachi smiled gently and touched Sasuke's head and said, he didn't want Sasuke to get in touch with those complicated things. Yet. Sasuke smiled and nodded vigorously. "Do you want to call your new friend?" Itachi took Sasuke's hand and asked as he walked. "Humph, just reluctantly take him to play once." "Okay." Chapter 46. Night. Crack. Uchiha Yinliang pushed open the door and instinctively walked towards his bed. Suddenly, he found that his quilt was bulging, as if there was someone inside, but the head was not exposed. He stood by the bed and frowned slightly. According to his perception, it was Uchiha Ching inside, because Kairin's chakra aura was very obvious and very special. "What are you doing?" Uchiha Yinliang asked in a cold voice. Ching's head gradually emerged from the quilt, looking at him innocently, her tender little face flushed, her mouth slightly puffed, looking at Yinliang with a reproachful and fearful look, slightly opening the quilt and crisply saying, "At this time, people are still very useful, if you don't believe me, come and try." Yinliang fell into deep thought. These things in front of him involved his blind spots in knowledge, and he felt a little confused for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Hurry up, if you don't come in, the heat inside will dissipate, but I finally warmed it up." Uchiha Ching blinked and said. "Since it's already warmed up, why are you still staying here?" Uchiha Yinliang thought for a while and said as a matter of course. "What?" The shy smile on Uchiha Ching's face froze instantly, and she looked at Yinliang confusedly and puzzledly, as if she was looking at a new species. She felt her head buzzing and was a little at a loss. However, she is not an ordinary person. Kinki's brain circuits began to work, analyzing the deep meaning of Yinliang's connotation. He was silent for a while just now, and he made that kind of hint during the day. Now he must not be really refusing. He should be trying something else. If he really refuses, he should be more decisive, instead of thinking about it. In this case, what does he mean? I can't think of it. Let's go, I'm going to sleep. Uchiha Yinliang sat on the bed naturally, waving his hand impatiently at Ching. Ching looked at Yinliang sitting on the bed, and her heartbeat gradually accelerated. She had a very risky thing to say, but if she bet wrong, it might be a very bad situation, but once she bet right, it might be a qualitative change. "Do you want to bet or not?" Although his eyes were very cold, it didn't seem to be the kind of dangerous coldness. It seemed more like he was doing it for me to see. Would this also be a test? Well, I bet. No, if I leave, you will lose a soft and warm pillow, and spend the long night alone. Uchiha Ching stretched out her little hand, held his hand tightly and looked at each other. Uchiha Yinliang looked at her serious eyes, and for a moment he actually felt that it made sense. Being looked at by her like this, I actually felt a little bit unbearable. Oh my god, I met my opponent. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want to do something bad to me because you are a little bit beautiful. Uchiha Yinliang dodged his eyes, but still said stubbornly. I didn't, I am very simple, if you don't believe me, touch my conscience and see. Uchiha Ching held Yinliang's hand, her expression was still so pure and flawless, as if she really just wanted to prove it. Don't be stunned, it's cold outside, come in and hug and warm up. Uchiha Ching gradually opened the quilt. The quilt was different from what Yinliang imagined. She wore a more conservative dress, not very open. Is it really for use as a pillow? Am I overthinking? Actually, it's not. But her teacher once said that the beasts have a strong desire to conquer, they like to fight in person, and adding some ingredients will only make those beasts more excited. Uchiha Yinliang was half-heartedly pulled down and lay face to face with Qing. Although he was still very reluctant on the surface, he was very honest. He. Uchiha Qing smiled shyly, put one hand on Yinliang's body, closed her eyes gently, and began to wait for this guy to start wild resurrection, and did not do anything more. She knew that if she was too active, it would also be disgusting. Yinliang was different. He looked at Qing lying quietly beside him on the bed, and the clothes that were neither thin nor thick but covered very well. He couldn't help asking himself, am I thinking too much? Is she really just a pillow? Is it popular to play like this now? He exerted a little force on his arm and pulled Qing to his side. The latter did not resist, still closed his eyes and waited quietly for something. Uchiha Yinliang hugged her tightly. It must be said that this pillow is very good, warm, and soft, and honest, without any small movements on the body, without that kind of special intention. How could he know that Uchiha Qing is now waiting with his eyes closed? She only needs experience, re-experience, is enough. Very comfortable, very reassuring. Uchiha Yinliang closed his eyes deeply, enjoying the warmth from the pillow and the faint fragrance. His consciousness gradually began to disperse, and he really fell asleep. On the other side, although Uchiha Qing closed his eyes on the surface, his mentality was actually beating very fast. I was so nervous, and I didn't know if he could be gentler. Alas, I don't think he is a gentle person. He also likes to play all kinds of routines. At first glance, he is that kind of person. This is fate. However, what Qing imagined did not happen, and Yinliang did not move after she had been thinking about it for a long time, which made her feel very confused, and she couldn't even understand her current situation. Uchiha Qing gradually opened her eyes, looking at Yinliang who was breathing evenly and rhythmically with his eyes closed in front of her. She couldn't help but think, could this guy really be asleep? Did he really just use me as a pillow? No. This doesn't match my understanding. He might want to wait for me to show my flaws and make a surprise attack when I lose my defense, making me flustered at once. Humph, this guy is too bad. But what can I do? Wasn't I sent here to do this? Moreover, this is also my choice. With a little regret and a touch of sadness in her longing, Uchiha Qing thought faintly, maybe, the idol you will never meet is the best idol. Chapter 47 Negotiation Letter _ Fingertips Doubt _ The next day, Route, Base. Where are the people sent out yesterday? Why is there no news at all? Danzo leaned on his crutches with both hands, and his slender eyes contained great dissatisfaction. Report, we found, their remains outside the Uchiha clan's residence. A strong root ninja half-knelt in front of Danzo and said. Wreckage. Danzo was slightly stunned, then he knocked the ground heavily with his cane and shouted, did all the ninjas I sent out get killed? No one survived. Yes. The Uchiha clan is so arrogant now. Danzo calmed down a little, and continued to ask with a cold face, who did it, what information can we get from the body? All the wounds were knife wounds, and the body was cut very neatly. A black knife was found at the scene of the crime. There were not many traces of ninjutsu around. It is suspected that he was killed quickly by a ninja who is extremely good at speed and swordsmanship. It is not ruled out that his illusion attainments are extremely strong. The root ninja continued to report. Tisk, Uchiha Yinliang? Troublesome guy. Danzo frowned and muttered to himself. That scale of wood escape ninjutsu, the chakra that seems to be inexhaustible, and the black slash, and the possibility of being proficient in illusion or speed, is simply like the fusion of the young Madara and Hashirama. It is better to kill this unstable existence as soon as possible, but, what can I use to kill it? Jiraiya and Tsunade have both failed, and Sarutobi is unreliable. I must find a new breakthrough point. Find enough power to fight against Uchiha plus would release, that is, the same power. It is time to urge Orochimaru. Spread it, secretly spread the rumor that Uchiha Yin-Liang will destroy Konoha in the future. The identity of the Uchiha clan, as well as his temper and strength are the best evidence. Danzo said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes. Go. Danzo turned around and walked towards his room step by step with a cane, silently sensing the departure of the root ninja. In fact, he would not fully trust even his brainwashed subordinates, and he had to do the key things himself. He always had a way to contact Orochimaru, and the results were on his arm. Hokage office. Have the root ninjas been killed? The Uchiha clan is really arrogant. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, exhaled a puff of white smoke and said sadly. Uchiha Yin-Liang's strength is too strong. Strong enough to suppress him as the Hokage, and what's more terrifying is that this guy is only in his teens and has a lot of room for growth. He will definitely be the second ninja god or the Shura of the ninja world in the future. If it doesn't work, I'll risk my life and use that trick, but whether I can seal him is also a problem. With that level of large-scale wood-style ninjutsu, I may not have the chance to rush to him and die with him. Besides, even if he dies, what does it matter? The Uchiha clan still has two owners of the Mangekyou. Sharingan. Shisui's Mangekyou. Ability is Kota Amatsukami, who can invisibly modify the will of others. Fugaku's Mangekyou. Ability is probably not much different. What can Konoha do to fight? Not only that, they even snatched the Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. Once they control the Nine Tails and start fighting, the whole village will be plowed. Headache. Report. A letter from Uchiha Fugaku. An Anbu instantly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, handed over a letter with both hands, and gently placed it on the desk. Letter. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and picked up the envelope with full vigilance. He was afraid that Uchiha Fugaku would do something in the letter. If he got into trouble, Konoha would be finished. However, Fugaku was not that kind of person. He simply sent a letter and asked the Anbu ninja to deliver it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 6 days later, negotiations. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. He was relieved at first when he saw the negotiations, but not long after, his heart tightened again. He knew the attitude and policy of the village towards the Uchiha clan. At that time, he would probably make many demands that would make the village bleed. Moreover, were the negotiations really peaceful negotiations? Once the Uchiha clan unilaterally declared war, Konoha might face destruction if it was not prepared. Please invite Jiraiya and Tsunade over. Now is the critical moment for the village. The village needs their strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu seriously and said. Yes. In the dim laboratory, in front of the laboratory table. A small snake crawled out from the corner, quickly climbed onto the chair, looked at the snake-like man, opened his mouth and spit out a black scroll. Uchiha Yin-Liang? He is actually an Uchiha ninja who can use wood release. What a miracle! Orochimaru said excitedly after opening the scroll and looking at the contents. The yin release power of the Sharingan and the yang release power of wood release are both in his body, and they have achieved a wonderful balance. He is simply an excellent research target. Although Orochimaru was very excited, it did not mean that he had no brains and could not recognize Yin Liang's strength. As a rigorous and serious researcher, he naturally knew how strong Yin Liang was, who possessed both powers at the same time. That old guy Danzo actually wants to be strong enough to counter him? How ignorant! His body is too old. Simply transplanting the first-generation cells in the Sharingan is extremely dangerous. It is basically impossible to reach Yin Liang's level. Orochimaru muttered to himself. Took out a scroll from the side of the experimental question, looked at the forbidden technique recorded on it, and gradually had a new idea in his heart. He said with a smile, this technique may be the key to fighting him. That technique is the technique of impure world reincarnation. Extract a certain amount of body tissue from the dead, use the body of a living person as a sacrifice, summon the soul of the dead from the nether world to the present world, let the soul of the dead attach to the container, and cover the body of the living person with dust, so as to transform into the appearance of the dead before his death. If the legendary ninja god can be summoned, there may be a good chance, but the matching of the sacrifice has a great influence on the strength of this technique. If there is no good sacrifice, the summoned dead is estimated to not even be able to exert 1/10 or even 1/100th of their strength before their death. I need a suitable sacrifice. It seems that Danzo has a child who can use wood release. If he is used to summon the soul of Senju Hashirama, he should be able to exert a lot of strength. I really want to see for myself what kind of strength the legendary god of ninja has. As soon as the voice fell, Orochimaru began to stroke his chin and said with a little doubt, "At present, my judgment on Uchiha Yin-Liang is just a guess. I don't know him at all. The intelligence shows that his wood release is a black tree. It is entirely possible that he obtained the power of wood release in another way. It cannot be judged by experience and common sense. If there is a chance, I must get a sample from him. By then, it may be of great help to my research." Chapter 48 New Lottery. Root Base. Tisk, Orochimaru knows too much. Danzo looked at the scroll in his hand with a dark face, but he did not refuse, because the strength of the wood release ninja under his command was far from strong, and even disappointed him a little. It would be nice if he could play some extra role now. Sacrifice the chess piece of Jie? Although the decision has been made, Danzo still feels a little uncomfortable. After all, that is the only wood release ninja he controls. Although the strength is not strong now, the potential in the future is still great. They are all about the same age. Uchiha Yin-Liang's wood release has already reached this strength, but Jie's wood release can only build houses and plant trees. It is estimated that it will not be much stronger in the future, so I don't need to feel too sorry for him. Danzo narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, and continued as he walked. A is a child created by the cells of the first generation in Orochimaru's experiment. As a sacrifice, it should be very suitable for the first generation to exert its strength. If so, Uchiha Yin-Liang should not be afraid of it. He stopped and knocked the ground 3 times with the crutch in his hand. A thin and young root ninja appeared in front of him. The ninja's face was extremely pale, like white paper. There was no emotion on his face, as if he was a ruthless machine carrying out a mission. "I have a mission that needs you to carry out. Uchiha Yin-Liang's house 4 million taels, all Krypton." Yin-Liang made up his mind and threw all the remaining money into it. Instantly, 40 more gold coins appeared in the account. "There are 4 chances. Draw. If I can't draw anything good, I will draw that guy tonight. Congratulations on getting the word spirit key. Word spirit key. Serial number, 22. Effect, open the door to everything in the world." Uchiha Yin-Liang smiled and didn't comment on this ability. If the door between life and death is also counted, then this word spirit is still somewhat useful. If not, then it is equivalent to nothing. Congratulations on getting the word spirit snake. Word spirit snake. Serial number, 18. Effect, a void snake that detects the surroundings and directly transmits information to the brain of the caster. The search speed is closely related to the conductivity of the environment in which the snake is located. It can find targets or act as a messenger, but the types of information it transmits are limited. The number of snakes and the search range are related to the caster's bloodline. Supplement, scientifically, snakes are considered to be bioelectric currents. Congratulations on getting the word spirit hypnosis. Skill level +1. Beautiful, amazing skill. It's definitely worth it. Congratulations on obtaining word spirit, dust-free land. Word spirit, dust-free land. Serial number, 81. Effect: order all living and non-living things within the range, exclude all unauthorized substances from the field, and even isolate the temperature for a short time. Isn't this the Shinra Tensei without CD? And it is also selective, it can selectively expel all unauthorized things, and it is more practical than the Shinra Tensei. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The smile on Uchiha Yin-Liang's face gradually became neurotic, and the instinct of laughing wildly penetrated into his bones. This is the instinct passed down from the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. His unbridled laughter made the two people who were learning ninjutsu next door unable to ignore it. Karin and Uchiha Haru looked at each other, and they both saw the confusion and helplessness in each other's eyes. Ahem, don't worry about him, just continue to study. Karin coughed twice in embarrassment, made a little teacher's expression, and began to explain the use and principle of fire style, great fireball technique seriously. After a long period of teaching, she found that Uchiha Haru's talent was ridiculously poor. It takes a long time to refine chakra, and there is only a little bit. The talent for learning ninjutsu is not good. After teaching for a long time, she couldn't learn a great fireball technique. Unlike her, she can learn it after watching it once. My position next to Yin Liang is very stable now. This guy has no competitiveness at all. She is so weak at such an old age. Yin Liang must look down on her. Daily task settlement. Baby raising task, Karin 12 plus Naruto 15. It seems that Naruto has made a lot of progress yesterday after opening the seal of the Nine Tails and seeing Minato Namikaze. Farming task 6. Hand seal task 10. Combat task, settled. 3 times of 10 consecutive draws. 2 pairs of Sharingan. 17 pairs of Byakugan. 5% Ashura bloodline concentration. 3 Fuma Shuriken. 2 poisonous Senbon. 1 intimate paradise. Fire escape, great fire extinguishing, skill level +1. Tsunade's gambling money, 5 million Ryo. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique, skill level +1. And the last one. Summoning technique, Nine Tail. Uchiha Yin-Liang's attention is focused on the end. The Nine Tail is now in Naruto's body. Can this summoning technique really work? If the Nine Tail is summoned, will Naruto die on the spot? Summoning technique, Nine Tail. Effect: you make a contract with the Nine Tail and can summon the Nine Tail to fight at any time through summoning technique. Tip: the Nine Tail is sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki. Summoning technique cannot summon the Nine Tail, but it will make the Nine Tail feel extremely uncomfortable. Is that right? Uchiha Yin-Liang's sight gradually shifted to Tsunade's gambling money, and an exaggerated smile gradually appeared on his face. He invested it as a lottery capital without hesitation, and his account had another 50 gold coins. Keep drawing. Congratulations on winning the word spirit, snake. Skill level +1. Congratulations on getting a Maybach. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 48 New Lottery. Congratulations on getting Desert Eagle modified. Desert Eagle modified. Type, pistol. Caliber, 12.7. Range, 200 m. Ammunition capacity, 7. Modified additional special effects. A. Automatically obtain a bullet every minute. A. You can enchant the bullet through chakra. Introduction: if you have enough strength to withstand its back recoil, and can accurately hit the enemy, then its power will definitely not disappoint you. Congratulations on obtaining the ability Dragon Flame. Dragon Flame. Effect: spits out powerful dragon flames, with destructive power far higher than normal flames. The higher the concentration of dragon bloodline, the stronger the destructive power of dragon flames. Congratulations on obtaining the word Spirit Dustless Land. Skill level +1. All good things, thanks Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, we are just leaving like this, is it really okay? Shizuan said with a worried face while holding a pink piglet behind Tsunade. Otherwise, what else can I do? Can I make any contribution by staying in Konoha? Tsunade said with a sneer. She knew it well. Not to mention that she had hemophobia now, even if she didn't have hemophobia, plus Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't beat Uchiha Yun-Liang. Is it necessary to fight? Although Tsunade often travels outside, it does not mean that she does not know what is going on in the village. She knows very well how the village treats Uchiha and Jinchuriki. Now it is just that those people are suffering from their own actions. In the brief contact, she felt that Uchiha Yun-Liang was not a bad person, but his personality was very strange. What's more terrifying is that this guy is still young and has a lot of room for growth. He is expected to be a ninja god in the future. As long as those old guys don't seek death, there should be no problem. If they seek death, then I can't change anything. Anyway, it's useless for me to stay, so I might as well leave directly. Shizuan, where is our money? Tsunade touched her pocket and slowly turned her head, looking very serious. Please collect it. Konoha's card drawing ninja updates the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 49 Rescue Plan. Hokage Office. Jiraiya, I'm old. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling with a calm and sad expression, exhaling a puff of white smoke from his mouth, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have a few more than the last time they met. No, you didn't. Jiraiya said silently in his heart, he is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice, how could he not know what this old man is thinking? He must be trying to retire, and then throw the position of Hokage and these messes to him. Sorry, I'm a fool with no talent, it's better not to count on me for important things. Jiraiya said with a smile, and the meaning of the expression was already very clear. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head painfully. He also understood Jiraiya's personality. This guy would run around the world for no reason. It was unreliable to let him be the Hokage, but Konoha really needed him now. Just now, the Anbu reported that Tsunade had already sneaked away. If Jiraiya left again, then after the negotiations in 6 days, Konoha's top management would definitely be replaced. The Uchiha clan would move towards the center of power. Other families would not want to see this situation, but they had no ability to stop it. Therefore, the Hokage would receive a lot of copywriting. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly had his own judgment and would not be easily affected by these things, but it was certain that he would be upset if he read too much of this stuff. Konoha still had too little combat power. He opened another copywriting. The style was very familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew at a glance that it was written to him by Danzo. What was strange was that there was actually a small seal on it. This seal was not strong, but it just meant that no one except him had opened it and read it. Top secret content? Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe, unsealed it and read the contents. There was not much in the envelope, but the few short lines of words greatly shocked his heart. This guy actually did human experiments privately to create a wood-release ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched, but he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope from the bottom of his heart. If it was a wood-release ninja and the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the first generation of Hokage to participate in the battle, he must win. Wood-release ninja. Jiraiya, who was standing by, heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's muttering, and his brows suddenly frowned, realizing that things were not simple. That's right, this wood-release ninja was created with the cells of the first generation of Hokage and human experiments. Although his strength is far inferior to that of Hashirama Senju, he can also use the wood-release secret technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, but the smile on his face was a little unnatural. Does this wood-release ninja have enough strength to compete with Uchiha Yun-Liang? Jiraiya asked subconsciously. No, but Danzo used him as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation and privately summoned the soul of the first generation. This is the confidence of our Konoha side in the negotiation. Sarutobi Hiruzan's expression was very complicated, with relief and sadness. It is undoubtedly a luxury to use a ninja with the talent of wood release as a sacrifice. If he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely be a good combat force in the future. And he also has a unique suppression power against the tailed beasts and can do a lot of things. But there is no way, he can only be sacrificed. Is it really worth it? Daily tasks. A daily seals. A daily babysitting. A cent daily farming. A pound daily exercise. Uchiha Yinliang looked at the task, and a smile gradually appeared on his face after he casually opened it. His black wood perception can sense the chakra fluctuations of the entire Konoha. Of course he knew Danzo's location, and he went to the same place every day. It was clear that the little snake he was communicating with Orochimaru was also intercepted. Of course, he did not interrupt the communication, but just used the word spirit hypnosis to control it, and let the little snake continue to complete its task after reading the content of the communication. Using Yamato as a sacrifice to summon the first generation, if it is really summoned, the current Yinliang may not be able to defeat it, but, is it possible for them to succeed? Karin, come with me. Uchiha Yinliang changed into a set of clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem engraved on the back, and said without turning his head. Ah, what about her? Karin pointed at Uchiha Haru and asked with a hesitant expression. Uchiha Yinliang narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled mischievously and said, if you can protect her well, it's okay to take her with you. Of course, if you can't protect her well, you can take her with you, anyway, I don't care. Are you talking human language? Karin complained silently in her heart, and looked at Qing's expression, which was a bit uncomfortable. However, after thinking for a while, she turned her head and asked, well, you shouldn't need us to fight, right? Maybe, maybe not. Uchiha Yinliang replied with a smile. What does that mean? Karin's mouth bulged slightly, and she lowered her head slightly and looked at Yinliang with full resentment. She always felt that this guy was playing with her, and the feeling was very strong. It's very simple, it depends on my mood. Uchiha Yinliang said while opening the door and walking out, without giving Karin time to think. This. Karin looked at Yinliang's back as he walked away, and it was difficult for her to make a choice for a while. She was just a child, but she wanted to take Qing with her. Her sense of responsibility would interfere with the choice to a great extent, and she would not decisively leave her at home. It's okay, let's go together. Uchiha Qing gently patted Karin's shoulder and said with a sunny and gentle smile. She was different from Karin. She still had some idea in her heart and roughly knew what kind of person Yinliang was. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 49 Rescue Plan. Well, okay. Karin agreed somewhat reluctantly. Although she was a little panicked, her intuition told her that it should be fine. Come on quickly. Oh, I see. Come on. Uchiha Yinliang looked at Qing and said with a slight smile. Well, I believe her. Uchiha Qing also said with a smile, but there seemed to be something else in her smile, but it was expressed very obscurely and awkwardly. Karin could not understand, but felt that the burden on her was heavier. You trust me so much, I am under a lot of pressure, okay. Uchiha Yinliang took out the Desert Eagle Kai from the storage space, and pointed the gun at the tree on the side with a handsome swing, and said coldly, I will only perform once. Uchiha Qing's eyes condensed, and he watched his operation carefully. Karin also began to concentrate on watching. She even used her white eyes to observe the internal structure of the gun, as if she wanted to find something unusual from it. Is this iron or some other metal? There is something inside that can conduct chakra. Boom! A shot enchanted with dragon power chakra directly blew up the big tree. The sound was loud and deeply shocked Uchiha Ching's soul, as if a new world was opened for her. Here! Yin Liang swung the Desert Eagle Kai casually, and it was thrown into Qing's hand. Qing imitated Yin Liang's posture and pressed the trigger at the big tree beside him. Boom! Another tree was blown up, because the 7 bullets were enchanted by Yin Liang's dragon power chakra, and now there are 5 bullets left, and the regenerated bullets need to be enchanted again. Uchiha Qing looked at the Desert Eagle modified in his hand with a smile on his face, and said excitedly, "This thing is much more useful than ninjutsu." Chapter 50 Pursuit. This thing is called a gun, which can cause huge damage by firing bullets. There are 7 bullets in it, and 1 bullet can be automatically restored every minute. Uchiha Yin Liang explained as he walked. Yet, Uchiha Haru nodded in response. She felt a little numb in her hands. The recoil of the Desert Eagle modified was indeed a bit large. Even though she had refined the chakra and attached chakra to her hands, it was still a little painful. Karin on the side saw the connotation. The attack range of this gun did not seem large, but the speed of the bullet was much faster than the ninjutsu, and it saved the time of making hand seals and there was almost no sign. It was definitely a killer for ordinary ninjas. Not only that, although the explosion range was small, the concentration and quality of the chakra in the explosion were extremely high, and ordinary earth escape ninjutsu might not be able to stop it at all. Yin Liang, you should behave. You injected chakra into the bullets? If your chakra is not injected, these bullets should not be so powerful. Karin looked at Yin Liang and asked in a positive tone. Yes, that's right, the newly generated bullets do not have any chakra enchantment, you need to use chakra to amplify it yourself. Yes. Uchiha Qing lowered her head and looked at the gun in her hand. The metal texture, which was different from the kunao, as well as the simpler operation and stronger power, deeply attracted her. Ninjutsu requires training, chakra, and seals to release, but this thing is so easy to use, simple and powerful. Karin looked at Qing's happy face, and suddenly felt a little unhappy. She bit her lips lightly, concentrated her strength and will on her eyes, and felt the mysterious power contained in her eyes. She actually has similar abilities, but she didn't develop them deliberately, because she felt that this ability was far less useful than gravity control and ancestral stone statues, or suction seals, so there was no need to develop it. The basic abilities of the reincarnation eye and the samsara eye should be common, such as gravity control, chakra absorption, puppet manipulation, and a series of other abilities. Eye power activation. Shura Road. Karin's palm changed rapidly, and it turned into a high-tech gun muzzle. Uchiha Qing, who was standing next to her, looked at her changes with a confused look on her face. With her knowledge, she couldn't understand what was going on for a moment. Karin's gunner pointed at the forest nearby, and the muzzle quickly condensed a chakra shell. Although the speed was slower than the Desert Eagle, it was not much slower, and the power of this chakra cannon was also stronger. Boom! The blue chakra ray blasted out, instantly blasting through a large area of forest. Karin smiled and said to herself, "This thing is much more useful than a gun." Uchiha Haru, eye pound? Is this guy still a human? Be honest. Uchiha Yin Liang turned his head and glanced at Karin coldly. He didn't want to be noticed before he arrived. Oh! Yin Liang and the other two did not go to the route because it was meaningless. Saving Yamato in advance could achieve the goal, but then what? What else could they get? You have to play the long game to catch the big fish. Uchiha Yin Liang acted late, but he did it on purpose. He deliberately let the people of the route force Yamato to go to Orochimaru's base. And then his wood-release clone followed slowly from behind, and the 3 of them followed the wood-release clone. Orochimaru at this time should still be a member of the Akatsuki organization, because Orochimaru defected after Itaka joined the Akatsuki organization, and his partner was the Red Sand Scorpion. There is also a hidden key point here. Orochimaru at this time was not particularly good at the impure world reincarnation, and the accuracy of the operation was very low. The third Kazekage could unlock the impure world reincarnation through his own will, so even if he summoned the limited edition of Yamato's impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama, he might not be able to control it. It's a bit troublesome. Uchiha Yinliang whispered to himself, because the root ninja had already sent Yamato to Orochimaru's base, and the three of them were still a long way away. This was unexpected. Yinliang never dreamed that Orochimaru, who had already betrayed the village, would still have an experimental base near Konoha village. This was simply too arrogant. He was indeed a man who hooked up with Danzo. Speed up. Uchiha Yinliang turned his head and said. I'm okay, but she... Karin looked at Ching awkwardly. She had just been practicing chakra for a short time, and her talent was not so top-notch, so it was difficult to speed up. Uchiha Ching forced a smile. Trouble. Yinliang grabbed her and carried her directly on his shoulders. While speeding up, he said, Okay, let's go quickly. Ah, what are you doing? Shouldn't the princess hug be in the regular plot? Uchiha Ching was extremely confused and uncomfortable. Yin Liang's shoulder made her stomach hurt, and every time he jumped on the branches, it was very bumpy. In addition, her head was still hanging down, which made her feel uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. From physical to psychological discomfort. Okay. Karin looked at Ching with pity. For some reason, she felt that this seemed to be quite reasonable. Wait. Swoosh. Orochimaru base. In the middle of the entrance of the base, there were three people responding. The man in the middle wore a black-bottomed red cloud robe and blue-green jade earrings. His skin was as pale as white wax, but he had long black hair. His eyes were like golden long snake pupils, and the purple eyeshadow on his cheeks extended all the way to the wings of his nose. He is Orochimaru. Really efficient. Is this guy the wood-release ninja? Orochimaru said with a slightly hoarse voice and a slight smile. His eyes were focused on the young man who was tied up tightly among the root ninjas. Although he said that he was only a sacrifice to summon the first generation, Orochimaru was a scientist. It would be a loss if he didn't slice him for other research. Please complete that technique as soon as possible. One of the leading root ninjas said directly. Hehe, what an impatient guy. Orochimaru smiled, without a trace of urgency on his face. He knew very well what Danzo was thinking. It was estimated that the old guy had already started to make small moves. If there was a problem with his link, Danzo would definitely die miserably. Please hurry. The root ninja repeated again. Wow! A black shadow flashed by in an instant, and swung the knife at a very fast speed. When people saw him clearly, he had already dropped the black knife, and those root ninjas were beheaded and killed instantly. It seems the troublesome guy is here. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Yinliang's wood escape clone and frowned slightly.